Part 1. Changes of shape, new forms, are the theme which my spirit impels me now to recite. Inspire me, O gods, and spin me a thread from the world's beginning down to my own lifetime. Ovid's Metamorphoses. Chapter 1. A Touch of Torment. Rough hands parted her legs and skimmed up her thighs. Lips followed, a light pressure gliding across her skin. Half asleep, Persephone arched against the touch, restraints biting into her wrists and ankles. Confused, she tugged on them in an attempt to free her hands and feet, but found the bindings would not give. There was something about this, the inability to move, to resist, to fight, that made her heart race and the blood pulse into her throat and head. So beautiful. The words were a whisper against her skin, and Persephone froze. That voice. She knew that voice. She'd once considered its owner a friend, and now he was an enemy. Pirithous. His name slipped from between her teeth, laced with rage and fear and disgust. He was the demigod who had stalked and kidnapped her from the Acropolis. "Shh," he whispered. His tongue, wet and cold, slithered against her skin. A cry tore from her throat. She pressed her thighs together, twisting against the foreign touch ghosting across her skin. "Tell me what he does that you like," he whispered, sticky breath bathing her ear, hand skating closer to her center. "I can do better." Persephone's eyes flew open as she sat up, inhaling sharply. Her chest ached, and her breathing was ragged, as if she'd just run across the underworld with a wraith on her heels. It took a moment for her eyes to adjust, to realize she was in Hades' bed, silk sheets clinging to her dampened skin, fire blazing orange in the hearth opposite them, and beside her was the god of the dead himself, his energy, dark and electric, charging the air, making it heavy and tangible. "Are you well?" Hades asked. His voice was clear, quiet, a soothing tonic she wanted to consume. She looked at him. He rested on his side, his exposed skin burnished by the firelight. His eyes glittered black, dark hair spilling over the sheets like waves in a starless sea. Hours ago, she had clutched it between her fingers as she rode him long and slow and breathless. She swallowed. Her tongue felt swollen. This was not the first time she'd had this nightmare, nor was it the first time she'd woken to find Hades watching. "You haven't slept," she said. "No," he replied, and rose beside her, lifting his hand to brush her cheek. His touch sent a shiver down her spine, straight to her soul. "Tell me." When he spoke, it was as if his voice were magic, a spell that coaxed words from her mouth even when they seized in her throat. "I dreamed of Pirithous again." Hades' hand fell from her cheek, and Persephone recognized the expression on his face, the violence in his endless eyes. She felt guilty, having unearthed a part of him that he worked so hard to control. Pirithous haunted Hades just as much as he haunted her. "He harms you, even in your sleep." Hades frowned. "I failed you that day." "How could you have known he would take me?" "I should have known." It was impossible, of course, though Hades had argued that was why he had assigned Zophie as her protector. But the Aegis had been patrolling the exterior of the Acropolis during the abduction. She had also not noticed anything out of the ordinary because Pirithous' exit had been through an underground tunnel. Persephone shivered, thinking of how she'd thoughtlessly accepted the demigod's help to escape the Acropolis, all the while he'd been planning her abduction. She would never trust blindly again. "You are not all-seeing, Hades," Persephone attempted to soothe. In the days following her rescue from Pirithous' home, Hades had been in a dark mood, which had culminated in his attempt to punish Zophie by relieving her of her Aegis duties, a move Persephone had halted. Still, even after Persephone had rejected Hades' decree, the Amazon had argued with her. "This is my shame to carry." The Aegis' words had frustrated Persephone. "There is no shame. You were doing your job. You seem to think your role as my Aegis is up for discussion. It isn't." Zophie's eyes had gone wide as she looked from her to Hades, uncertain, before she relented, bowing deep. "As you wish, my lady." After, she'd turned to Hades. "I expect to be informed before you attempt to dismiss anyone under my care." Hades' brows rose, his lips twitched, and he countered. "I hired her." "I'm glad you brought that up," she'd said. "The next time you decide I need staff, I also expect to be included in the decision-making." "Of course, darling. How shall I apologize?" They'd spent the rest of the evening in bed, but even as he made love to her, she knew he struggled, just like she knew he struggled now. "You are right," Hades replied. "Perhaps I should punish Helios then." She gave him a wry look. Hades had made comments before regarding the god of the sun. It was clear neither of them cared for one another. "Would that make you feel better?" "No, but it would be fun," Hades replied, his voice contradicting his words, sounding more ominous than excited. Persephone was well aware of Hades' proclivity toward violence, and his earlier comment on punishment reminded her of the promise she had extracted from him after she'd been rescued. "When you torture Pirithous, I get to join." She knew Hades had gone to Tartarus that night to torment the demigod, knew that he had gone since, but she had never asked to accompany him. But now she wondered if that was why Pirithous haunted her dreams. Perhaps seeing him in Tartarus, bloodied, broken, tortured, would end these nightmares. She looked at Hades again and gave her order. "I wish to see him." Hades' expression did not change, but she thought she could feel his emotions at that moment. Anger, guilt, and apprehension. But not apprehension at allowing her to face her attacker. Apprehension at having her in Tartarus at all. She knew that a part of him feared to show her this side of him, feared what she would think. And yet he would not deny her. "As you wish, darling." Persephone and Hades manifested in Tartarus, in a windowless, white room so bright it hurt. As her eyes adjusted, they widened, welded to the spot where Pirithous was restrained in a chair at the center of the room. It had been weeks since she'd seen the demigod. He appeared to be asleep, chin resting on his chest, eyes closed. She'd once thought he was handsome, but now those sharp cheekbones were hollow, his face wan and ashy. And the smell. It wasn't decay exactly, but it was acidic and sharp, and it burned her nose. Her stomach roiled, souring at the sight of him. Is he dead? She could not bring her voice above a whisper just in case. She was not ready to see his eyes. She knew she asked a strange question, given that they stood in Tartarus, in the underworld. But Persephone was aware of Hades' preferred methods of torture, knew that he would give life only to extinguish it through a series of harrowing punishments. "He breathes if I say so," Hades replied. Persephone did not respond immediately. Instead, she approached the soul, pausing a few feet from him. Up close, he looked like a wax figure that had grown too soft under the heat, slouched and frowning. Still, he was solid and all too real. Before she had visited the underworld, Persephone had thought souls were shades, shadows of themselves. Instead, they were corporeal, as solid as the day they'd died, though that had not always been the case. Once, the souls of Hades' realm had lived a bland and crowded existence under his rule. Hades had never confirmed what had changed his mind, why he'd decided to give both the underworld and the souls color and the illusion of life. He'd often said that the underworld merely evolved as the upper world did. But Persephone knew Hades. He had a conscience. He felt regret for his beginning as king of the underworld. He'd done those things as a kindness, as a way to atone. Despite this, he would never forgive himself for his past, and it was that knowledge that hurt her heart. "Does it help?" she asked Hades, unsure if she wanted an answer. "The torture?" She looked at the god, who still stood where they had manifested, hair unbound, horns on display, looking dark and beautiful and violent. She could not imagine what being here did to him, but she remembered the look on his face when he had found her in Pirithous' lair. She had never seen his rage manifest in such a way, never seen him look so horrified and broken. "I cannot say." "Then why do you do it?" She walked around Pirithous, pausing behind him and meeting Hades' gaze. "Control," Hades answered. Persephone had not always understood Hades' need for control, but in the months since they'd met, she was starting to desire that very thing. She knew what it was to be a prisoner, to be powerless, to be caught between two horrible choices, and still choose wrong. "I want control," she whispered. Hades stared at her for a beat and then held out his hand. "I will help you claim it." His voice rumbled in the space between them, warming her chest. She approached him again, and he drew her close, back to his chest. Suddenly, Pirithous inhaled. Persephone's heart raced as she watched him stir. His head lolled, and his eyes blinked open, sleepy and confused. Again, that fear of seeing his gaze slashed through her, shaking her insides. Hades gave her a reassuring squeeze about the waist, as if to remind her that she was safe, and dipped his head. His breath teased her ear. "Do you remember when I taught you to harness your magic?" He was referring to their time in her grove, after Apollo had left with this favor from Hades and a promise from Persephone that she wouldn't write about him. She had sought comfort among the trees and flowers, but only found disappointment when she could not bring life to a parched patch of ground. Hades had come then, appearing like the shadows he bent to his will, and helped her harness her magic and heal the ground. He had been seductive in his instruction, lighting a fire wherever he touched. Her body pricked with chills at the thought, and her words hissed from between her teeth. "Yes." "Close your eyes," he instructed, lips grazing the column of her neck. "Persephone." Pirithous' voice was hoarse. She squeezed her eyes shut tighter, focusing instead on Hades' touch. "What do you feel?" His hand drifted down her shoulder. The fingers of his other arm, firm around her waist, splayed possessively. This question was not so easy. She felt many things. For Hades, passion and arousal. For Pirithous, anger and fear, grief and betrayal. It was a vortex, a dark abyss with no end. And then the demigod said her name again. "Persephone, please. I am sorry." His words struck her, a lance to her chest, and as she spoke, she opened her eyes. "Violent." "Focus on it," he instructed, his hand pressed into her belly, the other laced with her fingers. Pirithous remained slouched in his metal chair, restrained and jaundiced, and the eyes she had feared stared back now, watery and afraid. They had switched places, she realized, and there was a moment when she hesitated, questioning whether or not she could hurt him. Then Hades spoke. "Feed it." With their fingers twined, she felt power gather in her palm, an energy that scorched her skin.
"Where do you wish to cause him pain?"
Hades asked.
"This isn't you," Pirithous said. "I know you. I watched you."
A roar started in her ears, and her eyes burned, the power inside her a heat she could scarce contain. He had left strange gifts, stalked her, taken pictures of her in a space that was supposed to be safe. He had taken away her sense of security, even in sleep. He'd wanted to use his cock as a weapon, she said. And I wanted to burn.
"No, please, Persephone! Persephone!"
"Then make him burn."
The energy pooling in her hand was electric, and as her fingers slipped from Hades, she imagined the magic gathered there blasting toward Pirithous in an endless lava-hot stream.
"This isn't—"
Pirithous' words were cut short as the magic took root. There was no outward indication that anything was wrong with him. No flames leapt from his crotch, but it was clear he felt her magic. His feet dug into the ground. He bucked against his restraints. His teeth were clenched. The veins in his head and neck popped. Still, he managed to speak through gritted teeth.
"This isn't you."
"I am not sure who you think I am," she said. "But let me be clear. I am Persephone, future queen of the underworld, lady of your fate. May you come to dread my presence." Crimson dripped from Pirithous' nose and mouth. His chest rose and fell rapidly, but he did not speak again. "How long will he stay like this?" Persephone asked, watching as Pirithous' body continued to arch and strain against the pain. His eyes began to bulge from their sockets, and a sheen of sweat broke out across his skin, making him look green in color.
"Until he dies,"
Hades replied simply, watching with an expression of disinterest. She didn't flinch, didn't feel, didn't ask to leave until Pirithous was silent and limp once more. She considered her earlier question to Hades. Does it help? In the aftermath, she had no answer, save for the knowledge that a part of her had wilted, and that if she did this enough, the rest of her would wither away. Chapter 2. A Touch of Grief.
"How is the wedding planning going?"
Lexa asked. She sat across from Persephone on a white quilt embroidered with blue forget-me-nots. It had been a gift from one of the souls, Alma. She'd approached Persephone on one of her daily visits to Asphodel, a bundle in her arms.
"I have something for you, my lady."
"Alma, you shouldn't have—"
"It is a gift for you to give,"
she interrupted quickly, wisps of her silver hair floating around her round, rosy-cheeked face.
"I know you grieve for your friend, so here, give her this."
Persephone had taken the bundle, and upon realizing what it was, a quilt lovingly crafted with small blue flowers, tears sprang to her eyes.
"I don't know that I need to tell you what forget-me-nots mean," Alma continued. "True love, faithfulness, memories. In time, your friend will come to know you again."
That evening, after Persephone had returned to the castle, she'd hugged the blanket to her chest and wept. The next day, she gifted it to Lexa.
"Oh, it is beautiful, my lady,"
she'd said, holding the bundle as if it were a small child. Persephone stiffened at the use of her title. Her brows furrowed, and when she spoke, she sounded more confused than anything. "My lady?" Lexa had never used Persephone's title before. Their eyes met, and Lexa hesitated, blushing. Lexa never blushed.
"Thanatos said it is your title," she explained.
Persephone recognized that titles had a use, but not among friends. "Call me Persephone." Lexa's eyes widened. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you." "You didn't." As much as Persephone tried to sound convincing, she couldn't imbue her voice with enough reassurance. The truth was, hearing Lexa call her my lady was another reminder that she wasn't the same person as before. And as much as Persephone told herself to be patient with Lexa, it was difficult. Lexa looked the same, sounded the same, she even laughed the same, but her personality was different. "Besides, if we are using titles, then you would have to call Thanatos Lord." Again, Lexa appeared to be embarrassed. She averted her eyes, and her flush deepened as she answered, "He said I didn't have to." Persephone had left that conversation feeling strange and somehow even more distant from Lexa than before. "Persephone?" Lexa asked. Persephone was drawn from her thoughts. Her eyes shifted and met Lexa's eyes. Bright blue, beautiful. Her face was paler here beneath the light of Elysium, framed by her thick, dark locks. She was also dressed in a white gown that tied around her middle. It was a color Persephone could not remember her wearing in the time she had known her in the upper world. "Wedding planning. How is it going?" Lexa asked again. "Oh," Persephone frowned and admitted, "I haven't really begun." That was half true. She hadn't begun planning, but Hecate and Yuri had. In all honesty, thinking of planning a wedding without Lexa hurt. If she'd been alive, her best friend would have been online looking for color palettes and dresses and venues. She would have made a plan and lists and explained customs Persephone had never been taught by her mother. Instead, she sat across from Persephone, quiet, subdued, unaware of their history. Even if Persephone had wanted to include her in Yuri and Hecate's plans, she couldn't. Souls were not allowed to leave Elysium unless Thanatos deemed them ready to transition to Asphodel. "Perhaps we can take the planning to her," Persephone had suggested. Thanatos had shaken his head.
"Your visits leave her fatigued. She could not handle anything more at the moment."
He had also attempted to ease the rejection with his magic. The god of death was able to calm those in his presence, bringing comfort to the grieving and easing anxiety. Sometimes, though, it had the opposite effect on Persephone. She found his influence over emotion invasive, even when he meant well. In the days after Lexa's death, Thanatos had used his magic in an attempt to ease her suffering, but she'd told him to stop. While she knew he meant well, she wanted to feel, even if it hurt. It seemed wrong not to when she had caused Lexa so much pain.
"You don't seem excited,"
Lexa pointed out. "I am excited to be Hades' wife," she clarified. "It's just, I never imagined that I would be getting married. I don't even know where to start." Demeter had never prepared her for this, for anything. The goddess of harvest had hoped to outwit the fates by keeping her isolated from the world, from Hades. When she'd begged to leave the greenhouse, to enter the world in the guise of a mortal, she'd only had dreams of finishing her degree, beginning a successful career, and reveling in her freedom for as long as possible. Love had never been part of that dream, least of all marriage. Lexa hummed, and she leaned back on her hands, head tilted toward the muted sky as if she wished to sunbathe.
"You should start with what makes you the most excited."
It was advice the old Lexa would have offered. But what made Persephone most excited was being Hades' wife. When she thought of their future, her chest felt full, her body electric, her soul alive. "I will think on it," Persephone promised as she rose to her feet. Speaking of the wedding, she was due at the palace soon to begin planning. "Although I am sure Hecate and Yuri will have their own ideas."
"They may,"
Lexa said. And for a moment, Persephone couldn't look away. The old Lexa stared back, thoughtful and sincere as she added,
But it is your wedding.
Persephone left Elysium. She should teleport to Asphodel. She was already running late. But as she left Lexa behind, her vision blurred with tears. She stopped, burying her face in her hands. Her body ached, chest hollow and lungs aflame. She knew this feeling well, as it had crippled her in the days since Lexa's death. It came unbidden, like the nightmares haunting her sleep. It came when she expected it, and even when she didn't, attached to laughter and smells and songs, to words and places and pictures. It chipped away at pieces of her. And it wasn't just sadness that burdened her. She was also angry. Angry that Lexa had been hurt at all. Angry that despite the gods, despite her own divinity, there was no fighting fate. Because Persephone had tried, and she had failed. Her stomach knotted, poisoned by guilt. If she had known what lay ahead, she would have never bargained with Apollo. When Lexa lay unconscious in the ICU, Persephone had just begun to understand what it was to fear losing someone. In fact, she had been so afraid she had done everything in her power to prevent what was ultimately inevitable. Her decisions had hurt Lexa in ways that were only repairable with time and a drink from the Lethe. Even with her memories gone, Persephone still had hope that the old Lexa would come back. Now she knew the truth. Grief meant never going back. It meant never collecting the pieces. It meant that the person she was now in the aftermath of Lexa's death was who she would be until the next death. Bile rose in her throat. Grief was a cruel god. As she approached the palace, she was greeted by Cerberus, Typhon, and Orthrus, who bounded toward her. The three Dobermans halted before her, energetic but obedient. She knelt, scratching behind their ears and moving to their sides. She'd come to understand their personalities more. Of the three, Cerberus was the most serious and the most dominant. Typhon was mellow, but always alert, and Orthrus could be silly when he wasn't patrolling the underworld, which was almost never. "How are my handsome boys?" she asked.
They panted, and Orthrus's paws tapped the ground as if he could barely contain his wish to lick her face.
"Have you seen Hecate and Yuri?" she asked.
They whined. "Take me to them." The three obeyed, ambling toward the palace, towering and ominous. It could be seen from just about anywhere in the underworld. Its shining obsidian pinnacles seemed to go on forever, disappearing into the bright, gray-toned sky, a representation of Hades' reach, his influence, his reign. At the base of the castle were gardens of green ivy, red roses, narcissus, and gardenias. There were willows and blossoming trees and pathways that cut through the flora. It was a symbol of Hades' kindness, his ability to change and adapt. It was atonement. When she'd first visited, she'd been angry to find the underworld so lush, both because of the bargain she'd struck with the god of the dead, and also because creating life was supposed to be her power. Hades had quickly illustrated that the beauty he had crafted was an illusion. Even then, she'd been jealous that he was able to use his magic so effortlessly. Though she was gaining control daily, through practices with Hecate and Hades, she still envied their control.
"We are old gods, my dear," Hecate had said. "You cannot compare yourself to us."
They were words she repeated every time she felt the familiar claws of jealousy, every time she felt the familiar frustration of failure. She was improving, and one day she would master her magic. And maybe then the illusions Hades had held for years would become real. The dogs led her to the ballroom where Hecate and Yuri stood before a table of floral stems, color swatches, and sketches of wedding dresses.
"There you are,"
Hecate said, looking up at the sound of the Doberman's nails tapping on the marble floor. They ran straight for the goddess of witchcraft, who bent to pat their heads before they plopped on the floor beneath the table, panting.
"Sorry I'm late," Persephone said. "I was visiting Lexa."
"That's all right, dear," Hecate said. "Yuri and I were just discussing your engagement party."
"My engagement party?" It was the first time she'd heard anything about it. "I thought we were meeting to plan for the wedding." "Oh, we are," Yuri said. "But we must have an engagement party. Oh, Persephone, I cannot wait to call you queen."
"You can call her queen now," Hecate said. "Hades does."
"It's just so exciting." Yuri clasped her hands. "A divine wedding. We haven't had one of those in years."
"Who was the last?" Persephone asked.
"I believe it was Aphrodite and Hephaestus," Hecate said.
Persephone frowned. Rumors had always circulated about Aphrodite and Hephaestus, the most common that the god of fire did not want the goddess of love. During the times Persephone had spoken to Aphrodite, she'd gathered that the goddess was not happy in her marriage, but she did not know why. When she tried to learn more about her relationship, Aphrodite shut down. In part, Persephone did not blame the goddess. Her love life and its struggles were no one's business. Still, she got the sense that Aphrodite believed she was very much alone.
"Were you in attendance at their wedding?" Persephone asked Hecate.
"I was," she said. "It was beautiful, despite the circumstances."
"Circumstances?" "Theirs was an arranged marriage," Yuri explained. "Aphrodite was a gift to Hephaestus."
"A gift?" Persephone cringed. How could a goddess, any woman, be presented as a gift?
"That is what Zeus likes to say," Hecate said. "But when she was born, a siren of beauty and temptation, Zeus was approached by several gods for her hand in marriage. Ares, Poseidon, even Hermes fell prey to her charms, though he will deny it. Zeus rarely makes a decision without consulting his oracle. And when he asked about marriage to each of those gods, the oracle foretold war, so he wed her to Hephaestus."
Persephone frowned. "But Aphrodite seems so fierce. Why would she allow Zeus to determine who she weds?"
"Aphrodite wanted to marry Hephaestus," Hecate said. "And even if she hadn't, she would not have had any choice. All divine marriages must be approved by Zeus."
"What? Why? I thought Hera was the goddess of marriage."
"She is, and he involves her to a point, but he does not trust her. She would approve of a marriage if it meant an end to his reign as king of the gods."
"I still don't understand. Why do we need approval to marry?"
"Marriage between gods is not like mortals. Gods share power. They have children. There are many factors Zeus must consider before he gives his blessing."
"Share power?"
"Yes, though I doubt it will affect Hades at all. He already has influence over the earth. But you will have control over shadow, over death."
Persephone shivered. The thought that she would have to learn to control and harness more magic was a little overwhelming. She was just now mastering her own magic. Of course, that wouldn't be a problem if Zeus did not approve of her marriage. Why hadn't Hades told her about this? "Is there a chance Zeus will disapprove?" she asked, worrying her bottom lip. If he did, what would Hades do?
"Darling, I would burn this world for you."
The words trailed along her skin, whispering along her spine. A promise Hades had made and would deliver upon if forced.
"I cannot say for certain,"
Hecate said, and her evasive words made anxiety flare in Persephone's stomach, a constant static that sat in her heart and pumped through her veins. The goddess was rarely anything but direct. Yuri elbowed Hecate. I am sure Zeus will approve, she said. What reasons could he possibly have for denying you happiness?
Persephone could think of one, and that was her power. After she had lost control in the Forest of Despair and used Hades' own magic against him, Hecate had confessed a fear she'd harbored since their first meeting, that she would be more powerful than any other god. The power would either land her a spot among the Olympians, or as their enemy, which she could not say. Yuri seemed to tire of the conversation and changed the subject quickly.
Let's start with color palettes, she said, opening a large book on the table.
Tufts of cloth stuck out from between pages.
What is this? Persephone asked.
It's a book of wedding ideas.
Where did you get it?
The girls and I made it, Yuri said.
Persephone raised a brow. When did you start it? The soul's cheeks turned pink, and she stammered.
A few months ago.
Persephone had a feeling the souls had been collecting wedding-themed items since the night she almost drowned in the Styx, but she said nothing, listening as Yuri showed her a variety of color pairings.
I'm thinking lilac and green, she said. It will complement black, which we all know is the only color Hades will wear.
Persephone giggled. Does his color choice annoy you?
You mean his lack of color? Just once I'd like to see him in white.
Hecate snorted, but said nothing. As Yuri continued going over other options, Persephone couldn't help thinking about Zeus and wondering why they were planning a wedding before knowing if her union with Hades was even permitted. Perhaps your marriage has been blessed, she argued. Perhaps Hades had asked before his proposals. It would explain why she'd never heard of the antiquated caveat. Still, she would be sure to ask him later, and she would be anxious until then. Persephone approved of the color palette, and with that settled, Yuri moved on to the wedding dress.
I had Alma draw up some designs, she said.
Persephone flipped through the pages. Each dress was heavily embellished with jewels or pearls and layers of tulle. She might not have ever dreamed of her wedding, but she knew for certain these were not the dresses for her.
What do you think?
They are beautiful sketches, she said.
You don't like them, Yuri said instantly, frowning.
It's not that, Persephone said. It's that, Hecate interjected. Persephone glared. It's just that I think I want something a little more simple.
But you are to be a queen, Yuri argued.
But I am still Persephone, she said, and I'd like to be Persephone for as long as I can. Yuri opened her mouth to protest once more, but Hecate intervened. I understand, my dear. Why don't I take care of coordinating the gown? Besides, it's not as though you won't have another chance to wear a ball gown. The goddess of witchcraft looked pointedly at Yuri. Persephone's brows knitted together. What do you mean? Oh, my dear, this is just the first wedding. You'll have a second, perhaps a third. Persephone felt the color drain from her face. A third? This was another thing she had yet to learn. Hecate explained. One in the underworld, one in the upper world, and one on Olympus. Why Olympus? It's tradition. Tradition, Persephone echoed. Just as it was tradition for Zeus to approve marriages. And now she wondered, if Zeus didn't approve of their marriage, did that mean he did not approve of their relationship at all? Would he try to force them apart just as her mother? She frowned. I'm not so eager to follow tradition. Hecate smiled. Lucky for you, Hades isn't either. They stayed for a while longer, discussing flowers and location.
Yuri favored gardenias and hydrangeas, while Persephone preferred anemone and narcissus. Yuri favored the ballroom for the ceremony, while Persephone favored one of the gardens, perhaps beneath the purple wisteria in Hades' garden. By the end of it, Hecate was smiling. "What?" Persephone asked, curious as to why the goddess of magic seemed so amused.
"Oh, nothing," she said. "It's just, despite stating otherwise, you seem to know exactly what you want out of this wedding."
Persephone smiled softly. "I just picked things that reminded me of us." After their meeting, Persephone retired to the baths, where she soaked in the hot, lavender-infused water for close to an hour. She was exhausted. It was the kind of weariness that went bone deep, a result of her body fighting near constant anxiety and crushing guilt. It did not help that she had awoken to nightmares of Pirithous. Even after she and Hades had returned from Tartarus, she'd been unable to sleep, laying wide awake beside the god of the dead, reliving the torture she'd inflicted upon the demigod, wondering what her actions made her. Suddenly, her mother's words came to mind.
"Daughter, even you cannot escape our corruption. It is what comes with power."
Was she a monster? Or just another god? Persephone left the baths and returned to Hades' she reminded herself, bedchamber. She intended to change and dine with the souls while she waited to confront Hades about Zeus. But when she saw the bed, her body felt heavy and all she wanted to do was rest. She collapsed atop the silk sheets, comfortable, weightless, safe. When she opened her eyes, it was night. The room was full of firelight, and shadowy flames danced on the wall opposite her. She sat up and found Hades near the fireplace. He turned to face her, naked, his muscles haloed by flames, broad shoulders, flat abs, strong thighs. Her gaze trailed all parts of him, from his glittering eyes to his swollen cock. He was a work of art as much as he was a weapon. He sipped the whiskey in his glass.
"You are awake,"
he said softly, then downed what remained of his drink, leaving the glass on the table near the fireplace to come to bed. As he sat beside her, he cupped her face and kissed her. When he pulled away, his thumb brushed her lips.
"How was your day?"
he asked. She pulled at her lip with her teeth as she answered, "Hard." He frowned. "Yours?" she asked.
"The same,"
he said, letting his hand fall from her face.
"Lay with me."
"You don't have to ask," she whispered. He parted her robe, which had already fallen open, exposing one of her breasts to his hungry eyes. The silky fabric slid down her arms, puddling around her waist. Hades bent, taking her nipples into his mouth, tongue shifting between teasing laps and sharp sucking. Persephone's fingers tangled into his hair, holding him in place as her head fell back, delighting in the feel of his mouth on her body. The longer he worked, the hotter she grew, and she found herself guiding one of Hades' hands between her thighs to her molten center where she desired most to be filled. He obliged, parting her slick flesh, and as he filled her, she blew out a breath that turned into a moan, which Hades captured as his mouth closed over hers. For a long moment, Persephone held Hades' wrist as his fingers worked, curling deep, touching familiar parts of her. But then her hand shifted to his cock, and as her fingers met the softness of his shaft, he groaned, breaking their kiss and leaving her body. She growled, reaching for his hand again, but he just chuckled.
"Do you not trust me to bring you pleasure?"
he asked. "Eventually." Hades narrowed his eyes.
"Oh, darling, how you challenge me."
He shifted her body so that she was on her side, back to his chest. One of his arms cradled her neck while the other gripped her breasts, skimmed down her stomach to her thighs. He drew her legs apart, hooking one over his own, spreading her wide. His fingers circled her clit and threaded through her curls before dipping into her warmth again. She inhaled, arching against him, his hard cock grinding into her ass. Her head pressed into the crook of his shoulder, her legs opening wider, coaxing him deeper. And Hades' mouth descended on hers, savage in his wish to claim. Her breath quickened. Her heels slipped on the bedding, unable to ground. She felt euphoric and alive, and she wanted more even as the first vibrating orgasm wrecked her body.
"Is this pleasure?"
he asked. She did not have time to answer. Even if he'd given her time, she did not think she had the ability to summon words between heavy breaths as the head of Hades' cock nestled against her entrance. She inhaled as he eased inside her, back arching, shoulders digging into his chest. When he was fully sheathed, his mouth touched her shoulder, teeth grazing skin, hand continuing to tease her clit until she moaned. It was a sound he had summoned from somewhere deep inside her.
"Is this pleasure?"
he asked again as he moved, setting a slow rhythm that made her aware of everything. Each increment of his cock as it reached deep, the slamming of his balls against her ass, the way each thrust stole the breath from her lungs.
"Is this pleasure?"
he asked again. She turned her head toward his, gripping the back of his neck. "It is ecstasy." Their lips collided in a vicious kiss, and there was no more talking, just gasps, desperate moans, and the slamming of bodies. The heat grew between them until Persephone could feel the perspiration from their bodies mixing. Hades' pace quickened. One hand kept her leg curled around his own, the other was at her throat, holding her jaw between his fingers with the lightest pressure. And he held her like that until they came. Hades' head fell into the crook of her neck, where he pressed kisses to her skin.
"Are you well?"
he asked. "Yes," she whispered. She was more than well. Sex with Hades always went beyond her expectations, and every time she thought they'd reached their peak, nothing can get better than this, she was proven wrong. This instance had been no different, and she found herself wondering just how much experience the god of the dead had, and why he was holding out. Hades withdrew, and Persephone rolled to face him, studied his face, glistening after their lovemaking. He looked sleepy and content. "Has Zeus approved of our marriage?" Hades stilled, as if his heart had stopped beating and he had ceased breathing. She wasn't sure what he was reacting to. Perhaps he realized he'd forgotten to talk to her about this, or he realized he'd been caught. After a moment, he relaxed, but a strange tension settled between them. It wasn't angry, but it wasn't the elation they usually reveled in after sex.
"He is aware of our engagement,"
he said. "That is not what I asked." She knew him well enough now. Hades never said or offered more than was needed. He stared at her for a moment before answering.
"He will not deny me."
"But he has not given you his blessing." She wanted him to say it, though she already knew the answer.
"No."
It was her turn to stare. Still, Hades remained silent. "When were you going to tell me?" Persephone asked.
"I don't know."
He paused, and to her surprise added,
"When I had no other choice."
"That is more than obvious," she glared.
"I was hoping to avoid it altogether," he said.
"Telling me?"
"No, Zeus's approval,"
Hades said.
"He makes a spectacle of it."
"What do you mean?"
"He will summon us to Olympus for an engagement feast and festivities. He will drag out his decision for days. I have no desire to be in attendance, and no desire to have you suffer through it."
"And when will he do this?" Her voice a breathless whisper.
"In a few weeks, I imagine," he said.
She stared at the ceiling, the colors swirling together as her vision clouded with tears. She wasn't sure why this made her so emotional. Maybe it was because she was afraid, or maybe because she was tired. "Why wouldn't you tell me? If there is a chance we cannot be together, I have the right to know."
"Persephone,"
Hades whispered, rising to his elbow. He loomed over her, brushing at her tears.
"No one will keep us apart. Not the Fates, not your mother, and not Zeus."
"You are so certain, but even you will not challenge the Fates."
"Oh, darling, but I have told you before. For you, I would destroy this world."
She swallowed, watching him. "Perhaps that is what I fear the most." He studied her a moment longer, thumb brushing her cheek before his lips touched hers, then kissed down her body, drinking deep between her thighs. And when he rose again, there were no other names upon her lips but Hades. Later, she woke again to find Hades returning to their room fully dressed. Her brows knitted together as she rose into a sitting position, eyes still heavy with sleep. "What's wrong?" The god grimaced, his gaze hard and a little unkind as he answered,
"Adonis is dead. He's been murdered."
She blinked as a wave of shock shivered through her. Persephone did not like Adonis. He'd stolen her work and published it without her permission. He'd touched her even after she'd said no, and he'd threatened to expose her relationship with Hades if she didn't get him rehired at New Athens News. He deserved a lot, but he hadn't deserved to be murdered. Hades crossed the room, returning to the bar where he poured himself a drink. "Adonis? Murdered? How?"
"Horribly,"
Hades replied.
"He was found in the alleyway outside La Rose."
It took Persephone a moment to think, her mind not quite able to catch up with the news. The last time she'd seen Adonis was in the Garden of the Gods. She'd turned his arms into literal wooden limbs, and he'd groveled at her feet, begging to be returned to normal. She'd done so under the condition that if he touched another woman without consent, he would spend the rest of his days as a corpse flower. She hadn't seen him since. "Has he made it here, to the underworld?"
"He has,"
Hades replied as he downed a glass of whiskey and poured another. "Can you ask him what happened?"
"No, he is in Elysium."
Which told Persephone that his death had to have been traumatic to warrant placement upon the healing fields. Persephone watched as Hades threw back another drink. He only drank like this when he was anxious, and what worried her most was how upset he seemed about the death of a man he'd once called a parasite. Whatever he'd seen had disturbed him. "Do you think he was killed because of Aphrodite's favor?" Persephone asked. It wasn't uncommon. Over the years, many mortals had been killed for that very reason, and Adonis was someone who flaunted his association with the goddess of love.
"It's likely,"
he said.
"Whether it was because of jealousy or a hatred for the gods, I cannot say."
Dread pooled in her stomach. "Are you suggesting he was killed by someone who had a vendetta against Aphrodite?"
"I think he was killed by several people,"
Hades said.
"And that they hate all divinity."
Chapter 3. Aggression. Hades' words were still on her mind when she headed to work at the coffee house the next morning. She hadn't been able to pry any more information out of him regarding Adonis's death. He'd only added that he believed the murder had been planned and executed with intention. a fact that made Persephone fear there would be more assaults. Despite his brutal death, there was no mention of it in any newspaper. She imagined that was due to Hades' involvement in the investigation, but that also made her think he'd seen something he didn't want the public, or her, knowing. She frowned. She knew Hades was trying to protect her, but if people were attacking favored mortals, or anyone associated with the gods, she needed to know. While the world at large did not know she was a goddess, her association with Hades made her and her friends potential targets too. Persephone chose a shadowed corner in the coffee shop to set up and wait for Helen and Loki. Since launching her own online community and blog, The Advocate, a few weeks ago, the three met weekly, and because they had no office, they chose various locations across New Athens, the coffee house being one of their preferred haunts. The two were running behind, probably due to the weather, as New Athens was experiencing a cold front. That was probably an understatement. It was freezing, and snow had been falling from the dreary sky off and on for almost a week. At first it melted as soon as it touched the ground, but today it had begun to stick to the roads and sidewalks. Meteorologists were calling it the storm of the century. It was the only story in the news that rivaled Persephone and Hades' engagement announcement. Today, she found that they shared space on the front page of every news outlet. From New Athens News to the Delphi Divine, their headlines warred, "God of the Dead to wed mortal journalist," and "Winter storm steals summer sun." A third headline caused knots to form in Persephone's stomach. It was an opinion column in the Grecian Times, a national newspaper and a rival of New Athens News. "Winter weather is divine punishment." It was clear that the author of the article was not a fan of the gods, probably an impious. It began, "In a world ruled by gods, nothing is chance. The question remains, whose wrath are we facing, and what is the cause? Another mortal who claimed to be more beautiful than any of the divine, or one who dared rebuke their advances?" It was neither. It was a real-life battle between Hades, Persephone, and her mother, Demeter, the goddess of harvest. Persephone was not surprised that it had come to this. Demeter had done everything in her power to keep Persephone and Hades apart, and it had started from her birth. Locked away in a glass greenhouse, Demeter had fed her lies about the gods and their motives. In particular, Hades, who she detested merely for the fact that the fates had woven their threads together. When Persephone thought of how she used to be under her mother's strict rule, she felt sick, blind, self-righteous, wrong. She hadn't been a daughter at all, but a prisoner. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because when Persephone met Hades, all bets were off, and the only bargain that mattered was the one she was willing to make with her heart. "Your latte, Persephone," Ariana, one of the baristas, said as she approached. Persephone had come to know almost everyone in the coffee house, both due to her celebrity and her frequent visits. "Thank you, Ariana." The barista attended the College of Hygienia and was studying epidemiology. It was a challenging channel of study, considering some diseases were God-made and only curable if they deemed them to be. "I just wanted to say congratulations on your engagement to Lord Hades. You must be so excited." Persephone smiled. It was a little hard for her to accept well wishes with Demeter's storm worsening outside. She couldn't help thinking that if mortals knew the reason for the sudden change in weather, they would not be so happy about their marriage. Still, she managed to respond. "I am, thank you." "Have you chosen a date?" "No, not yet." "Do you think you'll be married here? I mean, in the upper world?" Persephone took a deep breath. She didn't mean to be so frustrated by the woman's questions. She knew they stemmed from her excitement, and yet they only served to make her anxious. "You know, we haven't even discussed it. We've been very busy." "Of course," the barista said. "Well, I'll let you get back to work." Persephone offered a half-hearted smile as the barista turned to leave. She took a sip of her latte before turning her attention to her tablet, opening an article Helen had sent her late last night for review. She couldn't quite describe how she felt when she read the title, but it was something akin to dread.
The Truth About Mortal Activist Group Triad. In the years since the Great Descent, mortals have been restless at the presence of gods on Earth. Since then, various groups have formed in opposition of their influence. Some choose to identify with the ideology of an impious. These mortals do not pray or worship the gods, nor look to them for reprieve, preferring instead to avoid divinity altogether. Some impious prefer to take a passive role in the war against the gods. Others take a more active role and have chosen to join Triad.
Gods have a monopoly on everything, from the restaurant industry to clothing, even mining. It's impossible for mortals to compete,
says an anonymous member of the organization.
What good is money to a god? It isn't as if they have to survive in our world.
It was argument Persephone had heard before, and while she could not speak for other gods, she could defend Hades. The god of the dead was the wealthiest of the Olympians, but his charitable contributions made a great impact on the mortal world. Helen continued.
Triad stands for 3 mortal rights: fairness, free will, and freedom. Their objective is simple: remove the influence of gods from everyday life. They claim to have new leadership, which encourages a more peaceful approach to their resistance of the gods, as opposed to their previous antics, which included bombing several public gathering places and god-owned businesses.
There was no evidence to suggest Triad had been behind any recent attacks. In fact, the only thing they'd been connected to in the last 5 years was a protest that had sprung up in the streets of New Athens to object to the Panhellenic Games. Despite being viewed as an important cultural event to some Greeks, Triad abhorred the act of gods choosing heroes and pitting them against one another. It was a practice that inevitably led to death, and while Persephone had to agree that fighting to the death was archaic, it was the mortal's choice. Gods, I'm starting to sound like Hades. She read on.
Despite this claim of peace, there have been a reported 593 attacks against people with a public association with the gods in the last year. Those responsible say they are upholding Triad's newest mission by ushering in a rebirth. This growing death toll has gone unnoticed by god and mortal alike, overshadowed by news of a marriage, a winter storm, and Aphrodite's newest fashion line. Perhaps the gods do not see Triad as a threat, but given their history, can they be trusted? As demonstrated, they are not the ones who will suffer if the so-called activist group decides to act. It will be innocent bystanders. And in a world where mortals outnumber gods, should we be asking what the divine should do?
It was the last sentence that left Persephone with a sour taste in her mouth, especially on the heels of Adonis's death. Still, even given the truths Helen highlighted in her article, Persephone needed more. She wanted to hear from Triad's leadership. Had they taken responsibility for those 593 attacks? If not, did they plan to condemn rogue actions? What were their plans for the future? She was so focused on making notes, she didn't notice anyone approach until a voice startled her from her work.
Are you Persephone Rossi?
She jumped, head snapping to meet the gaze of a woman with large brown eyes and arched brows. Her face was heart-shaped and framed by thick, dark hair. She wore a black coat, trimmed with fur, and clutched a cup of steaming coffee between her hands. Persephone smiled at her and answered, "I am." She expected the woman to ask for a photo or an autograph, but instead, she took the lid off her coffee and poured it in her lap. Persephone jumped to her feet as the burn settled skin deep, and the whole shop went quiet. For a moment, Persephone was stunned, silenced by the pain and her magic which shook her bones, desperate to defend. The woman turned, her task fulfilled. But instead of leaving, she came face to face with Zophie, an Amazon and Persephone's Aegis. She was beautiful, tall and olive-skinned, dark hair falling in a long braid down her back. When Persephone first met her, she'd been dressed in gold armor, but after a trip to Aphrodite's boutique, she'd come away with a modern wardrobe. Today she wore a black jumper. The only item that didn't fit was a large sword she held and swung at her assaulter's head. Screams erupted in the shop. "Zophie!" Persephone cried, and the Amazon's blade halted a hair from the woman's neck. Her eyes locked with Persephone's, her expression frustrated, as if she did not understand why she could not continue with her execution.
"Yes, my lady?"
"Put the sword away," Persephone ordered.
"But," she began to protest.
"Now!" The command slipped between clenched teeth. That was all Persephone needed, Zophie spilling blood on her behalf. This would already make headlines. People were shamelessly filming and taking pictures. She made a note to inform Ilias of this incident. Perhaps he could get ahead of the media. The Amazon grumbled, but obeyed, and her sword vanished from sight. Without the threat of bodily harm, the woman regained her composure and turned to Persephone again. "Lemming," she hissed, with more hatred in her eyes than Minthy or her mother had ever possessed, and stormed out of the coffee house, signaling the pleasant chime of the bell on the door. As soon as she was gone, Zophie spoke.
"One word, my lady. I'll slay her in the alley."
"No, Zophie, that's all we need, a murder on our hands."
"It's not murder," she argued. "It's retribution."
"I'm fine, Zophie." She turned to gather her things, conscious that people were still watching. She wished she had control over lightning like Zeus, because she would electrocute every device in this place just to teach them to mind their own business.
"But she wounded you," Zophie argued. "Lord Hades will not be pleased with me."
"You did your job, Zophie."
"If I had done my job, you would not be injured."
"You came as soon as you could," Persephone said. "And I am not injured. I'm fine." She was lying, of course, mostly to protect Zophie. The Amazon was liable to attempt to resign again if she knew how much pain Persephone was in. Who would have ever thought to use coffee as a weapon, Persephone thought. What a betrayal.
"Why did she attack you?"
Persephone frowned. She didn't know. Lemming, the woman had called her. Another word for blind follower. Persephone knew the word, but she'd never been called one before. "I don't know," she said, and sighed. She met Zophie's gaze. "Call Ilias. Advise him of what happened. Perhaps he can get ahead of the media."
"Of course, my lady. Where are you going?"
"To find Hades," she said, and assess the damage to her legs. Her skin stung beneath her clothes. "The last time someone tried to hurt me, he tortured them." She shrugged on her coat and sent Laiki and Helen a quick text, letting them know their morning meeting was canceled and she'd see them later tonight. "I will see you at Sybil's?" she asked the Amazon.
"Yes, for the housewarming,"
she said, and her brows pinched together.
"Shall I bring wood?"
Persephone laughed. "No, Zophie. Bring wine or food." Persephone didn't know much about Zophie's upbringing, but it was evident that the island from which she originated did not evolve with modern society. When she'd asked Hecate about it, she'd said,
"That's how Ares prefers it."
"Prefers what?"
"The Amazons are his children, bred for war, not the world. He keeps them sequestered on the island of Terma so that they will never know anything but battle."
After learning this, Persephone wondered how Zophie had come to know Hades and become her Aegis. She focused on the Amazon again. "If you need ideas, just text Sybil and ask her what to bring. She'll help." Persephone sent a quick text to Laiki and Helen, letting them know she'd had to leave the coffeehouse early, and stepped outside. The cold sliced into her, and it was worse where her clothing was wet, freezing her skin beneath. She made her way down the sidewalk, slick with water and gathering snow, rounding the corner of the building until she was out of sight of passers-by, before teleporting to the underworld. She appeared in her bedchamber, half expecting Hades to be there, waiting, frustrated, ready to inspect her for injury, but he had not arrived yet. She set her purse aside and shrugged out of her jacket, peeling off her faux leather leggings. She could still feel the residual sting where the hot coffee had sat against her skin. Luckily, the damage was minimal. Her thighs were red and a little swollen, a hint of bubbled skin speckled across her legs. Maybe running cold water over it would help, she thought. As she turned to enter the bathroom, she found her way blocked by Hades. Persephone startled, her hands pressing to her heart over her naked breast. The god stood with glittering eyes, smartly dressed in his tailored black suit. His hair was slick and tied into a perfect bun at the back of his head, not a wisp out of place. His chiseled jaw close-shaven and well-manicured. He was immaculate and sexual, a presence that stole her breath and made her ache. "Hades, you scared me." His gaze dropped to her chest, and he grinned, reaching for her hand.
"You should have known I would find you once you took your clothes off. It is a sixth sense."
As he bent to brush his lips along her knuckles, his eyes dipped lower and a frown touched his mouth. He released her hand only to press his palm against her thigh. She shivered, his touch cool against the heat of the blisters.
"What is this?"
His question was almost a hiss. Apparently, word hadn't reached him yet. "A woman poured coffee into my lap," Persephone explained.
"Poured?"
"If you are asking if it was intentional, the answer is yes." Something dark flashed in Hades' eyes. It was the same look she'd seen last night when he'd brought news of Adonis's death. After a moment, he knelt before her. A wave of magic burst from his hands, settling into her skin until she no longer felt the pain of the burns or saw the scalding upon her skin. Despite being healed, Hades remained on his knees, hands drifting to the back of her legs.
"Will you tell me who this woman was?"
Hades asked, his lips grazing the inner part of her thigh. "No," she said, inhaling sharply, her hands coming to rest on his shoulders.
"I cannot persuade you."
"Perhaps," she admitted, the word escaping on a breath. "But I do not know her name, so all your persuading would be in vain."
"Nothing I do is in vain."
Hades' grip tightened on her, and his head dipped between her legs, his mouth closing over her clit. Persephone gasped, her fingers threading into his slick hair. "Hades!"
"Don't make me stop,"
he said, his voice rough. "You have 30 minutes, she said. Hades paused, looking up at her from the ground. Gods, he was beautiful and so fucking erotic. The heat in the bottom of her stomach melted her insides. She was wet for him. By the time he put his mouth on her, she would come. He wouldn't even need to coax an orgasm from her.
"Only 30.
"Do you need more?" she challenged. He offered a wicked grin.
"Darling, we both know I could make you come in 5. But what if I'd like to take my time?"
"Later," she said. "We have a party to attend, and I still need to make cupcakes." Hades frowned.
"Is it not a mortal custom to be fashionably late?"
Persephone raised a brow. "Did Hermes tell you that?"
"Is he wrong?"
"I will not be late to Sibyl's party, Hades. If you wish to please me, then you'll make me come and on time." Hades smirked.
"As you wish, my darling."
Chapter 4. Never Have I Ever. Persephone manifested on the doorstep of Sibyl's apartment with Hades. A shiver shook her spine. It was a combination of the cold and thoughts from the last hour spent with the god of the dead on his knees. She should be used to Hades' wickedness, but he still found ways to surprise her, pleasuring her as she stood, one leg drawn over his shoulder. His tongue had tasted and teased, devoured and savored. She'd pressed into him, unable to keep her body from bearing down upon his mouth. She'd come, coaxed by a growl that erupted from deep in Hades' chest. She'd finished, with enough time to finish the cupcakes for Sybil's party. Another shiver racked her body. The cold was piercing, like needles sinking into her skin. It was unnatural weather for July, and nothing, not even the happiness Hades' love had inspired, could quell the dread she felt as the snow continued to fall.
It's the start of war.
They were Hades' words, spoken the night he had proposed, this time on a bent knee with a ring. It had been the best moment of her life, but overshadowed by Demeter's magic. Suddenly, the tips of Persephone's fingers tingled with power, reacting to the sudden shiver of rage that shot up her back. Hades' hand tightened around her waist.
"Are you well?"
he asked, no doubt sensing the surge in her magic. Persephone had not yet completely managed to keep her magic from reacting to her emotions.
"Persephone?"
Hades' voice drew her attention, and she realized she had not answered his earlier question. She tilted her head, meeting his dark gaze. Warmth blossomed in the pit of her stomach as her eyes fell to his lips and the inviting stubble on his jaw, recalling how it felt against her skin, a delicious friction that teased and taunted. "I am well," she replied. Hades raised a doubtful brow. "I am," she said. "I was just thinking about my mother."
"Do not ruin your evening thinking of her, my darling."
"It is a little hard to ignore her given the weather, Hades." He lifted his head and stared at the sky for a moment, his body going rigid beside hers. And she knew he was just as concerned, but she didn't ask for his thoughts on the matter. Tonight, she wanted to have fun, because something told her that beyond this night, nothing would be. She knocked, but instead of seeing Sybil, a blond man answered the door. His hair fell in soft waves just above his shoulders. His eyes were hooded and blue, and his jaw marked by stubble. He was handsome, but a complete stranger. Weird, Persephone thought. She was certain this was Sybil's apartment. I think we might have the wrong—"
"Persephone, right?"
the man asked. She hesitated, and Hades' arm tightened around her. "Persephone!" Sybil popped up behind the man, ducked under his arm, and pulling her into a hug. "I'm so glad you're here." There was a note of relief in her voice. Sybil pulled away, and her eyes shifted to Hades. "I'm glad you could come too, Hades." Sybil's voice was quiet and shy. Persephone was a little surprised, given that she was no stranger to the gods. She had served Apollo only months ago as his oracle, until he stripped her of her powers of prophecy after she refused to sleep with him. His behavior made him the subject of Persephone's article, but her decision to write about the god of the sun had been a disaster. Turns out he was beloved, and Persephone's article seen as slander. Not only that, Hades had been furious, so furious that he had held Persephone prisoner in the underworld until he could bargain with Apollo so the god would not seek revenge. That experience had taught Persephone a lot of lessons, chiefly that the world was not ready to believe a woman in pain. It was one of the reasons she'd started The Advocate.
"I appreciate the invitation,"
Hades replied.
"Aren't you going to introduce me?"
the blonde stranger asked. Persephone noted the way Sybil froze. It was only a second, as if she had forgotten the man was present, and a small, apologetic smile formed upon her face before she turned. "Persephone, Hades, this is Ben."
"Hi,"
he said, extending his hand for them to shake.
"I'm Sybil's boyfriend."
"Friend. Ben is a friend," Sybil said quickly.
"Well, soon-to-be boyfriend,"
Ben said, grinning. But the look Sybil gave her was desperate. Persephone's gaze slid from the oracle to the mortal as she accepted his clammy, outstretched hand. "It's nice to meet you." Ben shifted toward Hades. The god of the dead looked down at his hand.
"You do not want to shake my hand, mortal."
His eyes widened a little, and an awkward silence followed, but only for a beat before Ben's smile returned.
"Well, shall we go in?"
he asked. He stood aside, gesturing for everyone to enter. Persephone arched her brow at Hades as they stepped into the warm apartment. Hades had the ability to see to the soul, and Persephone wondered what he glimpsed when he looked at Ben, though she thought she could guess. Serial killer.
"What?"
Hades asked. "You promised to behave," she said.
"It is not in my nature to appease mortals,"
Hades replied. "But it is in your nature to appease me," Persephone said.
"Alas,"
he said, his voice low,
"you are my greatest weakness."
The entrance of Sybil's apartment was a short hallway that led to a kitchen and a small living room. The space was mostly empty, save for a love seat and a television. While it was nowhere close to the extravagance she'd lived in with Apollo, it was quaint and cozy. It reminded Persephone of the apartment she'd shared with Lexa for 3 years. "Wine?" Sybil asked, and Persephone was glad for the distraction. "Please," she said, tamping down the ache that had formed in her chest at the thought of her dead best friend. "For you, Hades?"
"Whiskey. Whatever you have is fine. Neat, please,"
he added as if it were an afterthought. Persephone grimaced, but at least he'd asked nicely.
"Neat?" Ben asked. "Real whiskey drinkers at least add water."
Persephone's heart pounded as she watched Hades' eyes connect with Ben's.
"I add the blood of mortals."
"Of course, Hades," Sybil said quickly, plucking a bottle from the collection on the counter and handing it to him. "You'll probably need it."
"Thank you, Sybil,"
he said, quickly loosening the cap to drink. She poured Persephone a glass of wine and slid it across the counter. "So, how did you meet Ben?" Persephone asked, picking up her wine. Sybil started to respond when Ben jumped in.
"We met at 4 Olives where I work," he said. "It was love at first sight for me."
Persephone choked on her drink, the wine burning the back of her throat as she spit it back into the glass. Her eyes connected with Sybil's, who looked mortified. But before either of them could speak, a knock sounded at the door. "Thank the gods," Sybil said, practically racing to the entrance, leaving Persephone and Hades alone with the mortal.
"I know she isn't convinced yet,"
Ben said.
"But it's only a matter of time."
"What makes you so sure?" Persephone countered. His back straightened as he proclaimed,
"I'm an oracle." "Oh, fuck,"
Hades grumbled. Persephone elbowed him.
"If you'll excuse me,"
he said, leaving the kitchen with his bottle of whiskey. Ben leaned across the bar. "I don't think he likes me." "Whatever gave you that idea?" Persephone asked, her nose still burned. Ben shrugged a shoulder.
"It's just a feeling."
There was a long, awkward silence that passed between them, and just when Persephone started to excuse herself to go in search of Hades, the so-called oracle spoke.
"You've lost,"
he said. "Excuse me?"
"Yes,"
he whispered, his eyes unfocused and glazed.
"You have lost, and you will lose again."
Persephone's jaw clenched.
"The loss of one friend will lead you to lose many, and you will cease to shine, an ember taken by the night."
Her anger slowly dissipated, turning to disgust as she recognized his words. "Why are you quoting Leonidas?" The television show was popular and had been one of Lexa's favorites, about a Spartan king and his war with the Persians. It was a drama full of love and lust and blood. Ben blinked, his eyes coming into focus.
"What did you just say?"
he asked. And Persephone rolled her eyes. She hated false prophets. They were dangerous and made a joke of the real practice of prophecy. She started to speak, but was interrupted by Hermes' cry of excitement.
"Sephi!"
The god of mischief threw his arms around her neck, squeezing her. He inhaled deeply.
"You smell like Hades and sex."
She shoved against the god. "Stop being creepy, Hermes." The god chuckled and released her, his sparkling gaze shifting to Ben.
"Oh, and who is this?"
His interest evident in the peak of his voice. "This is Ben, Sybil's—" She wasn't sure how to finish that sentence, but she didn't need to because no one was listening anyway. Ben was already grinning at the god of mischief.
"Hermes, right?"
he asked.
"So you've heard of me."
Persephone rolled her eyes. He'd asked her the same thing when they'd first met. She had never asked why he said it, but she had a feeling it was to invite some kind of compliment, considering everyone had heard of him. She was not surprised when it backfired.
"Of course," Ben replied. "Are you still the messenger of the gods, or do they use email?"
Persephone's brows rose, and she pressed her lips together to keep from giggling. Hermes narrowed his eyes.
"It's Lord Hermes to you,"
he said, and twisted away, muttering to Sybil as he passed.
"You can keep him."
The god of thieves was not upset for long when he noticed Hades standing in Sybil's living room.
Well, 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 look who decided to darken the corner, literally."
Hades did look out of place in Sybil's apartment, much like he had the night he had come to her and Lexa's to make cookies. At least he'd try to fit in that night, wearing a black shirt and sweats. Tonight, he insisted on wearing a suit. "What happened to those sweats you wore to my house?" Persephone had asked before they left.
"I threw them out."
Her eyes widened. "Why?" Hades shrugged.
"I did not think there would be a time when I would need them again."
She raised a brow. "Do you mean to say you never thought you would hang out with my friends again?"
"No."
He looked down at his suit.
"Do I not meet your expectations?"
She had giggled then. "No, by far you exceed them." He'd grinned then, and she thought her heart might beat right out of her chest. There was nothing as beautiful as Hades when he smiled. Another knock announced the arrival of more guests, this time Helen. She wore a long beige coat with a fur collar that she slipped off and folded over her arm. Beneath the jacket was a long-sleeved white shirt and a camel-colored skirt with leggings. Her long hair was curled and fell in honey-colored waves over her shoulders. She'd brought wine and handed it to Sybil with a kiss on the cheek. The two had not known each other long, but like everyone in Persephone's circle, they'd become fast friends. "This weather," Helen said. "It's almost unnatural." "Yes," Persephone said, quiet, a wave of guilt slamming into her. "It's awful." Another knock sent Sybil to the door, and she came back with Laoki and Zophie in tow. The two were now roommates, and Persephone had yet to decide if it was actually a good idea. Laoki had only recently returned to the mortal world after having been a tree for centuries, and Zophie had no real understanding of the humans, having been raised among female warriors. Still, the two were learning, from simple things like how to use the crosswalk and order food, to more difficult aspects of mortal life like socializing and self-control. Laoki was a naiad, a water nymph. She had white hair and lashes and pale skin that made her blue eyes look bright as the sun. When Persephone had first met her, she was combative, and her pretty features were severe and angled. Over time, though, she had gotten to know the nymph, and her attitude toward her softened, despite the fact that she had been Hades' lover. Unlike Minthe, however, Persephone was certain there was no affection left between the two, a fact that made taking her under her wing a far easier decision. Tonight, she wore a simple, light blue dress, which made her look like an ice queen. When Sophie entered the apartment, she was smiling, only to falter when she noticed Hades standing in Sybil's living room. "My lord," she exclaimed, and bowed quickly. "You don't have to do that here, Sophie," Persephone said. "But he is the lord of the underworld." "We're all aware," Hermes said. "Look at him. He's the only goth in the room." Hades glared. "Since everyone's here, let's play a game," Hermes said.
"What's the game?" Helen asked. "Poker?"
"No," everyone said in unison, eyes shifting to Hades, who glared as if he wished to incinerate them. Persephone could just imagine the amount of work she was going to have to put in later to make up for his suffering. "Let's play Never Have I Ever," Hermes said. He reached over the breakfast bar to the kitchen counter, clasping several bottles of various liquors between his fingers. "With shots?"
"Okay, but I don't have shot glasses," Sybil said.
"Then you're all going to have to pick something to gulp," Hermes said.
"Oh, gods," Persephone mumbled. "What's Never Have I Ever?" Sophie asked.
"Exactly what it sounds like,"
Hermes said as he sat the bottles on the coffee table.
"You make a statement about something you've never done, and if anyone has done it, they have to take a shot."
Everyone filed into the living room. Hermes sat on one side of the couch, while Ben had taken up the other, until he noticed Sybil settling on the ground beside Persephone. Then he abandoned the spot to squeeze beside her. It was awkward to watch, and Persephone averted her eyes, finding Hades staring. He stood across from her, not quite part of the circle they had formed. She wondered if he would find a reason not to play this game, and she couldn't deny that part of her wanted to see how he would respond to every single one of these statements. She also dreaded it.
"Me first," Hermes said. "Never have I ever had sex with Hades."
Persephone's gaze was murderous. She knew because she could feel the frustration eating away the glamour she used to dim the color of her irises. "Hermes," she gritted his name from between her teeth.
"What?" he whined. "This game is difficult for someone my age. I've done everything."
Then Laoki cleared her throat, and his eyes widened as he realized what he had done. "Oh," he said. "Oh." Persephone liked Laoki, but that did not mean she liked being reminded of her past with Hades. She made a point not to look at Laoki as she drank from a bottle of Fireball. Ben went next.
"Never have I ever stalked an ex-girlfriend."
There was a collective awkwardness that preceded the false prophet's statement. Was he trying to prove he wasn't a creep? No one drank. Sybil was next.
"Never have I ever fallen in love at first sight."
It was a jab at Ben, who did not seem to notice. Or perhaps he didn't care, so confident in his abilities as an oracle, he took a shot. Next was Helen.
"Never have I ever had a threesome."
To no one's surprise, Hermes took a shot, but so did Hades, and something about it made the color drain from Persephone's face. Perhaps it was the way he did it, eyes lowered, lashes fanning his cheeks, as if he did not wish to know that she saw him. Still, she tried to rationalize that they had discussed this before. Hades would not apologize for living before her, and she understood that. She expected Hades, god of the dead, to have had many varied sexual experiences. And yet she still felt jealous. Finally, Hades lifted his eyes to hers. They were dark, a hint of fire igniting the irises like a sliver of a moon. It was an expression she knew well, not a warning so much as a plea.
"I love you. I am with you now. Nothing else matters."
She knew that, believed it with all her heart. But as the game continued, the instances where she was able to take a shot were few and far between.
and nothing compared to Hades. "Never have I ever eaten food off of someone's naked body," Ben said, but added with a direct look at Sybil, "But I'd like to." Hades drank, and Persephone wanted to vomit.
"Never have I ever had sex in the kitchen," Helen said.
Hades drank.
"Never have I ever had sex in public,"
Sybil said. Hades drank.
"Never have I ever faked an orgasm," said Helen.
Persephone wasn't sure what came over her, but at that statement, she tipped her drink back and swallowed a gulp of wine. As she sat the glass down, Hades raised a brow and his eyes darkened. She could feel his energy against her own, demanding. He was eager to have her speak, to taste her skin and confirm she had lied. She didn't expect Hades to challenge her in front of everyone. "If that is true, I will happily rectify the situation." "Oh," Hermes teased, "someone's getting fucked tonight."
"Shut up, Hermes."
"What? You're just lucky he didn't carry you away to the underworld the moment you lifted that glass." It still wasn't out of the realm of possibility with the way Hades was looking at her. He had questions, and he wanted answers.
"Let's play another game," Persephone suggested.
"But I like this one," Hermes whined. "It was just getting good." She gave him a scathing look. "Besides, you know Hades is just making a list of all the ways he wants to
Enough, Hermes!" Persephone got to her feet and made her way down the hallway to the bathroom. She closed the door and sank against it. Her eyes fluttered closed, and she exhaled. It was a failed attempt to release the strange feeling that had been building inside her. She couldn't describe it, but it felt thick and heavy. Then the air stirred, and she tensed, feeling Hades' body cage her own. His cheek touched hers. His breath tickled her ear as he spoke. "You had to know your actions would ignite me." His voice was raw and rough, and it made the bottom of her stomach tighten. His body was rigid, a force barely contained. "When have I left you wanting?" She swallowed hard and knew he wanted the truth. "Will you not answer?" He lifted his hand to her throat, not squeezing, but forcing her gaze to his. "I'd really have rather not found out about your sexual exploits via a game in front of my friends," she said.
"So you thought it better to reveal that I had not satisfied you in the same manner?" Persephone looked away. Hades' hand was still at her throat, and then he leaned forward, his tongue pressed lightly against her ear. "Shall I leave no doubt in their minds that I can make you come?" He lifted her skirt and tore at her lace underwear.
"Hades, we are guests here."
"Your point?" he asked as he lifted her off the floor, leveraging her weight against the door. His movements were controlled but rough, a peek at the violence awake beneath his skin.
"It's rude to have sex in someone's bathroom."
Hades licked across her mouth before his tongue parted her lips, and her protests were drowned as he kissed her hard, to the point where she couldn't breathe. Why did I provoke him? Because I wanted this, she thought. I needed this. She'd wanted to anger him, to feel him rage against her skin until she no longer remembered a past where she did not exist with him. Her sex clenched as she felt the head of Hades' cock graze her opening, and in the next second he was fully sheathed. Persephone's head rolled, and a sound escaped her lips, raw and unabashed, as a wave of pleasure welled inside her. Then there was a knock on the door. "I hate to interrupt whatever's going on in there," Hermes said, "but I think you two will want to see this." "Not now," Hades growled. His head rested in the crook of Persephone's neck. His body was hard and rigid. She recognized it for what it was, an attempt at self-control. It was a trait she wished he'd abandon. She turned her head toward his, tongue grazing his ear, then her teeth. Hades inhaled, His hand squeezed her ass. Okay, first, it's rude to have sex in other people's bathrooms, Hermes said. Second, it's about the weather. Hades groaned and then growled. A moment, Hermes. How long is a moment? He asked. Hermes, Hades warned. Okay. Once they were alone, Hades left her. She felt his absence immediately, an ache that grew. Fuck, he said under his breath as he restored his appearance.
I'm sorry, Persephone said.
Hades' brows furrowed. Why are you apologizing?
She opened her mouth to explain, maybe for her jealousy, or because they'd had to stop, or because of the storm. She really didn't know. She closed her mouth, and Hades leaned toward her.
I am not upset with you, he said, and kissed her. But your mother will regret the interruption.
Persephone wondered what he meant, but she didn't question him as they left the bathroom. From the hallway, she could hear the television blaring.
A severe ice storm warning has been issued for the whole of New Greece.
What's going on?
It started to sleet, Helen said.
She was at the window, the curtains parted. Persephone approached. She could hear the faint tap of ice as it hit the window. She grimaced. She'd known the weather would get worse, but she hadn't expected it to happen so soon.
This is a god, Ben said. A god cursing us!
Persephone met Hades' gaze. A tense silence filled the room. The mortal turned to Hades, demanding,
Do you deny it? It is not wise to jump to conclusions, mortal, Hades replied. I'm not jumping to conclusions. I have foreseen this. The gods will rain terror down upon us. There will be despair and destruction.
The oracle's words settled in the bottom of Persephone's stomach like a stone, cold and heavy. Despite the fact that she thought he was insane, she could not deny that what he spoke was completely possible.
Careful with your words, Oracle.
It was Hermes who spoke this time. It was unnerving, seeing him so severe, so offended, and the tone of his voice sent shivers down Persephone's spine. Ben's accusations were serious, and it was possible his prediction would incur the wrath of the gods.
I am only speaking
what you hear, Sybil finished, which may or may not be the word of a god, and judging by the fact that you have no patron, I'm guessing you're being fed prophecies from an impious entity. If you had training, you would know that. Persephone looked from Sybil to Ben. She didn't know what an impious entity was, but Sybil knew what she was talking about. She had been trained for this.
And what is so bad about an impious entity? Sometimes they are the only truth-tellers.
I think you should leave, Sybil said. A tense silence followed as Ben seemed to register Sybil's words.
You want me to leave? She didn't stutter, Hermes shot back. But you must have forgotten the way to the door, Hermes said. I'll show you out.
Sybil, Ben tried to plead, but in the next second he vanished. All eyes turned to Hermes.
That wasn't me,
the god said. Their gazes moved to Hades, but he remained silent, and though no one asked, Persephone wondered where he'd deposited the mortal. I think we should all go, Persephone said, though what she really wanted was to be alone with Hades to ask questions. This storm is only going to get worse the longer we stay. Everyone was in agreement. Hades, I'd like to make sure Helen, Laoki, and Sophie get home safe. He nodded.
I'll call Antony.
As the women fetched their jackets, Persephone pulled Sybil aside. Are you all right? Ben is an idiot, she said. I'm so sorry if he offended you or the others. Don't worry, but at the rate he is going, I'm sure he'll incur the wrath of some god. They did not have to wait for Antony long. The Cyclops pulled up in a sleek limo, and they filed inside, Hades and Persephone on one side, Laocoon, Sophie, and Helen on the other.
Did anyone else really hate that Ben guy? Laocoon asked. Sybil should keep a blade beneath her bed in case he comes back,
Sophie said. Or she could just lock her door, Helen suggested.
Locks can be picked, Sophie said. A blade is better.
The cabin fell silent, except for the tapping of ice on the windows. They dropped Laocoon and Sophie off first. Once they had left the cabin, the darkness seemed to swallow Helen, whose petite frame was lost in the fur of her coat. She stared out at the night, her pretty face illuminated now and then by the streetlights. After a moment, she spoke. "Do you think Ben is right? That this is the work of the gods?" Persephone tensed and looked at the mortal, whose eyes had drifted to Hades, wide and innocent. It was strange to hear that question with no venom behind the words.
"We'll find out soon enough," Hades replied.
The limo came to a stop, and as Antony opened the door, cold air filled the cabin. Persephone shivered, and Hades' arm tightened around her. "Thank you for the ride," Helen said as she left. Once they were on the road again, Persephone spoke. "Does she really think a storm will keep us apart?" The way Hades' jaw ticked told her everything she needed to know. Yes.
"Have you ever seen snow, Persephone?"
Hades asked, and she did not like the tone of his voice. She hesitated. From afar, on the caps of mountains, but since she had moved to New Athens, never. Hades met her gaze. His eyes glittered. He looked menacing and angry. "What is going through your mind?" she asked quietly. His lashes lowered, casting shadows on his cheeks.
"She will do this until the gods have no choice but to intervene."
"And what happens then?" Hades did not reply, and Persephone didn't force a conversation, because in truth she was too afraid, and she thought she knew the answer. War. Chapter 5. A touch of ancient magic.
"Antony,"
Hades said not long after they dropped Helen off,
"please see that Lady Persephone returns safely to Nevernight."
"What?" The word was barely out of her mouth before Hades gripped her head and kissed her. He made love to her mouth, parting her lips to thrust his tongue inside. The bottom of her stomach grew taut with anticipation, her thoughts turning from her mother's wrath to the promise Hades had made in Sybil's bathroom. She still felt the empty ache of their unfinished coupling, and she desperately wanted to lose herself in him tonight. But instead of giving her release, he drew away. Her lips felt swollen and raw. More Hades, now! She wanted to scream at him because her body ached so badly, and he knew it.
"Do not fret, my darling. You shall come for me tonight."
Antony coughed, and it sounded like he was trying to cover a laugh. In the next second, Hades' magic flared, smelling of spice and ash, and he was gone. Persephone let out a long breath, and then met Antony's gaze in the rearview mirror. "Where did he go?"
"I do not know, my lady," he answered, and she heard what he didn't say. "Even if I did, I have been ordered to take you home."
Persephone suddenly knew what she would ask of Hecate at their next training session, how to follow someone when they teleported. Antony let Persephone out at the front of Nevernight. Despite the awful cold and stream of ice falling from the sky, mortals still stood in line, desperate to hold on to their chance to see the inside of Hades' infamous club. She was met by Makonnen, an ogre and one of Hades' bouncers, as she exited the vehicle. He held an umbrella over her head and walked with her to the door.
"Good evening, Persephone,"
he said. She grinned. "Hello, Makonnen. How are you?"
"Well," he replied.
She was relieved when he didn't comment on the weather. McConan held the door open, and she entered the club. She ascended the stairs to the floor, packed with mortals and immortals alike. She did not always walk the floor. Sometimes she would teleport as soon as she set foot inside. But more and more, she was trying to grow comfortable with the kind of power that came with being engaged to Hades, which meant that this club, it was hers. Sometimes she wished she could walk unseen among the crowds like Hades, observing and listening uninterrupted, but she did not think that power would manifest among her skill set. Persephone cut across the floor of Nevernight, passing packed lounges, the backlit bar, and the sunken dance floor where flushed bodies pulsed beneath red laser light. As she moved, she knew others watched. Even if they did not look at her, they whispered. And while she did not know what they said, she could guess. There were no shortage of rumors, no shortage of body language experts analyzing her every move, no shortage of close friends releasing details about her life in the underworld, her struggles with grief, the challenges of planning a wedding. And while there was only a thread of truth to any of those articles, it was how the world formed their opinion of her. Persephone knew words were both ally and enemy, but she always thought she would be behind sensational journalism, not the other way around. She was just grateful that no one approached her. Not that she minded most of the time, but tonight she was feeling less trusting. Perhaps it had something to do with today's coffee incident. Still, she knew that one of the reasons people kept their distance was that she was being guarded. Adrian and Ezio, two of several ogres Hades employed as bouncers and bodyguards, flanked her from a distance. If anyone approached, they would converge. Sometimes, though, even they weren't intimidating enough to deter desperate mortals. "Persephone!" A female voice rang out, barely audible over the clamor of the crowd. Persephone was used to people calling her name, and she was getting better at not letting it halt her stride. But this woman pushed through the crowd, and just as she made it to the stairs, cut her off. "Persephone!" The dark-haired woman said her name, out of breath from chasing her across the club. She was dressed in pink, and her chest heaved as she reached for her arm. Persephone jerked away, and suddenly Adrian and Ezio stood between her and the mortal woman. "Persephone!" She said her name again. "Please, I beg you, hear me out." "Come, my lady," Adrian implored, while Ezio maintained a barrier between her and the woman. "A moment, Adrian," she said, and placed her hand upon Ezio's arm as she moved to stand beside him. "Are you asking for my help?" Persephone said. "Yes! Oh, Persephone!"
"She is the future wife and queen of Lord Hades,"
said Adrian.
"You will address her as such."
The woman's eyes widened. Not too long ago, Persephone would have cringed hearing Adrian's correction, but the times where she asked others to call her only by her name were fewer and fewer. "I'm so sorry, so sorry." Persephone felt herself growing impatient. "Whatever your issue, it must not be as pressing, considering it is taking you forever to get to the point." Gods, she really was starting to sound like Hades. "Please, my lady, I implore you. I wish to bargain with Lord Hades. You must ask him to see me immediately." Persephone ground her teeth together. So the woman was not asking for her help. She wished for her to beg Hades for his. She tilted her head, narrowing her eyes, attempting to place a cap on her anger. "Perhaps I can help you," Persephone suggested. The woman laughed, as if her suggestion was ludicrous. If she were being honest, the reaction hurt. She realized this mortal did not know Persephone was a goddess, but it was another reminder of the worth that was placed upon divinity. Persephone's lips flattened. "Rejecting my help is effectively rejecting Hades." She started up the stairs again, and the woman attempted to lunge toward her, but Ezio placed his arm between them, preventing the woman from touching her. "Wait, please!" The woman's tone became desperate. "I did not mean to offend. It's just, how can you help me? You are mortal." Persephone paused and glanced at the woman. If what you are asking for requires the aid of a god, it is likely you shouldn't be asking for it at all.
That is easy for you to say, the woman retorted angrily. A woman who may ask anything of her lover, a god.
Persephone glared. This woman was like anyone else who wrote articles or whispered about her. She had created her own narrative around Persephone's life. She did not know how she had begged Hades for his aid, how he had refused, how she had fucked up and bargained with Apollo when she should have stopped interfering. She looked up at Ezio. "See her out," Persephone said, and turned to head up the stairs with Adrian.
"Wait! No! Please!"
The woman's pleas erupted like the sound of fireworks inside the club, and slowly the roar of the crowd turned quiet as they watched Ezio drag the woman from the club. Persephone ignored the attention and continued upstairs to Hades' office. By the time she was behind the gilded doors, frustration flooded her veins. A pain pricked her forearm that she recognized as her magic attempting to manifest physically, usually in the form of a vine or leaves or flowers sprouting from her skin. The mortal had triggered her. She took a breath to ease her anger until the prick of pain dissipated. What is the opinion of the world anyway? Her bitter thought quickly turned into something far more painful as she realized why she had become so angry. The woman had essentially told her that she had nothing of value to offer, with the exception of her connection to Hades. Persephone had struggled before with feeling like an object, a possession owned by Hades, often unnamed in articles where their relationship took center stage. She was Hades' lover or the mortal. What would it take for the upper world to see her as the underworld did? Hades' equal. Persephone sighed and teleported to Hecate's grove, only to find the goddess engaged in battle with a tiny, fluffy black puppy that had the hem of her crimson gown clasped between its teeth.
"Nephili, release me at once!"
Hecate shouted. The pup growled and pulled harder. Persephone giggled, her earlier frustration suddenly gone, replaced by amusement at seeing the goddess of witchcraft gripping her skirts in an attempt to free herself from such a small, delicate creature.
"Persephone, don't just stand there. Save me from this monster."
"Oh, Hecate." Persephone bent to scoop up the ball of fur. "She's not monster." She held Nephili aloft. She had small ears, a pointed nose, and expressive, almost human eyes.
"She is a villain."
The goddess inspected her dress, full of tiny holes, then placed her hands on her hips, narrowing her eyes.
"After everything I did."
"Where did you find her?" Persephone asked. Hecate hesitated, and her hands dropped from her sides.
I made her."
Persephone's brows drew together, and she shifted the puppy so that she held her in the crook of her arm. "You made her?"
"It's not as bad as it sounds,"
Hecate said. When she offered no explanation, Persephone spoke. "Hecate, please don't tell me this was a human." It wouldn't be the first time. Hecate had turned a witch named Gale into a polecat she now kept as a pet in the underworld.
"Okay, then I won't," she replied.
"Hecate," Persephone chided. "You didn't. Why? Because she annoyed you?"
No, she said. "Though, that is debatable. I turned her into a dog because of her grief."
"Why?"
"Because she was going insane, and I thought she would rather be a dog than a mortal who had lost."
Persephone opened her mouth and then closed it. "Hecate, you can't just turn her into a dog without her permission. No wonder she attacked your skirts." The goddess crossed her arms.
"She gave me permission. She looked up at me from the ground and begged me to take her pain away."
"I am sure she did not mean for you to turn her into a dog." Hecate shrugged.
"A lesson for all mortals. If you are going to beg a god for help, be specific.
Persephone offered a pointed look.
Besides, I needed a new grim. Hecuba is tired.
A grim?
Oh, yes.
She offered a devious smirk.
It's just an old tradition I began centuries ago. Before I take a mortal's life, I send a grim to torture them for weeks before their timely end.
But how are you able to take lives, Hecate?
I am assigned as their fate, she explained.
Persephone shivered. She had never bore witness to the goddess's vengeance, but knew that Hecate was known as the Lady of Tartarus for her unique approach to punishment, which usually involved poison. Persephone could only imagine the hell any mortal would go through with Hecate assigned as the cause of their death.
But enough about me and this mongrel. You came to see me?
Hecate's question pulled the smile from Persephone's face, as she was reminded of the reason she had sought the goddess. Despite her earlier frustration, she no longer felt anger so much as disappointment. I just wondered if we could practice. Hecate narrowed her eyes.
I might not be Hades, but I know when you aren't telling the truth. Come, out with it.
Persephone sighed and told Hecate about the woman in the club. The goddess listened, and after a moment asked,
What did you think you could have offered the woman?
Persephone opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated. I don't know, she admitted. She didn't even know what the woman had wanted, though she could guess. It hadn't taken Persephone long to realize that mortals rarely asked for anything but time, health, wealth, or love, none of which Persephone could grant, not as the goddess of spring, much less as a goddess just learning her powers.
I see where your mind is going,
Hecate said.
I did not mean to make you feel lesser, but you have answered my question all the same.
Persephone's eyes widened slightly. How?
You are thinking like a mortal, she said. What could I have possibly offered?
What could I have offered, Hecate? A wilted rose? The sun on a cold day?
You mock yourself, and yet your mother terrorizes the upper world with snow and ice. The sun is just what the mortal world needs.
Persephone frowned. The idea of attempting to counter her mother's magic was overwhelming. Again, Hecate stopped her.
Coming from the woman who used Hades' magic against him.
Persephone narrowed her eyes. Hecate, have you been hiding that you can read my mind?
Hiding implies that I willfully misled you,
Hecate replied. Persephone raised a brow.
But yes, of course I can read minds, she answered.
And then, as if it would explain everything, she added,
I am a goddess and a witch.
Great. Persephone rolled her eyes.
Don't worry, she said. I'm used to tuning out, especially when you're thinking about Hades.
The goddess scrunched her nose, and Persephone groaned.
My point is, Persephone, there will come a time when you can no longer masquerade as a mortal.
A frown pulled at Persephone's lips, but even she was beginning to wonder how long she would be able to keep up this charade, especially with her mother's magic running rampant in the upper world.
It was noble to want to be known for your work, but you are more than Persephone, a journalist. You are Persephone, goddess of spring, future queen of the underworld. You have so much more to offer than words.
She thought of something Lexa had told her about what it meant to be a goddess.
You are kind and compassionate, and you fight for your beliefs, but mostly you fight for people.
Persephone took a deep breath. And what am I supposed to do? Announce my divinity to the world?
Oh, my dear, do not worry about how the world will come to know you.
Persephone shivered, and while part of her wanted to know what Hecate meant, another part of her didn't.
Come, you wanted to practice.
The goddess sat on the grass and patted the spot beside her. Persephone sighed, knowing Hecate intended for her to meditate. She did not like meditating, but she had been working on drawing upon her magic, and while she was getting better, it was usually via Hades' instruction she was most successful. She took her place beside Hecate, releasing Nephele to wander in the surrounding meadow. Hecate began, coaching her to close her eyes as she narrated how Persephone should think of her magic, as a well or pool that she could draw from any time.
Imagine the pool, glistening, cool.
The problem was Persephone didn't think of her magic as a pool at all. It was darkness, it was shadow. It wasn't cool, it was fire. It wasn't calm, it was furious. It had been locked away so long, freedom had made it feral. When she got close, it gnashed, sprouted, drew blood. It was the opposite of peace, the opposite of meditation. While she sat with her eyes closed, she felt magic stir around her. It was Hecate's, a heavy and ancient power that smelled like a fine wine, aged and sharp, and felt like dread. Her eyes flew open, only to find that the small, fluffy dog from earlier had transformed into a massive hellhound. She was no longer cute, but fierce. Her eyes glowed red, her teeth were long, sharp, and her jowls dripped, salivating with hunger. Nephele growled. Persephone's eyes darted to Hecate, who had moved to hover behind her new grim. "Hecate!" Persephone's voice took on an edge of warning.
Yes, my lady.
"Don't my lady me!" she snapped. "What are you doing?"
We're practicing.
"This isn't practice!"
It is. You must be prepared for the unexpected. Not all are as they appear, Persephone.
"I think I get it. The dog isn't cute." A deadly growl erupted from Nephele's throat. She inched toward Persephone like a predator cornering its prey, pinning her against the ground.
Did she insult you, my sweet?
Hecate asked, her voice sweet but chiding. Persephone glared at the goddess as she encouraged the hound she'd decried earlier.
If you want her to yield, use your magic,
Hecate said. Persephone's eyes widened. What magic was she supposed to use to call off a hound? Hecate, the goddess sighed.
Nephele?
As Hecate said the hound's name, her ears went back. And for a brief moment, Persephone thought that she was going to call off the dog. Instead, she said,
Attack!
Persephone's eyes widened, and in the next second she teleported, landing in the grass beside the Alionia Ocean. She'd only been here once, on a night when she'd wandered from Hades' palace and gotten lost. She rose onto her hands and knees, realizing she'd missed falling from the cliffside by an inch. Her limbs shook as she settled into the grass, drawing her knees to her chest. She sat for a long while, letting the salty wind dry the tears that streaked her face, replaying what had happened in the meadow. Teleporting had felt like her only option as soon as Hecate had given her orders. And while she was now safe, she also felt like she'd failed. She did not blame Hecate. She knew what the goddess was trying to teach her. She had to think faster. As soon as she had felt Hecate's magic surround her, she should have been on alert. Instead, she'd grown too comfortable. So comfortable she had not taken her instructions seriously. She would not make the same mistake a second time, because eventually there would be no room for second chances. Chapter 6. A Treat. Persephone paced her bedchamber. Hades had not returned since leaving her in the limo, and while she wasn't anxious about his absence, she was nervous about trying to sleep without him. Each time she looked at their bed, she felt dread. At least when Hades was here, she knew he would guard her sleep and wake her from her nightmares if Pirithous decided to show. She paused in front of the fireplace, and her eyes fell to Hades' decanter of whiskey. Curious, she picked it up, studying the amber liquid. Through the crystal, it glittered like citrine gems. Once she'd asked Hades why he preferred whiskey as his drink of choice.
"It's healthy,"
he'd said. She'd snorted.
"It is,"
he'd argued.
"It helps me relax."
"But you drink it constantly," she pointed out. He'd shrugged then.
"I like to feel relaxed constantly."
If it helped Hades relax, maybe it would help her. She pulled the cap free and took a drink. It was surprisingly sweet. It reminded her of vanilla and caramel, two ingredients she had a lot of experience with. She took another drink, detecting a hint of spice similar to Hades' smell. She liked it. Tucking the bottle against her breasts, she left the bedroom and wandered into the kitchen, flipping on the lights, which seemed far too bright after walking through the shadowed halls of the palace. She was becoming more familiar with Milan's kitchen, and surprisingly the cook was happy to share the space, most likely because Persephone could teach him more modern recipes. In particular, he was eager to learn how to make cakes. "You know," Persephone had said one afternoon as she taught him how to decorate sugar cookies, "I'm sure there are plenty of celebrated chefs in Asphodel. Have you ever thought of bringing them into your kitchen?"
"I never had any reason to," Milan said. "My lord is a creature of habit. He has eaten the same thing for eternity. No wish for variety or flavor."
That sounded like Hades. "I am sure he will be open to trying a few new dishes."
"If the suggestion comes from your lips, I have no doubt he will bend to your will."
Milan was not wrong. Persephone understood the power she wielded over Hades. He would do anything for her. Burn the world for her. Those words shuddered through her. Their truth rang deep, and she wondered, as the snow and ice coated the earth above, if Hades would hold true to his words. She sighed and focused on her task. She decided that what she needed, other than whiskey, were brownies. She set to work, locating ingredients, bowls, and measuring cups. She started by melting butter, then mixed it with sugar. She took pleasure in beating the eggs, which was a good thing because she didn't want to take her frustration out on the actual batter. Overbeating wouldn't give her the texture she wanted. After the eggs, she added vanilla, flour, and cocoa powder. Once the batter was mixed, she poured it into a pan, smoothing the blunt end of her spoon over the top before sampling. She sighed at the flavor upon her tongue, warm and sweet.
"How does it taste?"
The sound of Hades' voice was followed by his presence as he manifested behind her. Persephone turned her head toward him. She could feel his breath on her cheek as she answered. "Divine." She turned to him and dragged her finger along the spoon, gathering enough batter for him. "Taste," she whispered as her fingers parted his lips. It took no coaxing. Hades' tongue glided along her finger, the pressure of his mouth increasing as he sucked away what remained of the batter. When he released her, he made a deep sound in the back of his throat, and his voice rumbled as he spoke.
"Exquisite," he said. "But I have tasted divinity, and there is nothing sweeter."
His words tightened her chest and made the space they shared feel even smaller. They stared at one another for a moment, simmering in the heat they shared, until Persephone turned away, returning the spoon to the bowl. "Where were you?" she asked, picking up the pan of brownies and sliding them into the oven. An overwhelming wave of heat hitting her face as she opened the door.
"I had business,"
Hades replied, evasive as ever. Persephone let the oven door slam and turned to him. "Business? At this hour?" She wasn't even sure of the time, but she knew it was early morning. He offered a menacing smile and inclined his head.
"I make bargains with monsters, Persephone."
He glanced at the bowl on the counter.
"And you, apparently, bake."
She frowned.
"You couldn't sleep?"
he asked. "I didn't try." It was Hades' turn to frown, and then his eyes shifted.
"Is that my whiskey?"
Persephone followed his gaze to where she'd left the crystal container. "Was," she replied. Then she felt Hades' hand on her chin as he turned her face to his and pressed his lips to hers, lightly at first, and then harder, moving closer, sealing the space between them.
"I ache for you,"
he spoke against her mouth. His hand skimmed down her body. One hand squeezed her ass, the other pressed against the silk of her dressing gown to stroke her damp center through the fabric. Persephone groaned, her fingers digging into his shirt as heat blossomed in the bottom of her stomach, melting between her thighs. Every part of her felt sensitive and swollen. Hades broke the kiss, and Persephone hissed as he moved to press his erection into the warmth of her body.
"Let's play a game,"
he said. "I think I'm done with games for the night," she said, breathless.
"Just one,"
he said, kissing her jaw, and reached for the batter-covered spoon she'd dropped into the mixing bowl earlier. Her brows furrowed as she watched him, curious.
"Never have I ever,"
he said, trailing the back of the spoon across her chest. The batter was cold, and she shivered. "Hades, shh," he said, smirking, and traced the spoon over her lips. She started to lick the batter away.
"Stop."
She froze, his eyes heated.
"That's for me."
She swallowed hard.
"Never have I ever wanted anyone but you."
"Never? Even before you knew I existed?" she challenged.
"Yes,"
he said, and he licked her lips before parting her mouth. He tasted like fudge and whiskey, and he smelled like spice, a blend of cloves and geraniums and wood. His lips drifted to her jaw, and her lips were left swollen from his kiss. He spoke against her skin, the words vibrating in the bottom of her stomach.
"Before you, I only knew loneliness, even in a room full of people. It was an ache, sharp and cold and constant, and I was desperate to fill it."
"And now," she breathed. Hades chuckled.
"Now I ache to fill you."
His tongue touched her chest as he licked away the batter on her skin, and his hands came to rest on her breasts, fingers teasing her nipples through her nightdress. Persephone gasped, her fingers fumbling with the buttons of his shirt. But Hades had other ideas as he lifted her onto the edge of the island, settling between her legs. He was so close she couldn't continue undressing him.
"Tell me about tonight,"
he said, hands trailing her thighs lightly, teasing her entrance. She felt so uncomfortably empty. "I don't want to talk about tonight," she said, reaching for his wrist. She attempted to draw him inside her.
"I do,"
he said, still circling her, sending a pleasurable thrill up her spine like a lightning strike.
"You were upset."
"I feel stupid," she said.
"Never,"
he breathed as a finger curled inside her. Hades' arm kept her head from falling back. Their eyes held as he begged.
"Tell me."
"I was jealous," she said between her teeth. The ugly feeling tore through her just as powerful as the pleasure he was giving her now. "That you had shared so much with so many before me, and I know you cannot help it, and that you have lived so long. But I..." Her words were swallowed by an overwhelming sensation, a wave of pleasure that rattled her brain and stole her words. She could barely breathe, and Hades chased that feeling, fingers spiraling deeper, thumb brushing lightly over her clit.
"I'd have had you from the beginning,"
Hades said, his tone low, grating, sensual.
"But the fates are cruel."
"I was only given to punish," she said.
"No, you are pleasure. My pleasure."
He kissed her mouth again as his fingers continued to work and their breaths mingled, coming faster until Hades pressed his palm to her chest and guided her onto her back. He stared down at her as he spoke.
It is you now. You forever.
As he bent, coaxing her legs wide, tongue tasting her swollen center, she arched off the granite counter upon which he feasted. His fingers and tongue moved faster, chasing her orgasm with each breathy moan. But before she could come, he stopped, straightened, and pulled her off the counter. "What are you doing?" she asked as her feet touched the ground. There was something dark in his gaze, and it was erotic and violent, and Persephone wanted to challenge it, to bring it to life.
"When I'm finished, the next time we play that damned game, you'll walk away so drunk I'll have to carry you home."
"So what? You intend to fuck me in all the ways I haven't been fucked tonight?" He laughed.
"Technically, it's morning."
"I have to go to work soon."
"Pity,"
he said, and spun her around, and with his hand on her neck, he pushed her forward until her face touched the granite countertop. He kicked her legs apart and entered her from behind, sinking deep. The hand that had grasped her neck moved to her mouth, and he parted her lips. She sucked on his fingers, tasting the metallic of her cum on his skin. Persephone reached to grip the edge of the counter as Hades pumped into her, but as soon as he started, he lifted her off the counter. A guttural sound escaped her mouth as she moved with him still inside her, his cock touching a different, more sensitive place as her back met his chest.
"I haven't forgotten your earlier claim."
His voice was gravelly against her ear. He was referring to the game they'd played at Sybil's when she'd claimed to have faked an orgasm. "I lied," she groaned, trying to move against him, but Hades would not budge.
"I know,"
he said, and his teeth grazed her shoulder.
"And I intend to discourage such lies. I will fuck you to the point that you are desperate for release, over and over again, so that when you finally do come, you won't even remember your name."
The promise in his voice excited her. "You think you'll be able to stop?" she asked. "To deprive yourself of the satisfaction of my orgasm?"
Hades smirked. "If it means hearing you beg for me, darling, yes."
He craned her neck and devoured her mouth, his tongue twined with hers, sweeping and sliding, coaxing her mouth so wide her jaw hurt. She could not even kiss him back. This one was his, and she could only cling to him. When he released her, it was to turn her around, lift her leg, and entered her again. The angle let them remain close, and he covered her mouth with his, kissing her so hard she couldn't take in air. When his lips left hers, it was to trail kisses and teeth over her neck, pausing to suck the sensitive skin until it bruised beneath his touch. When she could no longer hold herself up, he pressed her into the wall, thrusting harder, faster. She watched his face, eyes wild and unfocused, a sheen of sweat beating across his face, until she could no longer focus on anything but the feel of him and the pleasure he wrung from within her.
"I love you," he said. "I have only ever loved you."
"I know," she whispered.
"Do you?"
He questioned her through his teeth, but not from anger. He was straining, the veins in his neck popped, his face was flushed. "I know," she repeated. "I love you. I just want everything. I want more. I want all of you."
"You have it,"
he promised, and kissed her again, their bodies slick and sticky. His hand moved, one pressed against the wall behind her, the other clenching her ass so tight she knew it would bruise. Her chest felt tight, taut with the air she couldn't release. Then suddenly he tore away with a curse, teeth grazing her lips. Her guttural cry was from frustration. He really meant to torture her. But then he pulled out completely and sat her on her feet, adjusting their clothes, before Hermes appeared in the kitchen. Suddenly, Persephone understood Hades' haste. It would be the second time the god of mischief had interrupted them. Hades' expression was murderous, but one look at him silenced their frustration. The golden god appeared stricken, pale.
"Hades, Persephone, Aphrodite has asked for your presence, immediately."
Persephone's first thought was that this must be about Adonis, but why did Hermes look so concerned? Something wasn't adding up.
At this hour?
Hades' arm tightened around Persephone.
Hades,
Hermes said, his face ashen.
It's not good.
Where? He asked.
Her home.
There were no more questions, just the smell of sharp winter air and ash as they teleported. Chapter 7. A Touch of Terror. They appeared in a large room that Persephone thought must be a study. The light was muted, making the walls look dark teal in color. Chestnut-colored bookcases lined with leather-bound tomes, boxed in a desk of the same color. Thick frames of antique gold hung on the wall, encasing paintings depicting naked nymphs, winged cherubs, and lovers beneath trees. The opposite wall was all windows, bare, leaving them exposed to the freezing night. The decor was not at all like Aphrodite's. No plush rugs, crystals, or pearls. And for a moment, Persephone thought they had arrived at the wrong location. But her eyes soon found the goddess of love sitting on the edge of a chaise in the center of the room. She was dressed in a light blue silk nightgown and sheer robe. Her body was twisted toward a woman who lay draped beside her. Persephone did not recognize her, but thought she had hints of Aphrodite's features in the curve of her lips, the arch of her brow, the tilt of her nose. She was pale, battered, and beaten. Her hands, which lay curled upon her rising stomach, were bloodied, nails broken and jagged. But what caused Persephone's stomach to coil were the goddess's horns. 2 bits of mutilated bone protruded from her muddy and knotted honey-colored hair. A small dog with dirty white fur was curled up tightly beside her, shivering. This was not at all what Persephone had expected. This goddess had fought for her life, and if she had not been able to sense life, she would have thought the goddess was dead because her breathing was so shallow. Oh my gods! Persephone's hands went to her mouth, and something thick and sour gathered in the back of her throat. She rushed to them and knelt, taking Aphrodite's hand in hers. The goddess of love looked at Persephone, her eyes red and face splotchy. It was hard to see her so emotional. Aphrodite usually tried her best to repress her feelings. The most she conveyed was anger, and if that began to melt her frigid exterior, she shut down. But this had destroyed her defenses. Whoever this goddess was, she was important to her.
What happened?
Hades asked the question, filling the room with a dark tension that seemed to curl into her lungs and steal her breath. There was an edge to his voice, a shudder of violence, and it trickled down her spine.
We don't know for certain,
a voice answered, startling Persephone. She realized Hades hadn't been talking to Aphrodite or Hermes, but another, a man who loomed in the corner near the doors. It was as if he were prepared to make a quick exit, except that he also looked at ease, leaning against the wall, thick arms crossed over his chest. He was near equal in size to Hades, but he did not dress like any god she had ever seen. He wore a beige, threadbare tunic and a pair of trousers that came to his calves. Despite his simplicity in clothing, his blonde beard and hair were well manicured and almost silky in appearance. She thought she could guess who this was as her gaze dropped to his feet where a gold prosthetic leg peeked out from his pant leg. This was Hephaestus, god of fire, and Aphrodite's absent husband, or so the rumors said. But if he was absent, what was he doing here now? Hephaestus continued speaking, his voice like a match struck in silence.
We believe she was walking her dog Opal when she was attacked and had just enough strength to teleport here. When she arrived, she was not conscious, and we have not been able to rouse her.
Whoever did this will suffer, said Hermes. It was strange to see the usually gleeful god so serious. She looked from Hermes to Hades, then to Hephaestus, noting their fierce gazes. Persephone turned to the woman lying on the chaise and asked, "Who is she?" This time Aphrodite spoke, her voice thick with emotion.
"My sister, Harmonia."
Harmonia, goddess of harmony. She was the least combative of the gods, not even an Olympian. Persephone had never met her, nor had she realized her connection to Aphrodite. She turned to Hades. "Can you heal her?" He had healed her multiple times, but her wounds had never been anything like this. Still, he was the god of the dead and had the ability to bring them back to life. Surely this wasn't beyond his abilities. Still, he shook his head, a grim expression on his face.
"No, for this we will need Apollo." "I never thought those words would come out of your mouth,"
Apollo said, appearing suddenly. He was dressed archaically, in a gold breastplate, a leather linothorax, and sandals with straps that wrapped around his strong calves. A gold cape hung off one shoulder, and some of his dark curls stuck to his sweaty forehead. Persephone thought that he must have been practicing, perhaps for the Panhellenic Games. He was smirking, his dimples on full display, until his gaze fell upon Harmonia, and then his expression morphed into something fierce. It was almost frightening how serious he could become in seconds, much like his brother Hermes.
"What happened?"
he demanded, moving to kneel beside the chaise, and Persephone couldn't help detecting that the god smelled different. His usual scent of laurel, sweet and earthy, was overpowered by something spicier, like cloves. She might not have noticed as much, but he had wedged himself between her and Aphrodite to reach for Harmonia.
"We do not know," Hermes said. "That's why we summoned you,"
Hades replied, his voice dripped with disdain. "I don't understand," Persephone said. "How would Apollo know what happened to Harmonia?" The god grinned again, his horror momentarily forgotten as he bragged.
"As I heal, I can view memories. I should be able to tap into her injuries and discover how she received them, and by who."
Persephone stood and retreated a step, watching as Apollo worked, and she was surprised by how gentle he treated the goddess.
"Sweet Harmonia,"
he said quietly, placing his palm upon her forehead. He brushed at her tangled hair.
"Who did this to you?"
As he spoke, his body began to glow, and soon that glow was transferred to Harmonia. Apollo's eyes fluttered closed, and Persephone watched as his face contorted, brows furrowing, body spasming, and she realized that he was experiencing her pain. Apollo's breath grew ragged the longer he worked. It wasn't until his nose began to bleed that she started to worry. "Apollo, stop!" Persephone pushed him away. He fell back, his hand going to his nose, where crimson now dripped to his lips. As he pulled his fingers away, he seemed confused by the effects of his healing. "Are you okay?" she asked. Apollo looked up at her. His violet eyes were tired. Still, he smiled.
"Aw, Seth," he said. "You really do care."
She frowned.
"Why isn't she waking up?"
Aphrodite asked, drawing their attention back to Harmonia, who had not stirred.
"I don't know,"
he admitted.
"I healed her as much as I could. The rest is up to her."
Persephone felt the color drain from her face. She thought about Lexa in limbo, choosing between returning or staying in the underworld. "Hades?" Persephone asked.
"I do not see her lifeline ending,"
he answered, and she got the feeling he was only answering her unspoken question for her sake, not Aphrodite's.
"The more pressing question is what you saw as you healed her, Apollo."
He winced like he had a headache.
"Nothing," he said. "Nothing that will help us, anyway." "So you couldn't view her memories?"
Hermes asked.
Not much. They were dark and hazy. A trauma response, I think. She's probably trying to suppress them. Which means we may not have any more clarity when she wakes. Her attackers wore masks. White ones with gaping mouths.
But how did they manage to harm her at all? Aphrodite asked. Harmonia is the goddess of harmony. She should have been able to influence these vagrants and calm them.
That was true. Even if her aggressor had managed to land a surprise blow, Harmonia should have been able to stop any further attack.
They must have found a way to subdue her power, Hermes said.
All the gods exchanged a look. Even Hephaestus seemed concerned, uncrossing his arms to step out of the shadow just an inch. But how? Persephone asked.
Anything is possible,
Apollo said.
Relics cause problems all the time.
Persephone had learned about relics while she was in college. They were any item imbued with the power of the gods. Swords, shields, spears, fabrics, jewels. Basically anything a god had owned or gifted to one of their favored. The items were usually scavenged from battlefields or graves. Some ended up in museums, others in the hands of people who intended to use them for their own disastrous gain. Hades? She called his name because she could tell his mind was working, turning over possibilities as they spoke. After a moment, he replied.
It could be a relic, or perhaps a god eager for power.
She noted that his gaze was on Hephaestus. The blacksmith had created many things over the centuries. Shields and chariots, swords and thrones, animatronics and humans.
Any ideas, Hephaestus?
He shook his head, his expression grim as his gray eyes fell upon his wife and sister-in-law.
I would need to know more.
Persephone got the sense that wasn't exactly true. Still, she understood wanting more information than what Apollo had been able to give.
Let her rest, and when she wakes, give her ambrosia and honey,
Apollo said, rising to his feet. Persephone rose with him and steadied him as he stumbled, placing his hand to his head. Are you sure you're okay?
Yeah,
he breathed. Then he laughed.
Stay alert, Steph. I'll summon you soon.
Then he vanished. Persephone met Hades' dark gaze, and while he seemed focused upon her for a moment, he quickly shifted to Aphrodite.
Why summon us?
Persephone winced at Hades' tone. It was void of emotion, but she thought she knew why. This made him uneasy like it made her uneasy. And if she had to guess, he was probably imagining her on that chase, beaten and bruised, not Harmonia. Aphrodite's back straightened and she looked at Hades.
I summoned Persephone, not you,
she replied briskly, glaring at Hermes.
What? He countered. You know Hades wouldn't let her come alone.
Me? Persephone asked, eyes widened in surprise. Why?
I would like you to investigate Adonis and Harmonia's attacks, she said.
No,
Hades said evenly. The goddesses glared at him.
You are asking my fiancée to put herself in the path of these mortals who hurt your sister. Why would I say yes?
She asked me, not you, Persephone pointed out. Although Hades had a point. If Adonis and Harmonia were attacked for their connection to the divine, they would not hesitate to hurt her based on the mere fact that she was to marry the god of the dead. Still, why me? Why not ask Helios for assistance?
Helios is an asshole, Aphrodite spat. He feels he owes us nothing because he fought for us during Titanomachy. I'd rather fuck his cows than ask for his assistance. No, he would not give me what I want.
And what do you want? Persephone asked.
Names, Persephone, Aphrodite answered. I want the name of every person who laid a hand on my sister.
She noted that she didn't mention Adonis. Still, a cold dread swept through Persephone as she realized what the goddess was after. Revenge. I cannot promise you names, Aphrodite. You know I can't.
You can, she said, but you won't because of him.
She narrowed her gaze upon Hades.
You are not the goddess of divine retribution, Aphrodite,
Hades replied.
Then promise me you will send Nemesis to enact my revenge. I will make no such promise,
Hades said simply. They were getting nowhere, and then Hephaestus spoke.
Whoever hurt the mortal in Harmonia has an agenda, he said. Harming those who assaulted them will not lead us to the greater purpose. You might also inadvertently prove their cause.
Aphrodite glared, her eyes flashing with something that looked more like hurt than anger.
If that's the case, I can see the value of Persephone investigating Harmonia's assault. She fits in, as a mortal and a journalist. Given her record of slander against gods, they may even think they can trust her, or at least turn her to their cause. In either case, it would be a better way to understand our enemy, make a plan, and act.
It was Hades' turn to glare at him, but Hephaestus' words made her hopeful, and she turned to Hades. I would do nothing without your knowledge, Persephone assured Hades. And I will have Zophie. Hades stared at her for a long moment. He was stiff. Everything in him hated this. But then he answered,
We will discuss the terms.
Persephone preened. That wasn't a no. He continued.
But for now, you need rest.
She felt his magic rising to teleport, adding before they vanished,
Summon us once Harmonia wakes.
When they appeared in the underworld, they faced each other. A long silence stretched, where neither of them said a word. Persephone didn't think it was because they lacked anything to say, but because they were both exhausted, and the weight of having to see Harmonia, one of their own, beaten near death, was heavy. Persephone did not know whether she should scream or sob or collapse.
You will keep me informed of every step you take, every bit of information you glean on this case. You will teleport to work. If you leave for any reason, I have to know. You will take Zophie everywhere.
As he spoke, he closed the gap between them.
And Persephone, if I say no...
He did not finish the sentence because he didn't need to. She knew what he meant. If he said no, he meant it. And she knew if she disobeyed, there would be no coming back. So she nodded. Okay. He let out a breath and secured his hand behind her neck, pressing their foreheads together.
If anything happened to you...
Hades, she whispered, wrapping her hands around his wrists. She wanted to meet his gaze, but he wouldn't release his hold on her neck. Still, she spoke. I'm here. I am safe. You will not let anything happen to me.
But I did,
he answered. Without explaining, she knew he was talking about Pirithous. Hades.
I do not wish to discuss it,
he said, and released her, taking a step back. Apparently, he didn't wish to touch her either.
You need rest.
She watched him for a moment, that same strange silence stretching between them. She didn't like it, and she wanted to call him out on it, but she also didn't want to push him. He'd already said he didn't wish to talk, and he was right, she was tired. She retreated to the bathroom, where she showered. She needed the privacy, the heat, the mindless noise of the water pounding against the tile. She focused on these things as long as she could, avoiding thinking about Adonis, Harmonia, and Aphrodite. Had it only been hours since they had been in the kitchen together? They'd been on the cusp of making love on every surface. She could still feel the emptiness Hades had carved inside her. Twice he had taken her today, and twice he had stopped, albeit not by choice. She was wound tight and needy, though it seemed selfish to ask for sex given tonight's events. Even so, he'd all but rejected her earlier, both her words and her body. It was as if he wanted no part of her tonight. Even knowing that wasn't true, an ache still formed in her chest at the thought, and she sat on the floor of the shower, knees drawn to her chest until the water ran cold. Rising from the shower, she changed into a billowy shirt and returned to the bedroom, where she found Hades standing before the fire, still clothed. She frowned. "Are you coming to bed?" He turned toward her and sat his drink aside before approaching. He took her face between his hands as he spoke.
"I will join you shortly."
He stared at her for a moment, and when he leaned forward, she parted her mouth, anticipating his kiss. Except he pressed his lips to her forehead. A mix of emotions flooded her. Disappointment and embarrassment warred. What was going on in Hades' head? Whatever it was, it felt like he was punishing her. She stared at him, swallowing what she wanted to say, the accusations she wanted to throw, and whispered good night before crawling beneath the cool covers, too tired to think long about Hades' avoidant kiss, and fell into a deep sleep. She woke later to find Hades sitting on the bed, his bare back to her, feet planted on the floor. Well, she thought, he has made progress coming to bed at least. She reached for him, her hand splayed across the hard muscles of his back. "Are you well?" she whispered. He turned and looked at her, then shifted completely, his naked body stretching until his mouth lined up with hers. But instead of kissing her, he brushed his thumb tenderly over her cheek.
"I am well,"
he said and straightened.
"Sleep. I will be here when you wake."
But those words did not bring her comfort, and instead of listening, she sat up and rolled onto her knees. "What if I don't want to sleep?" She straddled him, her arms going around his neck while his hands settled on her waist. "What's wrong?" she asked. "You did not kiss me earlier, and you will not lay with me now." She felt his hands flex against her sides.
"I cannot sleep,"
he said,
"because I cannot stop my mind."
"I can help you," she whispered. He smiled a little, but it was sad, and when he said nothing more, she spoke. "And why won't you kiss me?"
"Because there is rage inside my body, and to indulge in you, well, I'm not certain what kind of release I would find."
"Are you angry with me?" she asked, her fingers twining into his hair.
"No, but I am afraid that I have agreed to something that will only hurt you, and already I cannot forgive myself."
"Hades," she whispered his name. His fears hurt her heart. She wanted to tell him that it wasn't just his decision, it had been hers, too. But she knew she could not give him comfort. This was a god who had lived for centuries, a god who knew the world unlike she did, a god who had reason to believe as he did, and she could not argue with that. She leaned closer. Her breath caressed his lips. The tension between their bodies was electric. "Indulge in me," she whispered. "I can handle you." He crushed her to him, thrusting his tongue into her mouth, kissing her until she couldn't breathe, until her eyes watered and her chest hurt. And just when she thought she couldn't handle it anymore, he broke from her. As she drew in ragged breaths, his hand skimmed under her nightshirt, guiding the fabric over her head. When she was naked, his hands pressed into every part of her back and breasts and ass, and he kissed her mouth and sucked her neck and nipples. The sweet sensation and biting pleasure had her dragging her nails down his back. And then he entered her, slipping one finger inside, then the other, working her so fast and so hard she didn't recognize the sounds coming out of her mouth. "Please," she chanted. "Please, please, please."
Please what?
He asked. Her answer was guttural cry of release. She wasn't recovered when he deposited her on the bed, and her legs were so numb they hung open, ready for him. Hades sat back on his heels before her, stroking himself.
Can you handle me?
He asked. Yes, she breathed. In the next second, he grasped her ass, tilted her hips, and slammed into her, moving at a pace that spoke of his desperation to come. Once again, his hands were everywhere, gripping her thighs, kneading her breasts. Now and then he bent to taste her tongue or lick the sweat from her skin. And when they came, Persephone was sure everyone in the underworld heard their cries of ecstasy. Hades collapsed on her, ragged and wet and heavy. Persephone wrapped her legs around him, and her hands moved to his hair, smoothing it from his face. When she caught her breath, she spoke. Her throat ached from the cries Hades had torn from her throat. You're mine. Of course I can handle you. It was what she'd wanted to say earlier when he'd asked, but she hadn't had enough air to do so. Hades pulled away to look at her. His gaze penetrated her straight to the soul. This, she thought, was the most vulnerable they'd ever been with one another.
I never thought I'd thank the fates for anything they gave me. But you were worth all of it.
All of what?
The suffering.
Chapter 8. A Concession. Persephone woke in a panic. It wasn't spurred by a dream, but by the feeling that she had overslept. She shot up from bed, her gaze falling to Hades, who stood before the fireplace. After the intensity with which he'd made love to her last night, she had expected him to be asleep beside her. Finding him awake and fully dressed made her chest feel a little hollow. Still, he was beautiful, and there was something different in his expression, a vulnerability that came with the words he'd spoken last night. He was afraid. And he had every right to be, because someone out there had incapacitated a god. She knew that fear was not for himself, though. It was for her, and all she could think was that perhaps if she were stronger, if she could call upon her power like Hades, he wouldn't have to worry. "Did you sleep at all?" she asked.
No.
She frowned. She had not heard him stir. Had he risen shortly after she had fallen asleep?
Nightmare?
He asked. No, I thought I overslept. He threw back his drink and set it aside, approaching her. She craned her neck, holding his gaze, as he brushed her cheek with his fingers. "Why didn't you sleep?" she asked.
I didn't feel like sleeping,
he said. She arched a brow. "I thought you would be exhausted." He chuckled and spoke gently.
I didn't say I wasn't tired.
His thumb lingered on her mouth, and Persephone drew it between her lips, sucking hard. Hades inhaled, nostrils flaring, and his other hand tangled into her hair at the base of her neck. It was a sign, a hint, that he had not fully released the darkness he tried to keep at bay last night. Or perhaps he had refilled his well as she slept. Either way, she saw the same hint of violence, the same need for unabashed passion as last night. His eyes were on her lips, and the tension between them dampened the space between her legs. "Why are you holding back?" she whispered.
Oh, darling, if you only knew.
"I'd like to." She let the sheet drop from around her breasts. There was a beat of silence, a moment where Hades was still as stone, but he did not bite. Instead, he swallowed hard and said,
I will keep that in mind. For now, I'd like you to get dressed. I have a surprise for you.
"What could be more of a surprise than what's going on in that head of yours?" He offered a breathy laugh and kissed her nose.
Dress. I will wait for you.
Persephone tracked him as he headed for the doors, calling out to him as he reached them. "You don't have to wait outside."
"Yes, I do."
She didn't question him, just let him slip out as she left the bed and dressed for the day. On a typical July day, she'd wear a summer dress to work, something bright and patterned. But her mother's storm raging above called for warmer clothes. She picked a long-sleeve black shirt, gray skirt, and tights. She paired it with heels and her warmest woolen jacket. When she stepped into the hallway, Hades was waiting, frowning. "What?" she asked, looking down at her outfit.
"I'm trying to assess how long it will take me to undress you."
"Isn't that why you stepped out of the room?" she asked. The corner of his mouth lifted.
"I'm merely planning ahead."
She warmed. Was he making a promise to deliver on his earlier thoughts? He held out his hand for her to take, and then pulled her flush against him before his magic surrounded them. They manifested in what appeared to be a waiting room. There was an emerald couch over which 2 modern art prints hung, and a golden glass coffee table. The floor was white marble, and a wall of glass overlooked a familiar street. She recognized it was Constantine Street, the same one she'd walked down with Lexa when she'd first visited Alexandria Tower. A rush of emotion burned her eyes at the thought of her best friend. She cleared her throat and asked, "Why are we at Alexandria Tower?" The tower was another building owned by Hades, out of which the Cypress Foundation, Hades' philanthropic business, operated. Persephone had learned from Lexa that Hades had multiple charities, ones that supported animals and women and those who had lost. She remembered feeling embarrassed that she had not known of his multiple endeavors, and when she'd confronted him, he'd explained that he had been so used to existing alone, he never thought to speak about how he was involved in the upper world. Later, she would discover his world extended beyond the underworld and his philanthropy, but also to the underbelly of New Greece. She was well aware she did not even understand the gravity of what Hades controlled, and that thought made her shiver.
"I would like for you to office here,"
Hades said. Persephone turned to look at him, eyes wide. "Is this because of yesterday?"
"That is one reason,"
Hades replied, and continued.
"It will also be convenient. I'd like your input as we continue the Halcyon project, and I imagine your work with the Advocate will lead to other ideas."
She lifted a brow. "Are you asking me to work with Katerina?" Katerina was the director of the Cypress Foundation and worked on the Halcyon project with Sybil, a state-of-the-art rehabilitation center that would offer free care to mortals. Not long ago, they'd announced a therapy garden that would be dedicated to Lexa, who had worked on the plan before her death.
"Yes,"
he said.
"You are to be queen of my realm and empire. It's only fitting that this foundation begins to benefit your passions as well."
Persephone said nothing and turned in a circle, assessing the space from a new perspective. There were 4 doors, 2 on either side of the waiting area. One was a conference room, the other 3 were smaller offices. They were bare, except for simple desks, but as she observed, she started to imagine operating in this place.
"You are opposed?"
he asked. "No," she said. Her thoughts were just spiraling. She thought of something Hades had said.
"It is only a matter of time before someone with a vendetta against me tries to harm you."
They were words Persephone had hardly believed at the time, mostly because she hadn't wanted to. But since then, she'd seen the truth over and over again, from Kal to Pirithous, to the angry woman who had poured coffee on her. Now there was another potential threat, Adonis and Harmonia's unknown attackers. She would be insane not to take Hades up on his offer. "Thank you. I can't wait to tell Helen and Leuke." The corner of Hades' lip lifted, and he reached to brush her cheek.
"Selfishly, I will be glad to have you close."
"You rarely work here," Persephone pointed out.
As of today, this is my favorite office.
She tried not to smile, narrowing her eyes upon the god, her future husband. Lord Hades, I must inform you that I am here to work.
Of course, he said. But you will need breaks and lunch, and I look forward to filling that time.
Isn't the point of a break not to do anything?
I didn't say I'd make you work.
His hands tightened on her waist. It was a familiar pressure, one that was usually followed by a kiss. But as he started to pull her forward, someone cleared their throat, and Persephone turned to find Katerina.
"My Lady Persephone!"
she grinned, offering a cute curtsy. She was dressed in yellow silk and khaki slacks. Her tight curls created a halo around her head.
"Katerina," Persephone smiled. "A pleasure."
"I apologize for the intrusion," she said. "As soon as I heard Hades had arrived, I knew I would have to catch him before he vanished."
Persephone glanced up at Hades, who was now looking at Katerina. The expression on his face made her curious. He seemed calm enough on the surface, but there was a slight tightening of his lips that made her wonder just what Katerina had to share with the god of the dead.
"I will be along shortly, Katerina."
"Of course." The mortal's gaze slipped to Persephone. "We're honored to have you here, my lady." She left after that, and Persephone peered up at Hades. What was that about?
"I will tell you later,"
he said. She raised a challenging brow. "Just as you were going to tell me where you had been the other night?"
"I told you I was bargaining with monsters."
"A non-answer if there ever was one," she commented. Hades frowned.
"I do not wish to keep things from you. I just do not know what to burden you with in your grief."
Persephone opened her mouth and then closed it. "I am not angry with you. I was joking, mostly." Hades offered a breathy laugh.
"Mostly."
He was stroking her cheek again, and his gaze was tender.
"We'll talk tonight,"
he promised. She thought he would kiss her, but instead he withdrew his touch and left the floor. Persephone stood there for a second, lost in a haze of desire, and suddenly all she wanted to do was follow him and challenge him to take her in his glass office before all of creation, as he'd once promised. He wouldn't hesitate. He was just as insatiable as she, and if she weren't more careful with her thoughts and actions, there would be no talking tonight as he promised. She sighed and withdrew her phone, sending a quick text to Laiki and Helen, letting them know to meet her at Alexandria Tower instead of their usual spot. Persephone had to admit she was relieved that she would be able to work without the public watching her every move. She roamed the room again, soaking in the reality that she had a new space for her business, mentally preparing for how she would arrange the space and her new office. She ended up by the windows. Being on the third floor meant she had a stunning view of New Athens, shrouded in heavy clouds, mist, and snow. Plows and salt trucks were working to clear the roads. All the while, more snow and ice fell. Even the window was pebbled with ice. She thought of Hecate's words.
"Your mother terrorizes the upper world with snow and ice. The sun is just what the mortal world needs."
She placed her hand upon the glass. There was a part of her that knew she could combat her mother because she had before. She'd sent Demeter to her knees in Hades' court, and the goddess of harvest, ancient and powerful, had not risen against her power. Still, another part of her feared that had been a result of Demeter being less powerful in Hades' realm. "You used Hades' powers against him," she reminded herself. And it had been terrifying. Her insides shook in the aftermath, and she had felt exhausted in the weeks following, sleeping when she wasn't working. She knew it was a sign that she was not yet strong enough to wield that kind of power. She was going to have to build up endurance, and the only way to do that was to practice more. She shifted her gaze as a droplet of water skidded down the window pane. She moved her hand, and beneath it, the ice had begun to melt. She pressed her fingers together, trying to decide if it was her power or her touch that had heated the glass. Her skin was not any warmer than usual, but her magic was on guard and alert. She could feel it, like highly sensitive nerves reacting to her frustration. But that was the problem. She had to start using power intentionally. Placing her hand upon the window once more, she focused on the energy in her palm, warm and electric. Soon, the ice began to melt again. She watched beads of water trail down the glass. And all she could think was that this was a parlor trick. It was nothing compared to the magic she would need to bring down Demeter's eternal winter. She let her hand fall, and as she did, the beads of water froze in place. "Persephone?" She turned to find Sybil standing in the door of the office. "Sybil," she said, smiling. "Is it true you will be working here?" Sybil asked. "Hades has asked that I use this space as my office, and I have to admit I'm more than happy to accept." She would be safe here, but more importantly, Laocoon and Helen would be safe. "How are you?" Persephone asked. "Has Ben bothered you?" Sybil gave her a dark look and huffed. "I am so sorry about him, Persephone. I didn't know he was so weird. I think I'm going to have to change my number." I would offer to threaten him or have Hades do it, but he did not seem to fear the gods. "I think he is too self-centered to fear the gods," she said. "I'm sorry, Sybil." She shrugged. "That's what I get for trying to rebound," she joked. Still, Persephone frowned. She was referring to her short-lived relationship with Arrow. The mortal had been a longtime friend of Sybil's, and it had seemed like a good match, but for whatever reason, Arrow had just wanted to remain friends. "I think I'm more upset that I will never be able to go into Four Olives again. That was one of my favorite lunch spots." "Guess there's always delivery," Persephone said. "Yes, but he's likely to show up with my order, and I really do not want him to know where I work. Based on his creep factor, I'd say he already knows where you work." Sybil offered Persephone a dull look. "Thanks, friend." She grinned. "Don't worry, I don't think he could get past Ivy." Ivy was the receptionist for Alexandria Tower. She was a dryad, a woodland nymph. She was organized and regimented. No one went beyond her desk who was not invited. "Let's have lunch soon," Sybil said, offering another hug before returning to work. Persephone wasn't left alone long before Laocoon and Helen arrived. Helen squealed at the news of their new office space, and the two ran around the floor in a flurry, checking out the offices, arguing over which desk they would take, and discussing decor. Persephone wandered into the first office on the left, shed her jacket, and pulled out her laptop. As she sat, there was a knock at the door. Looking up, she found Helen waiting in the doorway. "Hey, did you have a chance to read my article?" "Yes, have a seat," Persephone said. "You didn't like it," Helen said immediately, stepping further into the office. "It isn't that, Helen. You have some valid points, but this is a dangerous article." Helen's brows knitted together. "How is it dangerous?" "You comment on the gods," Persephone said, and quoted, "In a world where mortals outnumber gods, should we be asking what the divine should do?" "I'm not asking for anything less than you did when you wrote about Hades," Helen argued. "Helen, fine, I'll take the sentence out," Helen said. Her tone was clipped, her frustration obvious. It gave Persephone pause. She'd never witnessed this behavior from her before. In all the time she had worked with her at New Athens News and since launching The Advocate, she'd been cheerful and enthusiastic. Then again, Persephone had never critiqued her work before. Despite her reaction, Persephone felt relieved that she'd agreed to delete her commentary on the gods. "I also want you to find someone in Triad's leadership to interview." Helen's lips flattened. You don't think I tried? No one returned my emails. These people don't want to be known. Email isn't the only way to track down a source, Helen. If you want it bad enough, you'll do the footwork. Helen's blue eyes sparked. And how do you suggest tracking down the secret leadership of a terrorist organization? Persephone shrugged a shoulder. I'd pretend I was one of them. You want me to pretend I'm a member of Triad? You want to break a story? You want to be the first to reveal the higher ranks of New Greece's most dangerous terrorist organization? This is what it will take. In the end, it's entirely up to you. What do you want? Helen was silent, staring at Persephone. After a long moment, she asked, And what if they find out what I'm doing? Persephone stiffened, but answered, I can protect you. You mean Hades can? No, she said. I mean that I will protect you. Helen left, and Persephone's shoulders sagged. Why had her conversation with Helen felt like a standoff? She definitely expected Helen to be a little more receptive to her feedback, and the fact that she hadn't was surprising. It felt contrary to the person she thought Helen was. But perhaps she didn't know the girl at all. All of a sudden, magic curled around her, straightening her spine, and the familiar scent of laurel permeated the air. Fuck, Persephone said, right before she vanished from sight. Chapter 9. The Palestra of Delphi. She would never get used to being stolen away by another god's magic, save Hades. She didn't like the feel of it, the way it cradled her, caressed her skin, invaded her senses. But at least she knew who was doing it based on the scent of the magic. Apollo, she growled. The cold hit her instantly, as she manifested at the center of a long, rectangular courtyard surrounded by a roofed porch. The snow falling from the sky was minimal, a few flurries swirling in the air, but the earth at her feet was wet and muddy. She scanned her environment, attempting to figure out exactly where she was, but froze as a well-muscled, naked man stumbled backward like he'd been pushed. Her eyes widened, heart hammering. Move, she told herself, but for some reason her feet wouldn't go. Then she was yanked by her arm, crashing into a hard, leather-clad chest. Persephone planted her hands and pushed, but whoever held her released her quickly. She staggered back, and her eyes slowly made their way up the colossal frame of a man. From his strong calves wrapped with the leather straps of his sandals, to his leather linothorax, to his round, white-irised eyes. They were probably the most stunning part about him, and the most unnerving. His jaw was strong, his face handsome and framed by inky curls. The man was a warrior, a hoplite if she had to guess, judging by his outfit. Persephone started to thank the man for helping her when she heard a loud thud behind her. She whirled to find the naked man had rolled onto his stomach, while another naked man had his hands cupped beneath his chin, his head pulled back. "Do you yield?" yelled the man. The other man growled, an angry sound that came from deep in his chest. Beside her, the man who had saved her chuckled. She looked at him. "Where am I?" she asked. The man did not seem to hear her, so she asked again. "Do you know where I am?" Again, he did not seem to hear. This time she stepped in front of him. His gaze fell, meeting hers. "Can you tell me where I am?" His brows knitted together, and he looked around. Maybe he was confused by her question. After a moment, he stuck out his hand as if asking for hers. Hesitantly, she obliged, and he flipped it, tracing letters into her palm. DELPHI, he spelled, and then PALAESTRA. A palestra was a training center, primarily used for wrestling. The Palestra of Delphi. She was in Delphi. "Apollo," she gritted out, frustrated that the god of the sun had brought her here with absolutely no notice. Despite his warning last night at Aphrodite's, she thought he'd at least visit before whisking her away to some unknown engagement. Then she looked up into the man's haunting white eyes. "You are deaf?" she asked. He nodded. "But you read lips," she said. He nodded again. "Thank you for saving me earlier." He brought his flat palm to his lips and moved it in a forward motion, speaking, "You're welcome." His speech was slightly distorted, almost guttural. She smiled, just as a voice rang out that made her cringe.
"There you are, sugar dumpling."
Persephone whirled to find the god of the sun striding toward them. He looked luminous, especially in the gloom of the day. He wore a similar outfit to the enormous man behind her, but his breastplate was gold, and laurel leaves twined through his dark hair. Despite the exuberant tone of his voice, he seemed almost frustrated, his jaw tight, his eyes an unnatural shade of purple. "Apollo," she gritted out as he took hold of her arm.
"Don't like that one either, huh?"
he asked. "We talked about nicknames."
"I know, but I thought you might warm to it."
She glared, and Apollo sighed.
"Fine, let's go, Seth."
"Apollo," she warned, planting her feet. "Let go of my arm." He whirled to face her, eyes aglow. Something was definitely off.
"Bargain,"
he snapped, as if that word would convince her to let him push her around. "The word you are looking for is please." They glared at one another. And then all of a sudden she felt a presence behind her. She tilted her head back and found the massive man who had helped her earlier. He hovered, glaring at Apollo, thick arms crossed over his chest.
"Are you challenging me, mortal?"
Apollo's eyes narrowed. Persephone could feel his magic gather. "You will not fight him," Persephone said, glaring at him pointedly. Apollo chuckled.
"Fight? There would be no fight. This one couldn't take me in battle." "I'll fight for you, my lord." Another voice joined the fray, and they all turned to see the naked men who had been wrestling earlier. They'd stopped and now stood bare and muddy, completely oblivious to the cold, or too numb. The one speaking had been the one with the advantage earlier. He was handsome, with large brown eyes, a mass of short curly hair, and a beard. "There's no need," Persephone said. "I do not answer to you, woman."
For the briefest second, Persephone saw fury flash in Apollo's eyes.
"This woman is Hades' betrothed, the future queen of the underworld. Kneel before her or face my wrath."
The man's eyes widened before he dropped to his knee, followed by his opponent and the deaf man, her new friend. When she looked at the god of the sun, he was smiling.
"See what your title does to men, Persephone?"
She sighed. "I should have left this bargain when I had the chance." She pushed past Apollo and headed for the cover of the porch. She didn't know where she was going, but it was cold and she was angry.
"You don't even know where you're going, Seth," Apollo said, jogging to catch up.
"As far away from your dick-measuring contest as possible," she replied.
"You act like that was my fault," he said. "You were the one who didn't come when I asked."
"You didn't ask. You commanded. We talked about this." Apollo was silent as he walked beside her. After a moment, he started to make what sounded like hissing sounds. Persephone slowed as Apollo struggled beside her. He tried again.
"I'm sorry."
His mouth quivered, as if the words made him want to vomit.
"I'm sorry,"
he finally managed, shuddering. "Is your brain hemorrhaging?" Persephone asked.
"This might surprise you, but apologizing isn't my thing," Apollo said, glaring.
"I am astonished. I would have never guessed."
You could acknowledge how difficult that was for me. Isn't that what friends are for?"
"Oh, we're friends now, because it sure didn't feel like we were friends earlier." Apollo frowned.
"I didn't mean to upset you," Apollo said. "I was frustrated."
"I noticed. Why?"
I got distracted while bringing you here, he admitted. I thought I lost you.
Persephone's brows furrowed. Why were you distracted? Apollo started to open his mouth and then closed it.
The snow started falling again.
At the mention of snow, she turned in the direction he was gazing. The flurries swirled, thicker now, and her stomach knotted. Can we please agree that you will not teleport my entire being without permission?
Does Hades need permission?
Again, she glared.
How else am I supposed to summon you?
Like normal people do?
I am not people.
Apollo. They'd been together for seconds, and she had already warned him twice. Fine, he sighed, folding his arms over his chest as he pursed his lips. Why did you bring me here? Persephone asked.
I wanted to introduce you to my hero, he said. But you already met him.
The big one? She asked, thinking he meant the deaf man, and was surprised when Apollo's features hardened.
No, that is my hero's opponent, Ajax. My hero is Hector, he who holds everything together.
She expected him to look a little prouder of that fact, but as he continued to speak, she understood his frustration.
The one who insulted you.
Where did you find him?
Delos, he said. He is a decorated hero, but arrogant. It will be the death of him.
And yet you give him your favor?
Delos is where my mother took refuge to give birth to me and Artemis, he said. Those are my people, and he protected them. I owe him favor.
They cast their gazes toward the field, where several men lingered, all naked. She noted Hector, whose eyes were narrowed, expression mocking. She followed his gaze and saw that he stared at Ajax, who was in the middle of removing his clothes. Persephone averted her eyes. She knew it was traditional for Greeks to participate in most sports naked, with the exception of chariot races. But did they really need to practice that way, too? Hades is not going to be happy when he finds out how I spent my day, she mused. She expected Apollo to make a sarcastic reply, but all he said was, When she looked at him, his gaze was fixed to Ajax, eyes burning. She knew that look, even in someone else's eyes, because it was the way Hades looked at her. She elbowed Apollo. I thought Hector was your hero, Persephone said.
He is.
Then why are you staring at Ajax? A muscle feathered in Apollo's jaw.
It would be foolish of me not to watch my hero's opponent.
When he's undressing? She asked, raising a brow. Apollo sneered.
I don't like you.
She cackled, but her amusement was short-lived when she heard something that darkened her spirits.
Look at him, dressed like a warrior and can't hear a thing,
one of the men on the field said. He stood beside another, arms crossed, nodding toward Ajax.
What a joke.
Persephone's fists clenched, and she looked to Apollo, who remained emotionless.
I don't trust him, said another. What if he's fooling us all? Perhaps he's pretending he is deaf, so we will let down our guard or go easy on him.
He's a favor fuck, a woman added. Poseidon's, if I've heard correctly. They all laughed, but Persephone was appalled. She looked at Apollo. Will you let them continue to speak like this?
They are not my heroes,
he said. They might not be your heroes, but you are Chancellor of the Games. Do you not set the standard for their behavior? She paused. Or is this the standard? Apollo's gaze was murderous, but their attention returned to the field as Hector bent to pick up a wooden staff. Apollo! Persephone's voice rose in pitch. Hector reared back, his strength evident in the bulge of his muscles, and threw the staff toward Ajax. Persephone watched in horror as the staff flew through the air straight for Ajax's head. But then the mortal turned in time and caught the staff with one hand. He stared at it for a second, before his cold gaze fell upon Hector and those who had stood aside during the attempted assault. Their smirks faded into gaping mouths, just as Persephone's was now. Ajax broke the staff across his knee and discarded the pieces. Hector smiled.
So your reflexes are good, but how are you in the pit?
In the next second, he charged Ajax. Together, they fell into the mud, water sloshing everywhere, spraying the faces of those closest. Apollo drew closer to the edge of the portico as the two wrestled. Except they weren't exactly wrestling, they were fighting. For a moment, Hector seemed to have the upper hand, pummeling Ajax's face after he landed on his back. But Ajax quickly took charge, capturing Hector's fist between his hands and throwing him off as if he weighed nothing. The two got to their feet, circling each other, their expressions full of rage. Hector rushed at Ajax, who bent, punching him in the stomach. Then he lifted Hector off his feet and flipped him onto his back. "They hate each other," Persephone said.
"They are opponents,"
Apollo replied. But Persephone was not so sure. Hector laughed and joked with the other heroes. It was Ajax he treated differently. She wondered briefly if it was because he was different, deaf, or perhaps it was jealousy. Ajax was strong and capable despite his hearing. Still, Persephone felt as though she knew this rage. She had felt it in the forest of despair. Her gaze returned to Hector, who moaned on the frozen ground. As quick as their fight had begun, it was over. Ajax did not stand over Hector to gloat, but he did turn and glare at Apollo before gathering his clothes and leaving the courtyard. Persephone's brows drew together as she looked from the mortal's retreating form to the god of the sun. "Aren't you going to check on your hero?" she asked.
"No, it is Hector's punishment for his hubris," Apollo said. "Perhaps this will humble him before he faces Ajax in the Pan-Hellenic Games."
"Will you still host the games in this weather?"
"If men and women cannot fight in a little snow, then they do not belong in the games."
"It's not just about the competitors, Apollo. What about the spectators? Travel is dangerous in this weather."
"If you are so worried, then maybe you should talk to your mother."
Persephone dropped her gaze, frowning. "So you know."
"We all know," Apollo said. "It's not like Demeter hasn't done this before. It's just a matter of when Zeus will intervene."
Persephone's stomach soured. Will she listen to Zeus if he tells her to stop?
"She will,"
Apollo replied.
"Or there will be war."
They left the field, and Apollo gave Persephone a tour of the Palestra of Delphi. It was a beautiful facility, with several rooms for bathing, sports, and equipment that branched off from the portico surrounding the field. There were a few indoor training fields and a large open stadium for chariot practices. She looked out over the field now from a private suite that included a bar, large televisions mounted to the walls, and leather seats that faced a panel of windows. Persephone was just happy to be inside where it was warm. "This place is amazing," she said. There was something even more impressive about chariot stadiums and races. Persephone had only ever seen them on television, but being here in person gave her an idea of just how monumental they were.
"I'm glad you like it," said Apollo. "I am very proud of it."
Persephone didn't think she'd ever heard Apollo say something like that. There was silence as she stared at the center of the track, where a low wall called a spina ran down the oblong track. Several statues decorated it, including a gold one of Apollo, but there was also Artemis and a woman she did not recognize. "Who is the third statue?" she asked.
"My mother, Leto,"
Apollo said.
"She risked her life to give birth to my sister and I, so we protected her."
Persephone knew that Hera had Leto pursued relentlessly before and after she'd given birth to her divine twins, jealous of Zeus's infidelity. She also knew what Apollo meant by protect. He and his sister had slaughtered mortal and creature alike. Persephone's mouth tightened at the thought.
"I'd like you to attend the first of the games with me,"
Apollo said.
"It's a chariot race."
"Are you asking or telling?" Persephone said.
"Asking," Apollo replied. "Unless you say no."
"And here I thought you were changing," she replied mildly.
Baby steps, sugar tits.
If Hades manifests to kill you, I'm not intervening.
What? It's not like I know what they taste like from experience.
The simple fact that we are having this conversation is enough to send Hades into a rage.
Maybe you should tell him toxic masculinity isn't attractive.
Persephone rolled her eyes and countered. He doesn't trust you.
But he should trust you.
He does. He also knows how many times I told you not to call me names. She gave him a challenging look.
Apollo pouted and folded his arms over his chest. I'm just having fun.
I thought we were having fun. The god of the sun brightened.
You were having fun?
She sighed loudly. You make me regret keeping up my end of this bargain. He grinned.
Lesson number 2, Sephi. When a god gives you an out, take it.
And what's lesson number 1?
Never accept a bargain from a god.
If those are lessons, no one's listening.
Of course not. Gods and mortals always want what they can't have.
Including you? She asked, glancing at him. He seemed to sober then, a grimace marring his perfect face.
Me more than anyone,
Apollo replied. Chapter 10. A Walk in the Park. Apollo returned Persephone to Alexandria Tower without warning. Her only indication he was about to act was the smell of his magic. "Apollo," she growled, but her frustration was lost as the floor seemed to go out from beneath her feet. Her stomach lurched, the world flashed, and when it cleared, she found Hades sitting behind her desk in her new office. "Hi," she said.
Hi.
His voice rumbled, a low growl, and her brows furrowed. He did not sound pleased, but he seemed comfortable, eased back in her chair, a finger pressed against his mouth, legs spread wide, and she had the thought that she would fit snugly in the gap between his thighs. "Are you well?" she asked.
Harmonia is awake,
he said. Persephone's heart rose into her throat. "How is she?" Her words came out in a rush.
We're about to find out,
he said, and rose to his feet, coming around the desk.
Did you enjoy your time with Apollo?
Persephone wasn't surprised that Hades knew where she'd gone. He could probably smell Apollo's magic. Still, she frowned, knowing Hades was not happy. And yet there was nothing he could do. She and Apollo were bound by a bargain she'd insisted on fulfilling when he'd attempted to release her from the contract, something Hades had not at all been excited to learn. Still, Persephone stood by her decision. The last thing Apollo needed was to feel abandoned. "On a numeric scale?" she asked. "I'd give it about a 6. Hades lifted a brow. It was as if he wanted to be amused, but his irritation was winning. "I'm sorry you are not pleased."
I am not displeased with you, he answered. I'd just rather Apollo not cart you off to Delphi during your mother's tantrum, and while Adonis and Harmonia's attackers are still out there.
"Did you follow me?" The thought didn't upset her. In fact, she wished Hades could trace her location more often. There were times when he was not able to find her. Somehow, and she wasn't sure exactly how, she blocked his ability to sense and trace her magic. It had happened a few times, once when she had gotten lost in the underworld, again when Apollo had stolen her away for a ridiculous karaoke competition, and finally when Pirithous had kidnapped her. Each instance was more dangerous than the last. Hades' eyes fell, and he lifted her hand so that her ring was on full display, the gems glinting under the light, the center to several delicately crafted flowers.
These stones, tourmaline and dioptase, give off a unique energy. Your energy. As long as you wear this, I can find you anywhere.
Persephone wasn't surprised by that ability. Hades was the god of precious metals.
It wasn't intentional, Hades added. I didn't set out to put a tracker on you.
"I believe you," she said. "It's comforting. Hades stared at her and then brushed his lips along her fingers. His breath was warm against her cold skin.
"Come, Aphrodite is waiting,"
he said, and they vanished. They appeared outside a mansion composed of white stucco and glass. The front door was wood and had a long, elegant handle. A window beside it allowed Persephone to look in and see a staircase. She would have never guessed that the study she had been in last night belonged to this house. That room was traditional and warm, while this was modern and sleek. Persephone shivered, hugging herself as the wind whipped around them, smelling of salt and stinging cold. Demeter's winter had not neglected the islands around New Greece either, it seemed.
"Can't we just teleport inside like last time?" Persephone asked, her teeth chattering.
"We could," he answered, "if we had been invited."
"What do you mean? Didn't Aphrodite let you know Harmonia was awake?"
Hades did not reply immediately.
"Hades," Persephone warned.
"She sent Hermes for you,"
Hades replied.
"He found me instead."
They stared at one another. Persephone wasn't sure what to say. Aphrodite was trying to go behind Hades' back, and while Persephone wondered what the goddess of love hoped to accomplish, sans Hades, she also wondered if Hades realized she wouldn't have come without him.
"You won't do this without me,"
he said. She had her answer. It was a blow, a pain she hadn't anticipated. He didn't trust her, not with this anyway. And while she recognized she didn't have the best track record for obeying, this was different. She was different. Her eyes stung, and she swallowed a lump in her throat as she turned her head almost mechanically to face the entrance.
"Persephone."
But whatever Hades was about to say was lost as the door opened. A woman answered, except Persephone did not think she was a woman at all. She looked alive enough, rosy cheeks and glassy eyes, but she could not sense any kind of actual life, no fluttering heartbeat or warmth. She must be an animatronic, Persephone thought, one of Hephaestus's creations. "Welcome." Her tone was soft, breathy. It reminded Persephone of Aphrodite's voice, only slightly strained.
"My lord and lady are not expecting guests. State your names, please."
Persephone started to open her mouth, but Hades breezed past the woman, robot, whatever she was, and entered the home.
"Excuse me," she called after Hades. "You are entering the private residence of Lord and Lady Hephaestus."
"I am Lady Persephone," she said. "That is Lord Hades." The god of the dead turned to her.
"Come, Persephone."
She folded her arms over her chest and glared. "You could show some courtesy. You weren't invited, remember?" Hades' mouth tightened. The animatronic was silent, and Persephone wondered for a moment if she had broken it. But her face changed, lighting up as if she were excited or pleased, and said, "Lady Persephone, you are most welcome. Please, follow me." The woman turned and started toward an open living area. As she passed Hades, she spoke, "Lord Hades, you are most unwelcome." He rolled his eyes, but fell into step beside Persephone. Heat unfurled in her chest as he grasped her hand. She tried to pull free, but he held tight, and she relented. Despite how angry she was with him, it helped that he wanted to touch her. Aphrodite's home was what she expected. Luxurious, open, romantic. And then there were elements that weren't at all what she imagined. Modern lines, metal art, and polished wood. It was a fusion of the goddess of love and the god of fire. And yet, from what she had heard and seen of the two, it surprised her that their distinct differences meshed so well and so obviously in their home. She'd expected them to live separately, and for that to be obvious. They were led down a hallway. On one side were windows, on the other canvases sprayed with blush pink and gold. Persephone kept her gaze on the art, unwilling to look out upon the garden opposite and see all of Aphrodite's tropical plants weighed down with snow. The maid paused to open the door and announced them as she entered.
My Lady Aphrodite, Lady Harmonia, Lady Persephone, and Lord Hades are here to see you.
They stepped into a library, and while it had the same floor-to-ceiling windows on the wall opposite her, it somehow seemed warmer. Perhaps it was all the mahogany bookcases, lined with leather-bound and gold-embossed books, or the lamps which cast an amber glow upon the walls. Aphrodite and Harmonia sat side by side on a settee upholstered in rich velvet the color of the cold ocean outside. In front of them was a tray with a steaming pot of tea, mugs, and small sandwiches. Persephone couldn't look away from Harmonia. The blonde goddess was a beauty just like her sister. She appeared more youthful, her face less angled, and her expression softer. Apollo's magic had done a lot to heal the cuts and bruises that had marred her skin last night, but it was evident she had been through trauma. It haunted her eyes and the energy around her. She sat as if she feared she might break, or perhaps as if she trusted no one, even though she was safe. Curled up on her lap was Opal, who was freshly bathed, her fur white as snow once more. Persephone tried not to stare at Harmonia's horns, or what was left of them anyway. The white bone looked wrong, jutting out of her silk-like hair. Would they grow back? She wondered. Could they be restored with magic? She did not know because she'd never known anyone to get close enough to a god or goddess to dehorn them. She would have to ask Hades later.
Thank you, Lucy,
Aphrodite said, and the animatronic bowed before departing. The goddess's eyes shifted to Persephone and then to Hades.
I see Hermes failed to follow instructions, she commented briskly.
You can thank Apollo for that, Persephone said.
Persephone and I are doing this together, Aphrodite,
Hades said. There was silence.
Persephone,
Aphrodite said.
Please, have a seat.
She took a chair opposite the two goddesses. Aphrodite continued as if Hades were not darkening the room, though he came to stand behind Persephone.
Tea?
She offered. Yes. Persephone's voice was soft. She wanted something warm to break the chill in her bones. Aphrodite poured tea and slid the cup and saucer toward her.
Sugar?
No, thank you, she said, taking a sip of the bitter drink.
Cucumber sandwich?
It was strange to watch Aphrodite play hostess, and Persephone got the impression she was being so courteous because of the role she wanted her to fill in finding Harmonia's attackers. No, thank you, Persephone said. Silence followed, and it was Harmonia who broke it with a soft clearing of her throat.
I suppose you are here to speak with me,
she said. Her voice was low and soothing. She spoke carefully but lyrically. Persephone hesitated, her eyes shifting to Aphrodite for a second. If you are feeling well enough, we need to know what happened last night. She couldn't tell how Harmonia felt about taking them through the trauma of her encounter with her attackers. She didn't flinch or blink. It was as if she were locking up all her emotions in an effort to communicate with them.
Where shall I start?
She asked and looked to Hades.
Where were you when you were attacked?
He asked.
I was in Concordia Park,
she said. Concordia Park was in New Athens. It was large and had many wooded paths. In the snow? Persephone asked. She offered a small smile.
I go for a walk there every afternoon with Opal,
she said. The fluffy white dog in her lap grunted.
We took our usual route. I didn't sense anything untoward. No violence or animosity before they attacked.
The fact that Harmonia walked through the park often and took the same route probably meant that someone knew her routine and planned the attack. The snow also ensured few witnesses.
"How did it happen?"
Hades asked.
"What do you remember first?"
"Something heavy consumed me," she answered. "Whatever it was took me to the ground. I could not move, and I could not summon my power."
There was a long stretch of silence, and then Harmonia began again.
"It was easy for them after that. They came out of the woods masked. What I remember most was the pain in my back. A knee settled on my spine as someone took my horns and sawed them off."
"No one came to your aid?" Persephone asked.
"There was no one,"
Harmonia said and shook her head.
"Only these people who hate me for being something I cannot help."
"After they took your horns, what did they do?"
Hades asked. The question was careful, but almost made Persephone cringe.
"They kicked and punched and spit upon me," she answered.
"Did they say anything while they attacked you?"
"They said all sorts of things," she said. "Broken things."
She paused for a moment, her lashes gathering with tears.
"They used words like whore and bitch and abomination, and they sometimes strung them together into a question like, 'Where is your power now?' It was as if they thought I was a goddess of battle, as if I had done some sort of wrong against them. All I could think is that I could have brought them peace, and instead they brought me agony."
Persephone did not know what to say. Perhaps that was because there was nothing to say. She had no ability to understand the people who had hurt Harmonia or their motive. It was hate, pure and simple. Hate for what she was, and nothing more.
"Is there anything else you remember? Anything that you can recall now that would help us find these people?"
Hades continued. Then he added gently,
"Take your time."
Harmonia thought, and after a moment, she started to shake her head.
"They used the word lemming," she said. "They said, 'You and your lemmings are all headed toward destruction when the rebirth begins.'"
"Lemming," Persephone repeated, and looked up at Hades. "That is what the woman at the coffee house called me." She'd also heard the word rebirth before. In the article Helen had written about Triad. Were these masked attackers members? Or just rogue supporters? Harmonia was quiet and lifted her slender, shaking hand to touch the broken horns at the front of her head.
"Why do you think they did it?"
she whispered.
"To prove a point,"
Hades replied.
"What is the point, Hades?"
Aphrodite asked, the anger evident in her voice.
"That gods are expendable."
Expendable, disposable, useless.
"And they wanted proof,"
he added.
"It won't be long before news of your attack spreads, whether we want it to or not." "Are you not the god of threats and violence?" Aphrodite asked. "Use your seedy underbelly to get ahead of this." "You forget, Aphrodite, that we must discover who they are first. By that time, word will have already spread, if not among the masses, among those who wish to see us fall."
Persephone found herself thinking of Sybil. What would the Oracle do in a time like this? It was a PR nightmare, but worse, it communicated that the gods were fallible, that they could potentially be defeated. And the last time mortals had fought against the gods,
The world had drowned in their blood. "But we must let it go for now," he said. "Why? Do you wish for this to happen again?" Aphrodite demanded. "It has already happened twice." The words were an insult to Hades and Persephone, who only wished to help.
"Aphrodite," Persephone spoke her name, her tone warning.
"I understand what Lord Hades is saying," Harmonia interrupted. "Someone is bound to let their knowledge of my ordeal slip, and when they do, you will be ready, won't you, Hades?"
Persephone looked from Harmonia to the god of the dead, who nodded.
"Yes,"
he said.
"We will be ready."
Chapter 11. A Touch of a Nightmare. Persephone and Hades left the island of Lemnos and returned to the underworld. When they appeared in his bedchamber, Hades grasped her shoulders and crushed her against him as he took her mouth against his, kissing her as if he were claiming her soul. For a moment she was stunned. She'd had it in her head that they'd return and argue. Hades knew she was angry with him, and he did not like to let it simmer. She gave way to the feel of his lips, the thrust of his tongue, the smell of ash and pine clinging to his skin. He shifted his arm, cradling her head in the bend of his elbow while the other went to her face. With a final sweep of his tongue across her lips, he pulled away. Her eyes fluttered open to find Hades gazing at her tenderly, as if he were realizing his love for her all over again. "What was that for?" she asked, breathless.
"You defended me to Aphrodite," he said.
Persephone opened her mouth to speak, but had no words. She'd snapped at the goddess of love because her words had been cruel, and Hades was not deserving of her censure. It hurt her to think she'd once done the same.
"I am thankful,"
he added. She smiled up at him, and her gaze lowered to his lips, before his brows knitted together over his hardening dark eyes.
"I hurt your feelings,"
he said, frowning. His words were an arrow to her chest, stealing her smile as she recalled what had made her ache outside Aphrodite's home. She looked away for a moment, her thoughts a little chaotic. But she thought it was best to just be direct. She met his gaze. "Do you trust me?" she asked. Hades' eyes widened.
"Persephone, whatever you're about to do, stop," Hecate said, appearing in the room, her hand covering her eyes.
The two turned to look at her. She was dressed more formally than usual, wearing robes the color of midnight roses and her hair in braids.
"Shall we undress before she opens her eyes?"
Hades asked, gazing down at Persephone. Hecate dropped her hand and glared.
"The souls are waiting. You two are late."
"Late for what?" Persephone asked.
"Your engagement party."
They exchanged a look as Hecate reached for Persephone's hand and dragged her toward the door.
"Come, we don't have much time to get you ready." "And me?" Hades said. "What shall I wear to this party?"
Hecate looked over her shoulder.
"You only have 2 outfits, Hades. Choose one."
Then they were out the door, heading down the marble hall toward the Queen's suite where she usually prepared for events. Once inside, Hecate summoned her magic. The smell of it made her stiffen. Perhaps because the last time she used it in Persephone's presence, she'd ordered her Grim to attack. It was the smell that triggered her, blackberry and incense, and the feel, something old and ancient and dark. But when it touched her, it was a caress, a faint prodding that felt like silk unfurling over skin. She relaxed beneath it, closing her eyes and letting it take hold, tangling around her body and in her hair. It wasn't long after that Hecate spoke.
"Perfect,"
she said, and Persephone opened her eyes to find the goddess of magic smiling. "No lampades this time?"
Unfortunately, we do not have time for leisure, she said. Come, look at my handiwork.
The goddess turned Persephone to face the mirror, and she released a breath. She wore a dusty pink gown with a fitted bodice and a skirt made of tulle. It was simple and beautiful. In the process of using her magic, Hecate had stripped away Persephone's glamour, and she stood in her divine form. Slender white horns twisted from her head, and white camellia flowers formed a crown at their base. Her hair curled down her back, all varying tones of gold. Her eyes, bottle green and gleaming, made her look wild, untamed, menacing. She'd always known there was darkness inside her. Hecate and Hades had both seen it when she could only feel it. Now she saw it too. There is darkness within you. Anger, fear, resentment. If you do not free yourself first, no one else can. She met Hecate's gaze in the mirror, and the witch offered a gentle smile. She'd heard her thoughts.
This darkness is not the same. This darkness is toil and trauma, grief and loss. It is the darkness that will make you queen of the underworld.
Then Hecate leaned forward, holding Persephone's lithe shoulders between her hands, settling her chin upon her shoulder.
Look long at yourself, my love, but do not fear the change.
She stared for a moment longer, and found that she wasn't afraid of the person staring back at her. In fact, she liked her, despite the pain and the grief. She was broken, and somehow better for it.
Come.
Hecate slid her fingers through Persephone's and teleported. They appeared in the middle of Asphodel, beneath an ethereal canopy of lights and glimmering white cloth. Lanterns and bouquets of white and blush roses, delphiniums, stock and hydrangeas flanked either side of the road. There were candles in every window, and tables outside each home crowded with an array of food, all various specialties of the souls who resided inside. The smells were varied and mouth-watering. The souls themselves were out in droves, all well-dressed and gleeful.
Lady Persephone has arrived,
Hecate announced, and after they bowed, they cheered, approaching her to hold her hand or clutch her dress. "We are so excited, Lady Persephone!"
"Congratulations, Lady Persephone. We cannot wait to call you queen."
She smiled and laughed with them until Yuri approached, throwing her arms around Persephone. "What do you think?" she asked, smiling so wide Persephone was certain she hadn't seen the soul this happy since meeting her. "It is truly beautiful, Yuri," Persephone said. "You outdid yourself." "If you think this is beautiful, you have to see the meadow." Yuri took Persephone's hand and guided her down the long road, past homes and flowers and lanterns, to the emerald green of the Asphodel meadow. From the center of town, she'd seen orbs of light in the distance, but now that she approached, she saw what they really were. The lampades hovered a few feet from the ground, their unearthly light igniting the whole narcissus-covered meadow where white blankets were arranged. Each space had a picnic basket, decorated with the white delphiniums from the bouquets she'd seen in town. "Oh, Yuri, it's perfect," Persephone said. "I thought of it because you like picnics," she said, and beside her, Hecate snorted. Persephone arched a brow at the goddess. "What? I do like picnics."
"You like picnics alone, with Hades. You like Hades," she said.
"So? This is my engagement party." Hecate threw her head back, laughing. "Do you like it?" Yuri asked. She seemed to take Hecate's words to mean Persephone might not like the decor. "I love it, Yuri. Thank you so much." The soul beamed. "Come, we have so much planned. Dancing and games and feasts." They returned to the crowded center of town, And Persephone found herself marveling at the diversity of the souls. There were people here from all walks of life, and she wanted to learn from each. They were all dressed differently, had different skin tones and accents, cooked different food and made different tea, had different customs and beliefs. They'd lived different lives, some without advancement and others with, some only a few years and others long lives. And yet here they were, at the end of all things, sharing their eternity with no hint of anger or animosity.
"Look who's arrived, and in new robes, too,"
Hecate said, pulling Persephone out of her thoughts. She turned, eyes connecting with Hades, who had manifested at the end of the road, the entrance to Asphodel. His presence halted her steps and made her heart drum painfully in her chest. He was stunning, a king of darkness, cloaked in shadow. His robes were the color of midnight, trimmed in silver, and draped over only one shoulder, leaving part of his muscled chest and bicep exposed. She tracked his bronzed skin, the contours and the veins that trailed up his arm and disappeared beneath his long silken hair. This time he wore half of it up, and his black horns were crowned with iron spikes. Standing on opposite ends of the road, Persephone was struck by how similar they were. Not in appearance, but something deeper, something that threaded through their hearts and bones and souls. They'd began in two very different worlds, but wanted the same thing in the end, acceptance and love and solace, and they'd found it in each other's eyes and arms and mouths. This was power, she thought, as her body flushed and fluttered with a chaotic tangle of emotion, the passion and pain of loving someone more than the air in her lungs and the glimmer of stars in the night sky. "Lord Hades!" a chorus of voices rang out as several children rushed toward him, hugging his legs. Others hung back, too shy to approach. "Play with us!" He grinned, and it hit her hard in the chest. The laugh that followed shook her lungs. He bent and swept a small girl named Lily into his arms.
"What shall we play?"
he asked. There were several voices all at once.
"Hide and seek. Blind man's bluff. Osterkinda."
It was strange, almost heart-wrenching to hear their requests, mostly because Persephone could tell how long they'd been in the underworld by their choices.
"Well, I suppose it's just a matter of which we shall play first,"
Hades replied. Then he looked up and met Persephone's gaze. That smile, the one that made her heart stir because it was so rare and yet so genuine, remained in place. With his gaze came many others. Some of the children who had been too shy to approach Hades came to her, taking each of her hands.
"Lady Persephone, please play."
"Of course," she laughed. "Hecate, Yuri?"
"No,"
Hecate said.
"but I shall watch and drink wine from the sidelines."
They moved to an open space close to the picnic area Yuri and the souls had arranged, and played most of the games the children had suggested. Hide and seek, which was far too easy for Hades, as he liked to turn invisible just as he was about to be found, which meant by the time they moved on to playing blind man's bluff, Persephone had declared that Hades could not be it, as he would use his powers to find them on the field. Their final game was Osterkinda, an ancient Greek game where they split into teams, one representing night and one representing day, which corresponded with the white and black colors on a shell that was tossed into the air. Depending on which side turned upward, one team would chase the other. Persephone had never played the game before, but it was simple enough. The biggest challenge would be escaping Hades, because as he stood opposite her on Team Night, she knew he had his sights set upon her. Between them, a boy named Elias held a giant shell in his hand. He bent his knees and jumped, sending it flipping into the air. It landed with a thud in the grass, white side up, and there was chaos as the children dispersed. For a second, Persephone and Hades remained in place, eyes locked. Then a predatory grin crossed the god's face, and the goddess of spring whirled. As she did, she felt Hades' fingers ghost across her arm. He'd already been so close to capturing her. She sprinted. The grass was cool beneath her feet, and her hair breezed behind her. She felt free and reckless as she turned to glance over her shoulder at Hades, who was gaining on her. And she suddenly recalled that she had not felt this way since before Lex's accident. The thought faltered her steps, and she came to a stop altogether, her high crushed beneath the weight of guilt. How could she have forgotten? Her face heated, and a thickness gathered in her throat that brought tears to her eyes. Hades came to her side. Recognizing something was wrong, he asked, "Are you well?" It took her a moment to answer. A moment where she worked to swallow the tears gathering behind her eyes and suppress the tremble in her throat. "I just remembered that Lexa was not here." She looked at Hades. "How could I have forgotten?" Hades' expression was grim, his eyes pained. "Oh, darling," he said, and pressed his lips to her forehead. It was enough, because it was comfort. He took her hand and led her to the picnic area where the souls had now gathered to feast. Yuri showed them where they were to sit, at the very edge of the field, upon a blanket that was weighted down with the same lanterns and bouquets that decorated the road. The basket was full of foods and wineskins, offering a sampling of the culture in Asphodel. They feasted, and the meadow was full of happy chatter, laughter, and the delighted screams of children. Persephone watched the scene, her heart full. These were her people, but most importantly, they were her friends. The urge to protect and provide for them was almost primal. It was that impulse that surprised her, but it was also how she knew she wanted to be queen of the underworld. Because taking on that title meant something far more than royalty. It was responsibility. It was caring. It was making this realm an even better, more comforting space.
"What are you thinking?"
Hades asked. She glanced at him, and then at her hands. She held a wheat roll and had been breaking off pieces. Her lap was covered in crumbs. She set it aside and brushed them away. "I was just thinking about becoming queen," she said. Hades offered a small smile.
"And are you happy?"
"Yes," she said. "Of course. I was just thinking of how it will be, what we will do together. If, that is, Zeus approves." Hades' lips thinned.
"Just keep planning, darling."
She did not ask him any more questions about Zeus, because she knew what he would say.
"We will marry despite Zeus."
And she believed him.
"I would like to speak about earlier,"
Hades said.
"Before we were interrupted, you asked if I trusted you."
She could tell by his expression that her question had hurt his feelings. She hesitated to speak, searching for the words to explain herself. "You did not think I'd come to you when Hermes summoned me to Lemnos," she said. "Tell me, truthfully." Hades clenched his jaw before answering.
"I did not."
Persephone frowned.
"But I was more concerned about Aphrodite. I know what she wants from you. I worry you will try to investigate and identify Adonis and Harmonia's attackers on your own. It isn't because I don't trust you, but because I know you. You want to make the world safe again, fix what is broken."
"I told you I wouldn't do anything without your knowledge," Persephone said. "I meant it." Persephone wanted to find Adonis and Harmonia's attackers as much as Hades and Aphrodite, but that did not mean she was going to be rash. She'd learned a lot from her mistakes. Not to mention, seeing Harmonia and how she'd suffered gave her even more pause. This threat was obviously different. Gods with control of their powers weren't able to fight it, which meant she'd have an even harder time.
"I am sorry,"
he said. "You once said words had no meaning," she answered. "Let our actions speak next time." She would show Hades she meant what she said, and she could only hope he'd do the same. Later, after the souls had retreated to their homes for the night, they remained in the meadow. Hades rested on his back, his head in Persephone's lap. She played with his hair, smoothing her fingers through it as it spilled over her thigh and into the grass. His eyes were closed, his thick lashes grazing the high points of his cheek. He had faint lines around his eyes that deepened when he smiled. If there were any around his mouth, she could not see for the stubble on his face. Gods did not age beyond a certain point in their lifetime. It was different for everyone, which was why none of them looked the same, and probably a decision made by the fates. Hades looked as though he had matured into his late 30s. "Hades?" She said his name and then quieted, hesitating. He looked up at her, and she held his gaze. "What did you trade for your ability to have children?" He stiffened and shifted his eyes to the sky. It was something she'd been thinking about since playing in the meadow. One day, after they'd greeted souls at the gates of the underworld, Hades admitted that he could not give her children because he'd bargained away the ability. She did not know the details, and in that moment she'd been more concerned about easing his anxiety. He'd seemed to think that this admission would mean the end of their relationship. But Persephone was not sure she wanted children, and she was no closer to making that decision now, even though she asked.
"I gave a mortal woman divinity,"
he answered. The words made her throat feel tight, and her fingers stalled as they threaded through his hair. After a moment, she asked, "Did you love her?" Hades offered a humorless chuckle.
"No. I wish I could claim it was out of love or even compassion,"
he answered.
"But I wanted to claim a favor from a god, and so I bargained with the fates."
"And they asked for our children?" This time, Hades rolled into a sitting position, twisting to face her, eyes roaming her face.
"What are you thinking?"
She shook her head. "Nothing. I just am trying to understand fate." Hades smiled wryly.
"Fate does not make sense. That is why it is so easy to blame."
The corners of her lips turned upward, but only for a moment as she looked away. Her thoughts were muddled as she tried to sort out how exactly Hades' bargain made her feel. He reached to brush his fingers along her cheek.
"If I had known, if I'd been given any inkling, I would have never—"
"It's all right, Hades," Persephone interrupted. "I did not ask to cause you grief."
"You did not cause me grief," he answered. "I think back on that moment often, reflect upon the ease with which I gave up something I would come to wish for. But that is the consequence of bargaining with the fates. Inevitably, you will always desire what they take. One day, I think you will come to resent me for my actions."
"I do not and I will not," Persephone said, and she believed that, despite a strange feeling knotting her chest. "Can you not forgive yourself as easily as you have forgiven me? We have all made mistakes, Hades." He stared at her for a moment, and then kissed her, guiding her backward to the pillowy ground. She relaxed beneath his weight and let him devour her mouth with slow, heated strokes. She drew her knees up, caging him between her thighs as she sought his hard length beneath his robes. Once she had him in hand, Hades pulled back to position himself against her heat. She arched against the feel of him thrusting into her. He settled there for a moment, buried deep and filling, kissing her once more before setting a languid pace. Their breaths were slow to quicken, their moans soft, their words whispered. And beneath the starry underworld sky, they found release and refuge in each other's arms. Persephone. The voice was melodic, a soft whisper across skin. Her breath caught in her throat as hands drifted up her calves. Her fingers fisted in the silk sheets, and her back arched, restless, her body still half buried in sleep. "You will like it," he whispered, his lips brushing her lower abdomen. She twisted and wriggled beneath the breathy touch. "Open for me," the voice coaxed. The words were a request, but the hands that forced her knees apart were a command. She wrenched her eyes open, recognizing the sunken face and bleeding eyes staring into hers. "Pirithous," she said, hating the way the name sounded and felt in her mouth. A horrible curse that didn't deserve the breath it took to speak. She screamed, and his bony hand clamped down upon her mouth. He shifted so that he straddled her, his thighs pressing into her body tight. "Shh, shh, 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 shh," he cooed, his face bent close to hers, his dark hair caressing her cheek. "I'm not going to hurt you. I will make everything better. You'll see." She clawed at him, and yet he did not seem to notice. When he pulled his hand away, she could no longer make sound. He had stolen her voice. Her eyes widened, and tears spilled down the sides of her face. This was another one of the demigod's powers. He offered a horrible grin that seemed to tear across his face. "There," he said. "I like you better this way. Like this, I can still hear you moan." There was a sour taste in the back of her mouth, and as Pirithous slipped down her body to settle between her thighs, she began to kick and thrash. Her knee rose, hitting Pirithous in the face, and as he fell back, she lurched into a sitting position. She scurried back, kicking against the mattress until she was pressed into the headboard. Her body felt hot and cold at the same time, her clothes soaked through with sweat. For a moment, she stared blindly into the darkness, her breath ragged. Then she noticed a shadow move toward her, and she screamed. "No!" She jerked back, head thudding against the headboard painfully as vines split her skin, sending a bone-shattering pain throughout her whole body. She screamed, the sound piercing even to her own ears. "Persephone!" Hades' voice cut through the darkness. And then the hearth blazed to life, flooding the room with light, illuminating the mess she had made of her body and the bed. There was blood everywhere. Thick vines protruded from her arms and shoulders and legs, flaying her skin. When she saw them, she began to sob. "Look at me," Hades snapped, and the sound of his voice made her flinch. She met his gaze, her face stained with salty tears. There was something in his eyes, a glint of panic she had never seen before. It was as if, for a moment, he did not know what to do. He grasped the thorns, and they dissolved into dust and ash. Then his hands were on her skin, sending warmth and healing through her body. The flesh she had mangled with her magic fused together into a pink puckered line until it smoothed. When he was finished, he stood. "I will take you to the baths," he said. "Can I hold you?" She swallowed thickly and nodded. He scooped her up gingerly and left the bloodied bed. They did not speak as Hades wandered down the corridor. The smell of lavender and sea salt was comforting. Instead of taking her to the main pool, Hades navigated along a separate path, down a hall with walls that glistened. As he eased her to her feet, she found that they had come to a smaller room with a round pool. The air was warmer here, and the light easier on her tired eyes. "Can I undress you?" he asked. She nodded, and yet it took him a moment to move, to slip his fingers under the straps of her bloodied gown and draw it down her arms. His robes followed. He stared at her for a moment, and then reached to brush a piece of her hair over her shoulder, and she shivered.
"Do you know the difference?" he asked, "between my touch and his?"
She swallowed and answered honestly, "When I am awake." He paused a long moment before asking,
"Can I touch you now?"
"You don't have to ask," she answered, and Hades' jaw tightened.
"I wish to," he said, "in case you aren't ready."
She nodded, and he scooped her up and entered the pool, holding her against him. The blood upon her skin colored the water crimson as it danced away in ribbons. He did not ask about her nightmare, and she didn't speak until the tension in his body had lessened. "I don't understand why I dream about him," she whispered. Hades stared down at her, frowning. "Sometimes I think back to that day and remember how afraid I was, and other times I think I should not be so affected. Others—"
"You cannot compare trauma, Persephone."
Hades' tone was gentle but firm. "I just feel like I should have known," she said. "I should have never—"
"Persephone,"
Hades said, his voice gentle, and yet there was an edge beneath it, a frustration that made her eyes burn.
"How could you have known? Pirithous presented himself as a friend. He played upon your kindness and compassion. The only person who is wrong here was Pirithous."
Her mouth began to quiver, and she covered her eyes with her hands. Her body shook hard, and Hades shifted, holding her against his bare skin, her head tucked beneath his chin. She was not sure how long she cried, but they remained in the pool until she was finished. They dressed and returned to bed, where Hades poured 2 glasses of whiskey. He handed one to Persephone.
"Drink,"
he said. She accepted and downed the alcohol.
"Do you wish to sleep?"
he asked. She shook her head.
"Come, sit with me,"
he said, and took a seat beside the fire. He guided her into his lap, and she rested her head against his chest, comforted by the heat at her back and the smell of Hades' skin. Sometime later, Persephone felt Hades' magic stir the air. She opened her eyes, realizing she had fallen asleep and now lay in bed. She rolled and rose into a sitting position, startling when she saw Hades. There was something completely feral about him, as if he'd been able to drown his humanity in the depths of his darkness, and all that remained was a monster. "This is a battle god," she thought. "You went to Tartarus," she said, her voice low. Hades did not speak. She did not need to ask what he'd done there. He'd gone to torture Pirithous, and the evidence was all over his face, streaked with blood. Again, Hades was silent. After a moment, Persephone rose and approached him, placing a hand on his face. Despite the wild look in his eyes, he leaned into her touch. "Are you well?" she whispered.
"No,"
he replied. Her hand dropped, slipping around his waist. It took Hades a moment, but he finally moved, arms wrapping around her, holding her tight against him. After a moment, he spoke, and his voice sounded a little more normal, a little warmer.
"Ilias and Zophie found the woman who assaulted you,"
he said. "Zophie?" Persephone asked, drawing back.
"She has been helping Ilias,"
he answered. Persephone was curious about exactly what Hades meant by that, but it was a conversation for another time. "Where is the woman?"
"She is being held at iniquity,"
he answered. "Will you take me to her?"
"I'd rather you sleep."
I do not want to sleep. Hades frowned.
Even if I stay?
There are people out there attacking goddesses, Persephone said. I'd rather hear what she has to say. Hades cupped her jaw and then threaded his fingers through her hair, grimacing. She knew he was worried, wondering if she could handle this confrontation so soon after the horror of her nightmare. I'm okay, Hades, she whispered. You will be with me. That only seemed to make him frown more. Still, he finally answered.
Then we will do as you wish.
Chapter 12. A Touch of Enlightenment. Persephone had not returned to Iniquity since the first time she'd visited. She'd come with the hope of saving Lexa, and had left with nothing but the knowledge that she did not know Hades or his empire very well. The club was a speakeasy style, and accessed by members with a password. This space was neutral territory, and behind these walls deals were made with balance in mind. After learning about the evil Hades was willing to let exist in the world, Persephone often found herself wondering the same. What malevolence would she allow if the results brought peace, if they prevented war, for instance? They manifested in a room that looked similar to the one she'd met Kalstavros, the owner of Epic Communications, a magi and a mortal who had offered to save Lexa in exchange for Hades and Persephone's story. She hadn't had a chance to refuse before Hades arrived and ended the bargain, permanently scarring Kal's face. The accused sat beneath a circular pool of light. Her long, dark hair was silky and straight. She kept her head pressed against the back of the chair. A black snake slithered slowly around her neck, while 2 others made their way around her arms. Another 6 slinked in a circle around her feet. Her hatred was palpable as she glared at them, her mouth set in a hard line. Persephone inched forward until she stood at the edge of the light. I do not need to tell you why you are here, she said. The woman glared, and when she spoke, her voice was clear, not a hint of fear or even rage. Her calm put Persephone on edge.
Will you kill me?
I am not the goddess of retribution, Persephone said.
You did not answer my question.
I am not the one being questioned. The woman stared. What's your name? Persephone asked. She lifted her chin and replied,
Lara.
Lara, why did you attack me in the coffee house?
Because you were there,
she answered, nonchalant.
And I wanted you to hurt.
The words, while not surprising, still stung. Why? Lara did not reply immediately, and Persephone watched as the snake paused its slithering to lift its head from her neck to hiss, exposing venomous fangs. She jerked, squeezing her eyes shut, preparing for the bite. Not yet, Persephone said, and the snake stilled. Lara looked at the goddess. I asked you a question. This time, as the woman answered, tears rolled down her face.
Because you represent everything that is wrong with this world, she seethed. You think you stand for justice because you wrote some angry words in a newspaper, but they mean nothing. Your actions are by far more telling. You, like so many, have merely fallen into the same trap. You are a sheep, corralled by Olympian glamour.
Persephone stared at the woman, knowing her anger had grown from something, a seed that had been planted and nurtured by hate. So she asked, What happened to you? Something haunting bled into Lara's eyes. It was an expression that was hard to explain, but when Persephone saw it, she knew it for what it was. Trauma.
I was raped,
she hissed in a barely there whisper.
By Zeus.
Her admission came as a shock.
despite Zeus being known for this behavior, a fact that should not be fact at all. Power had given Zeus, and so many others like him, a ticket to abuse for no other reason except that they were male and in a position of authority. It was wrong, and the behavior was at the core of their society. Even among the goddesses, who were equal, or in some cases more powerful, assault was used as a means of control and oppression. Hera was a prime example. Deceived and raped by Zeus, she was so ashamed she agreed to marry him. As his queen, even her role as goddess of marriage had become Zeus's. Beside her, Hades stiffened. She glanced at the god of the dead, whose jaw ticked. She knew Hades punished those who committed crimes against women and children severely. Was he motivated by his brother's actions? Had he ever punished Zeus?
"I'm sorry this happened to you," Persephone said. She stepped toward Lara, and the snakes that had kept her firmly in her seat vanished into tendrils of smoke.
"Don't!" Lara snapped. "I do not want your pity."
Persephone halted. "I am not offering pity," she replied, "but I would like to help you."
"How can you help me?" she seethed. The question hurt. It felt the same as when the woman had approached her in Nevernight and rebuked her. Still, she had to do something. She had never experienced the extent of Lara's nightmare, but even then, Pirithous still haunted her in a way she never imagined.
"I know you did not do anything to deserve what happened to you," Persephone said.
"Your words mean nothing while gods are still able to hurt," she offered in a painful whisper.
Persephone could not speak, because there was nothing to say.
She could argue that not all gods were the same, but those words were not right for this time. And Lara was right. What did it matter that not all gods were the same when the ones who hurt went unpunished? It was then she remembered something her mother had said. "Consequences for gods? No, daughter, there are none." The words made her sick, and she clenched her fists against them, swearing that one day things would be different. "How would you have Zeus punished?" Hades asked.
Both Persephone and Lara looked at him, surprised. Was he asking because he planned to do something about this? Persephone's gaze shifted to Lara as she spoke.
"I would have him torn apart limb by limb and his body burned. I would have his soul fracture into millions of pieces until nothing was left but the whisper of his screams echoing in the wind." "And you think you can bring that justice?"
Hades' voice was low, a deadly challenge, and she realized that while she'd been here to sympathize, he was here to get to something else. Her loyalty. Lara glared. "Not me. Gods," she said. "New ones." Her eyes took on a glassy, almost hopeful look, as if she were imagining what it would be like, a world with new gods.
"It will be a rebirth," she whispered.
Rebirth. Lemming. They were words she'd heard before, and they made Persephone think that Lara was connected to the same people who had attacked Harmonia and perhaps Adonis, and it sounded like they were desperate to usher in a new era of gods by any means possible.
"No,"
Hades said. His voice seemed to thread through her, throwing her out of the strange possession she had been under.
"It will be a massacre, and it will not be us who dies. It will be you."
Persephone looked at Hades and took his hand. "What happened to you was horrible," Persephone said. "And you are right that Zeus should be punished. Will you not let us help you?"
"There is no hope for me."
"There is always hope," Persephone said. "It is all we have." There was a beat of silence, and then Hades spoke.
Ilias, take Miss Sotir to Hemlock Grove. She will be safe there.
The woman stiffened.
So you will imprison me? No,
Hades said.
Hemlock Grove is a safe house. The goddess Hecate runs the facility for abused women and children. She will want to hear your story if you wish to tell her. Beyond that, you may do as you please.
Persephone was exhausted, and an ache was forming behind her eyes, spreading to her temples. She could count the days she'd slept through the night in the last 3 weeks on one hand. She cupped her coffee between her hands and sipped, her thoughts turning to Hades. Her heart clenched tight every time she thought of how he'd found her, broken and bleeding in their bed, his eyes full of panic and pain. She'd wanted to comfort him, but the only words she could find were ones to question her own sanity and perception of reality. That had only seemed to irritate him. She shivered, suddenly recalling the way her skin split as her magic roared to life, the way Hades had looked when he'd asked if she knew the difference between his touch and Pirithous, how she'd cried in his arms until she fell asleep, waking later to find him returning to their room, face splattered with blood. The Persephone who had unknowingly invited the god of the dead to play cards would have been fearful, disgusted. But she was no longer that goddess. She had been deceived and betrayed and broken, and she saw Pirithous' end as judgment and justice, even more so now that she'd heard Lara's story. She could hardly blame her for the attack. She'd channeled her pain in the only way that made sense to her. Surely Zeus saw that his actions were making organizations like Triad stronger. Her office phone rang, startling her, sounding louder than usual. Maybe it was because she was sleep-deprived, but she snatched it from its cradle quickly, mostly to silence the sound, and then remembered she needed to answer. Yes. Her greeting came out more like a hiss, and she followed quickly with something a little more professional. Can I help you?
Lady Persephone, I am sorry to bother you, Ivy said on the other end. I have Lady Harmonia here. She says she does not have an appointment with you. Should I send her up?
Harmonia was here to visit? That surprised her. She hadn't expected to see her so soon after her ordeal. More importantly, she hadn't expected Aphrodite to let her out of her sight. Yes, of course. Please, send her up. She stood, smoothing out her jumper and hair. She felt self-conscious today, having had no time to get ready when she and Hades returned home from Iniquity. She'd thrown on the most comfortable work outfit she owned and wrangled her hair into a braid that was not at all interested in remaining a braid. She stepped into the waiting area, which had been redecorated to fit Persephone's style. A couch with modern lines sat against the wall, a set of colorful floral portraits hung above it, while 2 spacious sapphire chairs sat opposite. A glass table separated the two, and a vase of white narcissus sat at its center. The funny thing about how it had been decorated is that Persephone had not asked or given any direction. She'd just returned to work the day after Hades gifted her the space to find everything arranged. When she'd asked him about it, he blamed it on Ivy.
She cannot stand empty space, he said. You gave her an excuse to decorate. She will be forever in your debt.
You're the one who let me office here, Persephone replied. She should be in your debt.
She already is.
Persephone hadn't asked for clarification. Whatever deal was between him and Ivy was working in both of their favors. Her attention turned to the elevator, which dinged as it hit her floor. As it opened, she could hear Ivy speaking to Harmonia.
Lord Hades keeps us busy. Most recently, he purchased several acres in preparation for his plans to start a horse rescue and rehabilitation ranch.
Persephone raised a brow. That was new information. She made a mental note to ask him about that later, but for now she focused on smiling as Ivy and Harmonia left the elevator. The goddess of harmony looked very different than last Persephone saw her, for which she was relieved. No longer bruised and broken, she appeared healed, at least outwardly. She wore a top with bell sleeves, skinny jeans, and boots. Her long blonde hair was curled and fell in waves over her shoulders. A large bag hung on her shoulder, and Persephone noticed Opal's small face poking out from inside. When Harmonia saw Persephone, she smiled.
"Good morning, Lady Persephone,"
Ivy said, inclining her head. "Good morning, Ivy," she replied. "Good morning, Harmonia. I did not expect you." The goddess blushed.
"I'm so sorry. If this is a bad time, I can come back."
"Of course not. I am glad you are here," Persephone said.
"Can I get either of you anything? Coffee? Tea, perhaps?"
Ivy asked, ever the hostess. "Coffee for me," Persephone said. "You, Harmonia?"
"The same."
"Of course. I will be right back."
The two watched until Ivy disappeared down the hall. Then Harmonia turned to Persephone, smiling softly.
"She is very kind,"
Harmonia said. "Yes, I adore her," Persephone said, and then gestured to her. "You look well."
"I am better,"
she answered, though Persephone saw a flash of unease in her eyes. She recognized it the same as she recognized it in herself, a monster that dwelled beneath the surface. It would have her looking over her shoulder for months, years, maybe forever. "Come, have a seat in my office," Persephone said, directing her inside and closing the door. They took a seat on the couch, and Harmonia picked Opal up from her bag, settling the dog in her lap. "I did not expect you to be out and about so quickly," Persephone said.
"What else am I to do?" she asked. "Hide until they are all found? I do not think that is possible."
"I am sure Aphrodite would disagree, especially since Adonis had been murdered." Harmonia offered a faint smile.
"I am sure she would. It is actually Aphrodite I came to speak to you about."
Persephone raised her brows. "Oh?" Her eyes fell to Harmonia's hands, which raked through Opal's long hair nervously.
"I believe my sister was the intended target of my attackers,"
she said. "What makes you so sure?"
"They said so,"
she answered. The bottom dropped out of Persephone's stomach. "Are you worried Aphrodite will come to harm?"
"No,"
Harmonia said.
"I worry that the intention of these people is to prove just how vengeful the Olympians can be, and I fear they targeted my sister."
"Why start with her? There are other gods far more temperamental."
"I do not know," Harmonia admitted. "But I cannot help thinking that another god, an Olympian, helped them attack me."
"Why do you say that?"
"I recognized the weapon they used to restrain me, the feel of it anyway. It was a net, similar to one Hephaestus made, but the magic was not his."
"Whose magic was it?" Harmonia started to speak when there was a knock at the door, and Ivy entered. "Just bringing your coffee," she said, setting a tray on the coffee table. "Thank you, Ivy," Persephone replied. "Anything for you, my dear. Call if you need me." Alone again, Persephone poured each of them a cup of coffee, and as she handed Harmonia her cup and saucer, she asked, "Whose magic?"
"Your mother's."
"My mother's?" Persephone sat with that information for a beat. She did not question how Harmonia knew who she was. She was certain Aphrodite disclosed that information. "What did it smell like? The magic?"
"Unmistakable," Harmonia replied. "It was warm, like the sun on a spring afternoon, It smelled like golden wheat and the sweetness of ripened fruit. Persephone did not respond. "I did not wish to tell you in front of my sister," Harmonia explained. "There is a chance I could be wrong, especially if the weapon they have was created from relic magic."
That was a possibility. "But you sensed no other magic?" She frowned and offered a quiet,
"No."
"But why?" Persephone asked aloud. "Why would she help these people so intent on hurting gods?"
"Perhaps because they've hurt her,"
Harmonia supplied, and then she explained.
"Perhaps she targeted Aphrodite because she is one of the reasons you and Hades met."
Something akin to shock settled upon Persephone's shoulders. She had never considered that her mother would hurt those who supported her and Hades' relationship, especially via a group of mortals who hated the gods. It did not make sense, unless they were missing something. If these mortals hate gods, why would they accept help from one?
"Mortals are still powerless," Harmonia said. "And it would not be the first time something like this has happened. Throughout every divine war, gods have taken the side of their would-be enemy. Hecate is an example, a titan who fought alongside the Olympians."
That was true. And Hecate was not the only god to choose the Olympians. Helios had been another. And as she was often reminded, he used his allegiance as a reason to avoid helping the gods in any capacity.
"I'm so sorry."
Persephone's brows knitted together as she met Harmonia's gaze. "Why are you sorry? You were the one who suffered."
"Because it is not in my nature to add to your pain," she said.
"This isn't your fault."
"Nor is it yours,"
Harmonia said, as if reading her mind. And then the goddess offered, as an explanation,
"I can see your aura turning red with shame and green with guilt. Do not blame yourself for your mother's actions. You did not ask her to seek vengeance."
"It is not so easy," she replied, "when so many suffer as a result of my decision to marry Hades."
"Is it because you chose to marry Hades? Or something far deeper?"
Persephone looked at Harmonia questioningly.
"At the root of Demeter's anger is a multitude of fears. She is afraid of being alone, and she likes to feel needed."
It was true. Demeter liked to be the savior, which is why it had taken her so long to disclose the mysteries of her cult, which included gardening. It gave her a sense of power and need when the world begged for food and water. "Will you tell Aphrodite of your suspicions? That she was the intended target of your attack?"
"No,"
Harmonia said.
"because she will only feel guilty. Besides, you'd have no chance at handling this situation quietly once Hephaestus found out. He would set the world on fire for her."
Persephone smiled at those words. She'd heard the same thing from Hades, and suddenly she felt like she understood the love the god of fire possessed for the goddess of love. He really cares for her.
"Yes,"
Harmonia answered.
"I see it in their colors every day. But it is a dark love they possess for one another, hindered by shared pain and misunderstanding. One day, I think they will come to accept one another."
Harmonia looked at her watch.
"I must return to Lemnos before Aphrodite comes looking for me."
Opal grunted as Harmonia picked her up and returned her to the bag. "Of course," Persephone said, standing with the goddess. As she opened the door, she found Sybil on the other side, preparing to knock. The oracle dropped her hand and offered a smile, which quickly faded when her eyes shifted to Harmonia, her expression becoming troubled. Strange, Persephone thought. Sybil, this is Harmonia, Persephone said. Perhaps she did not recognize the goddess, though that did not make sense with her background as an oracle. It's very nice to meet you, Sybil said, though she seemed distracted. Harmonia extended her hand.
A pleasure, Sybil.
She paused.
You are an oracle.
Was, she said, almost breathlessly.
You will always be an oracle, even if you do not work for the divine,
Harmonia said.
It is your gift.
There was a strange tension that filled the space between the three. Perhaps it was because of how Sybil's job as an oracle had ended. It had been heartbreaking for her to see something she'd worked so hard for crumble within seconds. I was coming to see if you were ready for lunch, Sybil said.
Perfect timing,
Harmonia said.
I was just leaving. Persephone, if you need anything, please reach out. Sybil, it was nice meeting you.
Harmonia left, and Sybil turned to watch her go. What was that about? Persephone asked once she was out of sight. What? The oracle asked, brows drawing together. Something's off. What did you see when you looked at Harmonia? I saw your expression change. Nothing, she said quickly. Let's eat. I'm starving. Chapter 13. A Perfect Storm. Persephone, Sybil, and Zophie walked down the street to Ambrosia and Nectar for lunch, grateful for the warmth once they were inside. Despite not being far from Alexandria Tower, the cafe had felt miles away as they managed to walk through tall snowdrifts, all while being pelted by snow and ice. The snowplows could not keep up, though they were still trying. They took their seats, and Persephone helped Zophie navigate the menu, informing her of her favorite dishes. I want to try everything, the Amazon said. If it were any other person, Persephone would assume she was joking, but she knew if she did not stop the Amazon, she'd try to do exactly that. You will have time to try everything eventually, Persephone promised. They ordered, and while they waited for their food, Zophie instructed Sybil on how to disarm an intruder, specifically in the event that Ben returned to her apartment. If he attacks with a blade, catch it in a parry and spin. She demonstrated the movement with a flick of the wrist, and Persephone was glad that Zophie had not manifested her actual blade. If he thrusts at you, parry his blade down. Zophie, Sybil said, has anyone told you that people do not fight with swords anymore? The Amazon looked affronted. My sisters and I always fight with a blade. Persephone tried not to laugh. Okay, what if no swords are involved, just hand-to-hand combat? Go for the nose, she said, a malicious glint in her eyes. Their conversation continued like that even after their food arrived. Persephone sat in relative silence, lost in her own thoughts, trying to piece things together. One issue was that she didn't have enough information on Adonis's death, but perhaps they'd sought to draw Aphrodite out with his murder. But why try to enrage an Olympian other than to create unrest? Wasn't Demeter's snowstorm doing that enough? Still, if Harmonia's assumption was correct, who would Demeter go after next? There were a number of gods and goddesses who supported her. Hecate, Apollo, though arguably reluctant. Then there was Hermes, Sybil said. What are you doing here? Persephone blinked and met the god's gold gaze. He looked like he'd just come from tennis practice, dressed in white pants and a light blue polo. He slid into the booth beside Persephone, scooting her along the vinyl with little effort. Eating lunch with my besties, he answered. What does it look like? It looks like you're crashing our lunch, Persephone said. Well, it's not like you were chatting it up, he said, reaching for Persephone's fork and digging into her untouched food, popping a bite into his mouth. As he chewed, he spoke, looking at Persephone.
I bet I can guess what you were thinking, he said, reliving a night of mind-blowing sex with Hades. Gross, Zophi said. Sybil giggled. But Persephone wished that was the case. She'd take that over thinking of her mother, or her actual night with Hades, which had only been full of blood and tears. She managed to roll her eyes and lie.
Actually, I'm thinking about the wedding.
Hermes brightened. Tell me you've picked a date.
Well, no, she said, pursing her lips. I was actually thinking about eloping.
It was an idea that had crossed her mind multiple times since Hades had proposed, and given the drama that surrounded their engagement, it was looking like the best option. Did anyone really need to know they were married anyway? Elope? Hermes repeated, as if he did not know what the word meant. Why would you elope?
I mean, there's a lot of unrest between mortals and gods right now, and a public wedding would just enrage my mother more.
She was now thinking that if her mother was involved in the attack on Harmonia, things may just escalate with a wedding. And a private one wouldn't? Hermes challenged, brow raised. I do not understand this wedding, Zophi said. Why do you need to marry? You love Hades, do you not? Is that not enough? Loving Hades was enough, but his proposal was the promise of something more, a commitment to a life they would share and cultivate together. She wanted that. If I was marrying Hades, Hermes said, scooping up another bite of Persephone's food, I'd want a televised wedding so everyone knew that piece of ass was mine.
Sounds like you thought a lot about marrying Hades, Sybil observed. Apparently, there is no need to plan anything until Zeus approves our marriage anyway, Persephone said, glaring at Hermes. Why are you looking at me like I should have told you? Hermes asked defensively. Everyone knows that. In case you've forgotten, I grew up in a glass house with my narcissistic mother, Persephone retorted. How could I forget? Hermes asked. When there's a raging ice storm outside to remind me. Sybil elbowed the god. Ouch! He glared at her. Watch it, Oracle. Persephone's gaze broke from Hermes, falling to her hands in her lap. This isn't your fault, Persephone, Sybil said. It feels like it. You want to marry the love of your life, she said. There's nothing wrong with that. Except that everyone seems to disapprove. If it isn't my mother, it's the world or Zeus. She paused. Maybe we should have waited on the engagement. It's not like we aren't going to be together forever. Then you allow others to determine how you live, Sybil said. And there is nothing fair about that. It wasn't fair, but Persephone had learned a good deal about fairness in the time since meeting Hades. In fact, the lesson had come from Sybil herself. Right, wrong, fair, unfair. It's not really the world we live in, Persephone. The gods punish. She was starting to understand why the impious grew in ranks, why some had become organized and formed a triad, why they wished for the gods to have less influence over their lives. That isn't good, Sybil said, nodding at a television in the corner where the news streamed. Impious gather to protest winter weather. Persephone wanted to sink into herself. She caught part of what the anchor was saying. This uncharacteristic weather has many believing a god or goddess may be on a quest for vengeance. Both the impious and the faithful are calling for an end in two very different ways. Persephone looked away, and yet she could not escape the broadcast, the words still reaching and ringing in her ears. Why is it mortals suffer every time a god has a mood swing? Why should we worship such gods? I understand the impious less and less, said Hermes. Persephone looked at him. What do you mean?
When they began, they were angry with us for being distant and careless, as if they wanted our presence. Now they seem to think they can do without us."
"Can they?" Persephone asked, because she truly did not know.
"I suppose that depends. Would Helios still provide the sun? Or Selene the moon? Despite how mortals perceive the world, we are the reason for its existence. We can make and unmake it."
"Yes, but if they did provide the sun and moon and all the power to maintain the world, if the gods took a step back from mortal society, what would happen?" Hermes blinked.
"I do not know."
It was clear he'd never considered that before. The truth was, the gods would never be able to completely release their hold on the world because it would end. But could they strike a balance? And what did that look like exactly?
"Excuse me."
A man approached their table, cell phone in hand. He was middle-aged and wore gray slacks and a white shirt. Hermes whipped his head around.
"No,"
he said, and the mortal's mouth snapped closed.
"Leave."
He twisted away and wandered off in a daze. "That was rude," Persephone said.
"Well, you are anything but a blushing bride today," he argued. "I doubt you wanted to pose for a picture with some weirdo."
Then his expression softened.
"Besides, you look sad."
Persephone frowned, which didn't help her case. "I'm just distracted," she mumbled. Hermes surprised her by reaching out and placing his hand atop her own.
"It's okay to be sad, Sephi."
She hadn't really thought much about what she was feeling. Instead, she'd focused on staying busy, creating new habits to replace the old ones that reminded her that Lexa was not here anymore. "We better get back," she said, once again choosing action over feeling. Hermes left them outside Ambrosia and Nectar, giving each of them a peck on the cheek. Even Sophie, who was too shocked to react at first. Then she tried to shank him. Persephone took hold of her wrist, but instead of scolding Sophie, she glared at Hermes. "Ask next time you decide to kiss someone," she said. For a moment his eyes widened, and then he looked genuinely remorseful.
"I'm sorry, Sophie."
The Amazon sulked, arms crossed over her chest.
"Well, I'm off," he said. "I have a date with a goat man. Let's go out soon."
Once he vanished, Persephone, Sybil, and Sophie exchanged a look. "Goat man?" they all asked in unison. Persephone and Sybil returned to work, leaving Sophie to patrol. Each time Persephone arrived or returned from an outing, the Amazon made rounds outside and inside Alexandria Tower. What she did after, she was not aware, though she had to admit she was glad that Hades had assigned her to work with Ilias. It gave Sophie the chance to do more task-based work and socialize. Gods knew the Amazon needed that. Ivy greeted them as they entered the building, heading to the elevator. "Hermes is right," Sybil said. "We should go out soon." Persephone knew what Sybil was thinking. We haven't been anywhere since Lexa died. She frowned at the thought. "Yeah," she said, distracted. "We should." "You can say no," Sybil said, and Persephone met her gaze. "If you're not up for it yet, we all would understand, you know." Persephone swallowed thickly. "Thank you, Sybil," she whispered. They embraced, and Persephone rested her head on Sybil's shoulder until they came to her floor. But as they stepped off the elevator, they found Laoki and Helen standing beside each other, staring out the windowed walls at a jumble of flashing red and blue lights in the distance. Despite the heavy fog and wintry mix, Persephone knew that the highway was in the distance, and that something horrible had happened. "Oh my gods," Persephone whispered, coming to stand beside Laoki and Sybil. The television blared suddenly, and the three turned to find that Sybil had turned on the news. A banner ran across the bottom of the screen, announcing the horror they could see in the distance. Multiple wrecks reported on the A2 motorway.
The accidents are believed to be caused by slick roadways and heavy snow. No word on the number of fatalities. However, it has been reported that several are injured.
Images and video of the crash moved in the background. Persephone watched in shock as car after car came upon the wreck, unaware due to the heavy mist, and with no ability to brake in time or gain traction on the slick road, plowed into vehicle after vehicle.
"How horrible," Helen said, just as they witnessed a large tractor trailer slide into the back of a car, sending it flying into the air. "How could that person survive?"
They couldn't, and there was no safe way to escape the wreck. Leaving the car meant the possibility of slipping on ice or being hit by another vehicle in the lineup. Staying meant hoping that the next person didn't hit too hard. Persephone stared, a lump forming in her throat. This is what she dreaded, that Demeter would take her anger out on humanity, not only because she couldn't get her way, but because she knew it was the best way to get to Persephone.
Why parade as a mortal? You are a goddess.
I am more like them than you.
You are not, and once they discover who you really are, they will shun you for pretending you were one of them.
Your mother is insane, Laoki said under her breath. Persephone did not need to be told. She knew well enough. She turned from the television and walked blindly toward her office. Once inside, she picked up the phone and dialed Ilias.
"Lady Persephone," he answered.
"Where is Hades?" she asked. He must have sensed the distress in her voice, because he did not hesitate to tell her.
"He is at Iniquity, my lady."
"Thank you." Her hands were shaking so badly, she barely managed to hang up the phone before vanishing, appearing in Hades' office. From here, he spied on those who used his club while they sat in the bar below, drinking and smoking and playing cards. Today, however, she found he was not alone. A man she did not know stood opposite Hades' desk in a navy blue suit, despite the fact that there were 2 empty chairs waiting. If Persephone had to guess, the man had not been invited to sit. As soon as she arrived, their voices halted, and Hades' hot gaze turned to her.
"Darling,"
Hades said with a nod of his head. There was no hint of surprise in his voice, and yet she knew by his expression he worried at her sudden appearance. Then the man turned to look at her. He was handsome and most definitely a demigod. Those bright aqua eyes gave his parentage away immediately, a son of Poseidon. He had brown skin and short dark hair and stubble covering his jaw. She had never seen him before.
"So you are the lovely Lady Persephone,"
he said. His eyes dipped, appraising, and she felt disgust immediately.
"Theseus, I think you should leave,"
Hades said, and the demigod's gaze left hers, almost reluctant. Persephone shuddered noticeably, disturbed by his presence.
"Of course," he said. "I am late for a meeting anyway."
He nodded toward Hades and turned to exit, pausing in front of Persephone.
"Pleased to make your acquaintance, my lady,"
he said and held out his hand. She glanced at it, and then met his gaze. In truth, she did not wish to take his hand, so she said nothing at all. But instead of being offended, the man grinned and let his hand fall.
"You are probably right to not shake my hand. Have a good day, my lady."
He brushed past her, and she watched until he had left the office, not really trusting to give him her back. Once he was gone, Hades spoke.
"Are you well?"
She turned to find that Hades had moved silently across the room toward her. "Do you know that man?" Persephone asked.
"As well as I know any enemy,"
Hades replied. "Enemy?" He nodded toward the closed door where the demigod had disappeared.
That man is the leader of Triad, he replied.
She had questions, so many of them, but when Hades' hand touched her chin, tears came to her eyes.
Tell me, he said.
The news, she whispered. There's been a horrible accident. He didn't seem surprised, and Persephone wondered if he'd already sensed the death.
Come, he said. We will greet them at the gates.
Chapter 14. The Temple of Sangri. Persephone had often come to the pier to greet new souls who crossed the river Styx on Charon's ferry. But this time, Hades teleported to the opposite side of the shore, to the gates of the underworld. It was cold here, as if the air from the upper world were seeping through the ground, but she hardly noticed, because seeing the gates in person left her breathless. They were as tall as the mountains they were built into, and made of black iron. The bottom of the gates had been crafted into a line of narcissus, and from them sprouted spiraling vines decorated with flora and pomegranates. Their raised edges glinted gold beneath the muted sky, which extended over their heads but disappeared into a strange and terrifying darkness around them. Beyond the gates was a great elm. Persephone could feel its age, even from this distance. It was as old as Hades, and its roots went deep, its limbs heavy with orbs of bright bluish light. "What clings to that tree?" she asked Hades.
Dreams, he replied, looking at her. Those who enter the underworld must leave them behind.
There was a certain sadness that overtook her at the thought, but she also understood. There was no room for dreams in the underworld, because life here meant existing without burden, without challenge. Life here meant rest. Must all souls walk through these gates? Her voice was quiet, because for some reason this space felt sacred.
Yes,
Hades answered.
It is the journey they must take to accept their death. Believe it or not, it was once more frightening than this.
Persephone's gaze met his. I did not mean that it was frightening. He offered a small smile and touched her lips with his finger.
And yet you tremble.
I tremble because it is cold, she said, not out of fear. It is very beautiful here, but it is also overwhelming. I can feel your power here, stronger than anywhere else in the underworld.
Perhaps that is because this is the oldest part of the underworld,
he said. A cloak appeared in Hades' hands, and he shrugged it around Persephone's shoulders.
Better?
He asked. Yes, she whispered.
In the next second, both Hermes and Thanatos appeared. Their wings were wrapped around them like a cloak. Then they unfolded, expanding and stretching, nearly filling the space in which they stood to reveal a handful of souls. There were about 20 in total, all various ages, ranging from what Persephone guessed was a 5-year-old to 60-year-old. The 5-year-old arrived with her father, the 60-year-old with his wife. Thanatos swept into a bow.
Lord Hades, Lady Persephone, he said. We will return.
There are more? Persephone asked, her eyes wide, staring at the god of death. He nodded grimly.
It's all right, Sephi, Hermes said. Just focus on making them feel welcome.
The two gods vanished, and as they did, the father of the 5-year-old fell to his knees.
Please, he begged, take me, but do not take my daughter. She is too young. You have arrived at the gates of the underworld, Hades replied. I am afraid I cannot change your fate.
Before, Persephone might have found Hades' words to be callous, but they were the truth. She did not think it was possible for the man to look any paler, but he managed it and screamed, You are a liar! You are the god of the dead! You can change her fate! Persephone took a step forward. She felt as if she were shielding Hades from this man's rage. Lord Hades may be god of the dead, but he is not the weaver of your thread, she said. Do not fear, mortal father, and be brave for your daughter. Your existence here will be peaceful. She turned her attention to the daughter then and knelt before her. She was adorable, small, with blonde, curly pigtails and dimples. Hi, she said quietly. My name is Persephone. What's your name? Lola, the girl replied. Lola, she said with a smile. I am glad you are here, and with your father, too. That is lucky. So many children came to the underworld without their parents, only to be adopted by other souls and reunited with their loved ones years later. If these were the circumstances these two would suffer, she was glad they were together. Would you like to see some magic? She asked. The girl nodded. Persephone hoped this worked as she scooped up a handful of the black dirt at her feet. She envisioned a white anemone and watched as it effortlessly materialized in her palm. She blew out a breath, thankful, and Lola's face lit up as Persephone threaded the flower into her hair. You are very brave, she said. Will you be brave for your father, too? The girl nodded, and Persephone straightened, taking a step back. Shortly after, more souls joined them, guided to the underworld by Hermes and reaped by Thanatos. Before their work was finished, the small space was crowded with 130 people and one dog, whose owner had also made it into the afterlife. Persephone greeted many of them, and Hades followed suit. There were children and teens, young adults and older ones. Some were fearful, and others were angry. Only a few were unafraid. At some point, Hades' fingers slipped between hers, and he gestured toward the gates, which were opening soundlessly to reveal the elm beyond in its fullness, beautiful and ancient and glowing.
Welcome to the underworld,
he said. Together, they led the souls through the gates and beneath the far-reaching limbs of the elm. As they walked, thousands of tiny orbs of light appeared and glowed, rising above their heads to settle on the leaves of the tree. The souls watched in wonder, not horror, not realizing that those small balls of light were the hopes and dreams they'd formed over a lifetime. Persephone felt immense sadness watching it happen, but Hades squeezed her hand.
Think of it as a release, he said. They will no longer be burdened with regret.
She took some comfort in that, and as they left the shelter of the tree, they came to a lush strip of greenery and a pier that stretched over the black water of the Styx. The bank of the River of Woe was covered in white narcissus blooms. Returning from the other side was Charon, dressed in white robes, which ignited like a torch against the muted gloom of the underworld. His powerful arms rowed the boat to port, and he grinned.
Welcome, welcome, he said. Come, let's get you all home.
Persephone had never seen this process before, but she watched as Charon chose who was allowed into his boat. It was not even full when he decided that was enough.
No more, he said. I will return.
As he rowed away, Persephone looked to Hades. Why did he not take more?
Remember when I said the souls made this journey to accept death?
She nodded.
Charon will not take them until they have.
Persephone's eyes widened. What if they don't?
Most do, he said.
And, Persephone prodded, what about the rest?
It is a case-by-case basis, he answered. Some are allowed to see how the souls live in Asphodel. If that does not encourage them to adjust, they are sent to Elysium. Some must drink from the Lethe.
And how often does that happen?
It is rare, he said. But inevitably, in times like these, there is always someone who struggles.
She could imagine. None of these people woke up and expected to die today. Karen returned a few more times, and by the end of it, the only two left were the man with the 5-year-old daughter. Karen tried to take her, but the father had protested vehemently, and Persephone did not blame him.
"We go together or not at all."
Persephone looked from Karen to Hades, and then to the man who held his daughter in his arms. She clung to him, too. As much as she had accepted her end, she did not want to leave her father either. Persephone left Hades' side and approached the man. "What are you afraid of?" she asked.
"I left my wife and son behind,"
he said. She considered this news, but she knew that several of the souls who had already passed over the Styx had left loved ones behind. She also knew that there would be more like him. She could not make a promise to him she could not keep for everyone. So instead, she asked, "And do you not trust, after all that you have seen here, that you will see them again?"
"But—"
"Your wife will have comfort," she said, "because you are here with Lola, and she will wait to be reunited with you both here in the underworld, in Asphodel. Do you not wish to make a space for them, to welcome them when they come?" The man looked at Lola and hugged her to him, crying for a long time. They let him, and all the while Persephone felt the heaviness of this task. She could not imagine how Thanatos, Charon, and the judges managed this every day. After a while, the man composed himself and took a breath.
"Okay, I'm ready."
Persephone turned to Charon, who smiled.
"Then welcome to the underworld,"
he said, and helped the two onto the boat. Hades and Persephone joined them. The ride was quiet. The souls looked out over the water, their expressions somber. Hades' hold on Persephone's hand tightened, and she knew it was because he recognized the burden she carried. It was sadness and grief and despair. But her spirits were soon lifted when she spotted a group of souls from Asphodel on the opposite shore waiting to greet them. "Look!" Lola exclaimed, pointing a tiny finger. As Karen came to dock, Yuri and Ian helped them onto the crowded deck. "Welcome," they said. There was a flutter of activity as they were accepted into the throng. The souls had been perfecting their welcome party, and had managed to turn it into more of a celebration, bringing music and baskets of food. Initially, she worried that Hades would disapprove, seeing as these souls had yet to be judged. But the god had felt this was an even better entry into his realm, for it would always be on the minds of those who ended up in Tartarus.
"They will reflect on this moment and mourn that they were not better in life."
Hades and Persephone stayed with Karen, watching as the souls took off down the stone pathway through the fields of mourning. As they went, they danced and sang and cheered. It felt like a happier end to a dreadful day. Beside them, Karen chuckled.
"They certainly shall never forget their entrance into the underworld."
Persephone looked at him. "Do you think it will overshadow the suddenness of their death?" The daemon offered her a gentle smile.
"I think your underworld will more than make up for it, my lady."
With that, he pushed off the pier and started across the river again. She turned to Hades. "Is it still a fate woven by the fates if it is caused by another god?" She truly did not know.
"All fates are chosen by the fates,"
Hades replied.
"Lachesis had probably allotted an amount of time to each of them that ended today, and Atropos chose the wreck as their manner of death. Your mother's storm provided the catalyst."
Persephone frowned, and Hades squeezed her hand again.
"Let us leave this place. I have something to show you."
She let Hades teleport them, but was surprised by where he brought her, to the Temple of Sangri. It was a large building made of marble and white stone, A set of steps made a steep climb toward the closed and gilded doors, which lay just behind a row of ancient, iconic columns with scrolls capped in gold. As decorative as they were also practical, supporting a pediment detailed with Demeter's symbols, the cornucopia and wheat grains, which were also gold. "Hades, why are we at my mother's temple?" Persephone asked.
"Visiting."
The god of the dead kept her gaze, kissing her hand, then guided it to his arm as he started up the steps. "I do not wish to visit," she said.
"Your mother wants to fuck with us," he said. "Then we shall fuck with her."
"Do you intend to burn her temple to the ground?" she asked.
"Oh, darling," Hades replied. "I am far too depraved for that."
They crested the steps, and she felt a surge of Hades' magic as the doors flew open. Several priests and priestesses dressed in white halted their meandering when they saw the god of the dead entering, their eyes widening with fear.
"Lord Hades,"
one of the priests shook as he spoke his name.
"Leave,"
he commanded.
"You cannot enter the temple of Demeter," a priestess dared to say. "This is a sacred space."
Hades ignored the woman.
"Leave," he said again, "or be witness and complacent in the desecration of this temple."
Demeter's priests and priestesses fled, leaving them alone in the firelit room. The doors slammed, causing the shadows on the wall to shudder. In the silence, Hades turned to her.
"Let me make love to you."
"In my mother's temple? Hades," he cut her off with a kiss that made her moan. It was delicious and deep, and desire curled into her stomach like claws. "My mother will be furious," she said when he pulled away.
"I'm furious,"
he hissed as his hand dug into the base of her skull and his lips returned to hers. His other hand traveled down, over her ass and under her thigh, hooking her leg around his hip. His erection nestled against her aching core, and she moaned. His lips moved to her jaw and then her ear as he breathed,
"And you haven't said no."
She didn't want to say no. Today's events had left her wound up, restless, stressed. She needed release. She needed him. He pulled away, and they stared at one another for a moment, before Persephone smoothed her hands over Hades' chest to his shoulders and helped him out of his jacket. As it fell away to the floor, her clothes followed. They undressed one another, a slow and languid process that involved a lot of kissing and licking and sucking, until they stood bare, and then Hades gathered her into his arms and carried her down the column-flanked aisle toward her mother's altar, which overflowed with cornucopias of fruit and sheafs of wheat. 2 large gold basins full of fire roared on either side, and the air here was hot, causing sweat to drip from their skin. Hades knelt and laid her upon the tiled floor before shifting to settle between her legs. He stared down at her, his eyes like fire, roving every part of her body, and then he bent and licked her, his tongue warm against her center. When he pulled away, his lips glistened with her desire, and he smiled wickedly.
"You are wet for me."
"Always," she whispered.
"Always," he repeated. "Even at the sight of me?"
She nodded, and Hades licked his lips.
"Do you want to know how I feel when I see you?"
he asked, bending to press a kiss to the inside of her knee. She nodded.
"When I see you, I cannot help think of you like this,"
he said, his voice a sultry whisper against her skin as his lips continued up her thigh.
"Bare, beautiful, drenched."
Each of his words was punctuated with the swirl of his tongue against her skin, and her breath quickened the closer he got to her burning core.
"My cock is heavy for you,"
he said.
and I am desperate to fill you.
He stared up at her. His head hovered above the apex of her thighs, and she could feel his breath against her molten flesh. Her fingers curled into her palms, nails biting into her skin. Then why am I so empty? The corner of his mouth lifted, and then he descended, mouth covering her clit. She arched against him, and her hands went to her breasts, drawing her nipples between her fingers. She moaned and met his fiery gaze. As soon as she did, he jerked on her hips, hands digging into her ass. And then he was inside her, fingers curling deep, stimulating a part of her that made her breath catch hard in her throat. The more she cried, the faster his tongue moved, the more his fingers coaxed. And when he broke free from her, his lips and fingers gleamed. He let her relax upon the tile and crawled up her body, mouth descending upon hers. He tasted like her, tangy and salty, and as his tongue slid against hers, she reached between them, wrapping her hand around his hard cock, smoothing her thumb over the head, thick with need. Hades groaned.
"Do you wish to take me in your mouth?" he asked.
"Always," she said, sitting up. He shuddered and closed his eyes.
"That word."
"What's wrong with that word?"
"Nothing,"
he said, and took her place upon the floor, one hand behind his head.
"It's perfect."
Persephone wrapped her hand around Hades' cock, licked him once, and then took him into her mouth. His hand tightened into her hair, and he hissed, thighs tightening around her bent knees. She kept her mouth concentrated on the soft tip for a long while, savoring each bead of moisture that rose to the surface, and then took him to the hilt. He let out a long breath and jackknifed into a sitting position, pulling her from his length and pressing his hot mouth to hers. He guided her to her back, moving to grasp his cock as he pressed it into her slick folds, teasing her entrance and her clit. Persephone groaned and ground her heels into his ass. "Now, Hades," she commanded. "You promised." He offered a breathy laugh.
"What did I promise, my darling?"
He bent to kiss her neck, and his teeth grazed her ear. She turned toward him angrily, hoping to capture his lips, but he moved. "To fill me," she breathed. "To fuck me."
"That was no promise," he said. "It was a vow."
And then he sheathed himself fully, settling deep, and for a moment he rested against her, their slick bodies melding together. His lips touched her jaw, then her mouth, as he waited for her to relax beneath him.
"Let me make love to you,"
he said again, and held her gaze as he shifted, rising onto his hands above her. He began to move, setting a pace that ensured she felt every part of his cock. She bent beneath him, her back coming off the floor. Hades sat back then, hands digging into her thighs as he angled her hips and plunged into her again and again, steady and agonizing. She wanted it to last forever. She wanted to come. She wanted everything all at once. Then he withdrew and bent his head between her thighs, mouth descending upon her once more before he shoved into her again, body hovering over hers, strong arms caging her in. She watched his face as he moved, eyes heavy-lidded, his jaw tense, lips parted. He bent now and then to kiss her, once, twice, a third time, before neither of them could keep their eyes open, until their heads rocked back, and they came. After, they lay on the tiled floor, limbs tangled together. "What is this I hear about a horse rescue?" she asked. Her voice was low. She was tired. Her body still shook from her release. Hades did not react. His fingers continued to thread through her hair.
"I was going to tell you by showing you,"
he said.
"Who told you?"
No one told me, she replied. I overheard. He made the sound sleepily. After a moment, she shifted so that her arms could rest on his chest, with her chin propped upon them. Harmonia visited today, she said.
Oh?
He raised a dark brow, his eyes half open. She thinks the weapon used to capture her was a net, she said, and that it was made with my mother's magic. Hades did not speak, did not move a single muscle in his face. Why would my mother help attack her own people?
It has happened every time new gods rise to power,
Hades replied. He did not seem surprised at all. New gods or new power? She asked.
Perhaps both, he replied. I suppose we will find out sooner or later.
Persephone was silent, considering Hades' words. What was Theseus doing in your office today? She asked, suddenly curious. When she'd arrived, whatever conversation they'd been having hadn't seemed to be going well, based on the tension in the room.
Trying to convince me he had nothing to do with your assault and the attack on Adonis or Harmonia.
And did he?
I could not detect a lie,
Hades admitted. But you still think he was responsible? A ghost of a smile touched his lips, like he was proud she could read him so well.
I think his inaction makes him responsible,
Hades said.
By now he must know the names of her attackers, and yet he refused to divulge them.
Don't you have methods for extracting information? She asked, arching a brow. Hades chuckled.
Eager for blood, darling?
She frowned. I just don't understand what power he has to keep that information.
The same kind of power any man has with a following,
Hades replied.
Hubris.
Is that not a punishable offense in the eyes of a god?
Trust, darling, by the time Theseus comes to the underworld, it will be I who escorts him straight to Tartarus.
Chapter 15. Becoming Power. The remainder of the week passed quickly, with Persephone conducting her own research on Triad. She learned the organization had a faulty beginning, claiming that their leadership was decentralized. This led to several individuals conducting their own protests, some peaceful and others more violent. When Zeus had declared them a terrorist organization, and as a result, encouraging several faithful mortals to seek and attack those associated with the group, they had temporarily disbanded, only to reform a year later under new leadership. That was 5 years ago. Since then, there had been a few protests and more violent attacks, but Triad had never taken responsibility for those, claiming they were rogue impious. Persephone thought back to what Hades had said about Theseus, that the leader of Triad claimed to have no involvement with Adonis' murder and Harmonia's attack. Could this be a case of the impious striking out on their own with the help of Demeter? She could not say. She only hoped it didn't take another attack to find out. It was Saturday before Persephone made it to Hecate's cottage to train, and she'd done so without Hades' knowledge. He'd insisted she rest since sleep had evaded her most nights, but she knew after witnessing the horrible wreck that took so many lives in the upper world, training was a priority. Plus, she had some questions for the ancient goddess. When she arrived, Hecate was at work inside her cottage, wrapping dried herbs with twine, thyme, rosemary, sage, and tarragon. There were several bundles, and the whole place smelled both sweet and bitter. Persephone sat down to help, selecting stems from each pile before carefully tying the twine into a neat bow. "What kinds of spells do you plan to cast with all this?" Persephone asked.
The corner of Hecate's lip lifted. None. These herbs are for cooking.
Since when? Persephone asked. But her question almost sounded like an accusation. She had never witnessed the goddess cook anything but poisons.
I grow all kinds of herbs, Hecate said. Some for my spells, some for Milan, and some for recreation.
Persephone arched a brow. Why does Milan need so much?
These herbs last for at least 3 years, she said. But I imagine he is preparing for the wedding feast.
Persephone froze. She hadn't even thought about food. And what about cake? Were these even things she should be thinking about, given the events of the past week? She frowned, and tensions gathered between her brows.
I did not mean to cause you stress, Hecate said.
You didn't, Persephone said, and paused. Hecate, you sided with the Olympians during Titanomachy, yes?
Why do you ask?
Persephone flinched at the tone of her voice. It was cold, almost irate. Was this a topic the goddess preferred not to talk about? Hecate continued wrapping bundles of herbs, eyes never leaving her task. I just wondered why you did not side with the Titans, Persephone said, since you are one of them.
Being one of them does not mean I agree with them, she said, continuing to work. Her hands moved fast. Under the Titans, the world would not have evolved, and I believed the Olympians, though gods themselves were far more human than the Titans.
Persephone grimaced. I do not think my mother's reasons are so noble.
What do you mean?
Persephone explained what Harmonia had told her, that she'd sensed Demeter's magic in the park where she'd been attacked, and her suspicions that she might be working with Triad, or rogue impious. She couldn't get Harmonia's words out of her head.
Warm like the sun on a spring afternoon, smelling of golden wheat and sweet ripened fruit.
Demeter's magic had been all over the weapon, the net that had ensnared Harmonia. It made sense why the goddess could not summon her magic to calm her attackers. Harmonia was a lesser god. Against Demeter, she had little chance of overpowering an ancient Olympian. When she was finished with her explanation, Hecate did not seem surprised.
She is not the first god to attempt to overthrow her kind, nor will she be the last, she replied.
It was the same thing Hades had said. You do not seem worried, Persephone observed.
I only worry about what I can control, Hecate said. Your mother's actions are her own. You cannot stop her from choosing this path, but you can fight her along the way.
Persephone met Hecate's gaze. How? The goddess stared, and after a moment picked up a crude pair of scissors they'd used to cut herbs earlier. She placed them on the table before Persephone.
You learn to heal yourself.
Why? You said I should fight. Shouldn't I be practicing magic?
Healing is a necessary power to master before going up against any of the divine. All gods have the ability to heal themselves to some extent. Today, we will discover yours.
All gods? Persephone had no idea. She'd thought up until this point it was just a power possessed by a few. Persephone stared at Hecate, and then her eyes dropped to the scissors. And what am I supposed to do with these?
You will cut yourself, or I will do it for you.
There was a moment where she thought Hecate must be joking, but that quickly passed as she recalled how the goddess of witchcraft had ordered Nepheli to attack her. That night she'd gone beyond teaching simple magic tricks. This was serious, and Hecate had proven she'd do whatever it took to ensure Persephone's power manifested. Persephone picked up the scissors. What am I supposed to do once I cut myself?
Do it, and I'll tell you,
she replied. Still, Persephone hesitated. She'd never intentionally hurt herself before, and the idea of doing so made her cringe. Just pretend it's your magic, she said, thinking back to the other night when she'd dreamed Pirithous was in her room, and thick branches had torn her arms and legs to pieces. This is nothing compared to that. She held the scissors over her palm. In a flash, Hecate's hand reached out and drove downward. The ends of the scissors pierced through her hand and jammed into the table beneath. At first, Persephone was so shocked she didn't react. Then Hecate pulled the blades from her hand, and with the blood came the pain. Persephone screamed, gripping the wrist of her injured hand as her magic welled to the surface, flooding her veins. This was the kind of magic that burst from her skin, the kind that had erupted the night she'd dreamed of Pirithous.
Healing yourself is a form of defense,
Hecate said calmly, as if she hadn't just stabbed her. What the fuck, Hecate? Persephone demanded. Her voice was raw and raging. Her eyes burned with magic. She could feel it, a residual heat that made her eyes water.
Your magic won't wake to heal a scratch,
the goddess said. So you had to stab me? Persephone demanded. A horrible smile spread across the goddess's face.
You have to learn to summon your power without pain, fear, or anger. It must become second nature, and so we will use pain, fear, and anger to train.
Persephone grinded her teeth, her magic burning her skin.
Channel your magic, Persephone. What does it feel like to have Hades heal you?
Persephone warred with her mind, caught between listening to Hecate and her anger. But the pain in her hand also drew her attention, and soon she focused on it and the memories of Hades' healing hands. It had been so effortless for him, a pulse of power that warmed the skin, like slipping into a hot spring.
Good,
she heard Hecate say, and when Persephone opened her eyes, she saw that her hand was healed. The only evidence that she'd been injured was the blood on the table.
Again,
the goddess said, picking up the scissors. Persephone flinched and stood. No! Hecate stared, still holding the bloodied shears aloft.
What do you want, Persephone?
What does that have to do with stabbing myself?
Everything. Your magic is reactive, more than likely due to trauma. And while that is not your fault, we are running out of time. Do you think you can take 4 minutes to heal yourself on the battlefield?
This is not battle, Hecate.
It soon will be. And where would you rather learn? So I ask you again, what do you want?
She wanted Hades. She wanted the underworld, the upper world. She wanted everything, she said, breathless.
Then fight for it,
Hecate said. Persephone extended her palm. They practiced for over an hour. After the 20th time, Persephone stopped flinching when the scissors speared her palm. It wasn't long after that she began to heal the wound before the blades even left her body. Directed by Hecate, she became familiar with the way her magic reacted to the intrusion, strongest upon impact, immediately heating her skin and raising the hair on the back of her neck.
It is urging you to use it,
Hecate said.
It wants to protect you.
Persephone had heard those words before, but now she was starting to understand them and her magic. It wasn't some foreign thing that invaded her body. It was just as natural to her as her blood and bone.
That's enough for today,
Hecate said. Persephone had lost count of the times she'd been stabbed. She felt tired but strangely aware, like her body had become a viper, coiled and ready to strike. For once, since her powers had awakened, they did not feel so far away.
Yes, my dear,
Hecate hissed, and Persephone met the goddess's dark gaze.
You understand now because you can feel it. It isn't about summoning power. It is about becoming it.
Becoming power. How often can we train like this? Persephone asked.
As often as you'd like,
Hecate said. Please, Hecate. The goddess stretched out a hand and cupped her chin. For the first time since they'd started training today, her gaze turned gentle.
As long as you remember that I love you,
she answered. The words made Persephone's stomach clench. They were words full of dread and promise and fear. But those were feelings that existed outside of this cottage, too. In the upper world, where her mother's magic raged and where Harmonia had been attacked. At least here with Hecate, she knew she'd be safe. Of course. How could I forget? Hecate offered a sad smile.
Oh, my dear, I can make you regret that we were ever friends.
Persephone considered heading to Elysium to visit Lexa, but after her session with Hecate, she felt particularly drained. Instead, she returned to the palace. Cerberus, Typhon, and Orthrus walked dutifully beside her, and she got the sense they'd been ordered to escort her within the underworld, more than likely due to her tendency to wander off and find trouble. Her suspicions were confirmed when, as soon as she stepped foot inside Hades' palace, the three Dobermans dispersed. She wasn't upset by their presence or their escort, but it did make her look forward to a time when she needed it less. Once again, she thought of Hecate's words, and wondered what exactly she was getting herself into by asking the goddess to train her as she'd done today.
Oh, and Persephone,
Hecate had said as she was leaving her cottage.
Do not tell Hades about today. I do not think I need to tell you that he would disapprove.
Those words weighed heavily upon her as she made her way to their bedchamber. She'd made a practice of being completely transparent with Hades, especially after losing Lexa. It took a lot of work, considering she wasn't used to communicating at all. Growing up beneath her mother's thumb had taught her that expressing one's opinion or feelings drew attention and criticism. It was best to just stay silent, to exist as much in secret as possible to keep from punishment. That was the way she'd lived for years. But after Alexa's death, she realized she couldn't do that anymore. More importantly, there was no need. Hades wanted to hear from her, wanted to understand her perspective, and she wanted the same from him. She was still considering how to talk to him about Hecate's training methods when she entered the bedroom to find Hades occupying his usual space in front of the fire, and another god she did not know. He was handsome and elegant, black skin, hair white and short, curling close to his head. He had wide, doe-like eyes and full lips. He wore white with gold accents, a belt about the waist and a layer of necklaces. His feet were bare, but that was probably because he did not need shoes. Large white wings sprouted from his back. "Hello," she said, closing the door behind her. "Am I interrupting something?" She realized it was a strange question, but the bedroom was a strange place for Hades to conduct business. The unknown god snorted.
Persephone,
Hades said, pulling one hand out of his pocket to gesture toward the god.
This is Hypnos, god of sleep. He is Thanatos' brother. They are nothing alike.
Hypnos glared.
She would have figured that out on her own. You didn't have to tell her. I didn't want her to have the false impression that you would be as kind.
Persephone stared, a little surprised by how quickly the tone and atmosphere of the room had changed in the presence of these two.
I am not unkind, Hypnos argued, but I do not do well in the presence of idiots. You are not an idiot, are you, Lady Persephone?
He was definitely not like Thanatos. This god felt more unpredictable. Perhaps it was because of the nature of sleep. No, she said, offering a hesitant answer.
I have asked Hypnos here so that he may help you sleep,
Hades said quickly.
I am sure she's gathered that, Hypnos snapped.
And you? Did you tell him that you do not sleep?
Hypnos laughed, a deep sound that came from somewhere in his throat.
The god of the dead admitting that he needs help. That is a pipe dream.
Up until now, Hades had remained unfazed by the grumpy god, but suddenly his eyes darkened.
This is about you,
he returned, working to make his voice sound gentle and calm, despite the fact that he gritted his teeth.
She hasn't been sleeping, and when she does, she wakes from nightmares, sometimes covered in sweat, sometimes screaming.
It's nothing, Persephone tried to argue. She wasn't keen on going down this path, on reliving what she had experienced since the day Pirithous took her. They're just nightmares.
And you're just a glorified gardener, Hypnos replied. Hypnos.
Hades let out a warning growl. No wonder you live outside the gates of the underworld, Persephone muttered. It was the first time Hypnos looked amused.
For your information, I live outside the gates because I'm still a deity of the upper world, despite my sentence here.
Your sentence?
It is my punishment to live beneath the world for putting Zeus to sleep, he said. Twice,
Hades emphasized. Hypnos glanced askance at the god, an angry brow arched. Twice? You didn't learn the first time? Persephone asked. Hades attempted to suppress a smirk.
I learned, but it's hard to ignore a request from the Queen of the Gods. Rejecting Hera means living a hellish life, and nobody wants that. Right, Hades?
Hypnos' pointed question took the amusement out of Hades' gaze. Satisfied with his jab, the god returned his attention to Persephone.
Tell me of these nightmares,
Hypnos said.
I need details. Why must you hear about them? Hades asked. I told you she was having trouble sleeping. Is that not enough to create a draft? Enough, perhaps, but a draft will not solve the issue. He glared at Hades. I am older than you, my lord. A primordial deity, remember? Let me do my job.
Hypnos returned his gaze to Persephone's.
Well?
His voice was gruff, demanding, but she got the sense that if he did not wish to help her, he would have already left.
How often do you have them?
Not every night, she said.
Is there a pattern? Do they come after a particularly stressful day?
I don't think so. That is part of the reason I do not want to go to sleep. I'm not sure what I'll find on the other side.
These dreams, do they precede something traumatic?
Persephone nodded.
What?
I was kidnapped, she said. By a demigod. He was obsessed with me, and he wanted to rape me.
Was he successful?
Persephone flinched at Hypnos' direct question, and Hades growled.
Hypnos. Lord Hades, Hypnos snapped. One more interruption, and I will leave your company.
Persephone's eyes shifted to Hades, whose hand had sprouted lethal black spires. It's all right, Hades. I know he is trying to help.
The god smiled ruefully. Listen to the woman. She appreciates the art of dream interpretation.
No, Persephone said. He was not successful. But when I dream, he seems to get closer and closer to being successful. She couldn't help it. She spared a glance at Hades as she spoke, and saw that he was pale. Her chest felt tight. She hadn't thought about what this might do to him. Perhaps she should have told him to leave, though she doubted he would have listened.
Dreams, nightmares, prepare us to survive, Hypnos said. They bring our anxieties to life so we may fight them. You are no different, goddess.
But I survive, Persephone argued.
Do you believe that you would survive if it happened again?
She started to speak.
Not in the same situation. A different one. One where perhaps a more powerful god abducted you.
She slammed her mouth shut.
You do not need a draft,
he said.
You need to consider how you will fight in your next dream. Change the ending, and the nightmares will cease.
The god stood then.
And for the love of all gods and goddesses, go to fucking sleep.
With that, Hypnos vanished. Persephone looked at Hades. Well, he was pleasant. Hades' expression told her everything she needed to know about what he thought of the god of sleep. Then his eyes drifted down and narrowed.
Why is there blood on your shirt? He asked.
Persephone's eyes widened, and when she looked, she saw a crimson stain. She hadn't noticed it before leaving Hecate's cottage. She guessed this was the way to tell Hades about her afternoon training session. Oh, I was practicing with Hecate, she said.
Practicing what?
Healing, she said. Hades' brows drew together.
That is a lot of blood.
Well, I couldn't exactly heal if I wasn't injured, she explained. But she could tell by the look on Hades' face that was the wrong thing to say. He tilted his head to the side, mouth hardening.
She is having you practice on yourself first?
Persephone opened her mouth to speak, but there was nothing to say except, yes? Why is that wrong?
You should be practicing on fucking flowers, not yourself. What did she have you do?
Does it matter? I healed myself. I did it. She was proud. Besides, I don't have a lot of time. You know what happened to Adonis, and saw what happened to Harmonia.
You think I would let what happened to them happen to you? He asked.
That is not what I'm saying, she spoke carefully, knowing that her words mattered here. Hades already blamed himself for what happened with Pirithous. I want to be able to protect myself. Hades just stared, his eyes dipping to the blood, which caused her to cross her arms over her chest to hide it. I swear I'm fine, she said. Kiss me if you think I'm lying. His eyes returned to hers, and he inched forward, his hand cupping her jaw.
I believe you, but I will kiss you anyway.
The lips pressed to hers sweetly. It was too short and too tame. When he pulled away, she stared up at him and asked, Why didn't you tell me I had the ability to heal myself?
I figured at some point Hecate would teach you, he said. Until then, it was my pleasure to heal you.
She flushed, not at any particular memory, but at the sound of Hades' voice, a lover's voice, warm and hypnotic. Her eyes fell to his lips, luscious, alluring.
What shall we do this evening, darling?
Hades asked. A smile curved Persephone's lips as she answered, I am eager for a game of cards. Chapter 16. Hide and Seek. We play by my rules, Persephone said. They sat across from each other before the fireplace in their bedroom, a table and deck of cards between them. Hades raised a brow.
Your rules? How do they differ from the established rules?
There are no established rules, she said. That's what makes this game so fun. Hades frowned, and she knew this was exactly the kind of game he hated. He needed structure, guidelines, control. Just listen. The goal is to collect every card in the deck, Persephone said. Each of us will lay down a card at the same time. If the cards add up to 10, or you lay down a 10, you slap the deck.
You slap the deck? Hades asked.
Yes.
Why?
Because that is how you claim the cards. He cleared his throat.
Go on.
Outside the rule of tens, there is a rule for face cards, she explained. She had to give it to Hades. He did make a show of interest in the rules of the game, more than likely because he was interested in the stakes. Depending on the face card you draw, you have a certain number of chances to get another face card, or the player who laid down the first face card takes all the cards.
Okay,
he said very deliberately. She continued. And last, if you slap at the wrong time, then you have to put 2 cards at the bottom of the pile.
Right, he said. Of course. What is this game called again?
Egyptian rat screw, Persephone said.
Why?
She frowned. I don't know. It just is. Hades raised a brow.
Well, this should be fun. Let's get to the important part. Stakes. What do you wish for if you obtain this whole deck of cards first?
Persephone considered this before saying. I would like a weekend, she said. Alone. With you. Hades' lips quirked.
You are wagering for something I would gladly give, and have many times.
Not a weekend sequestered to your bedchamber, she said, rolling her eyes. A weekend on an island or in the mountains or in a cabin. A vacation.
You aren't giving me a very good reason to win,
he said. Persephone smiled. And you? What do you wish for?
A fantasy, he said, fulfilled.
A fantasy?
A sexual one.
It took everything in her not to stutter. Of course, she managed smoothly, taking a shallow breath. Now who was making it hard to want to win? She bit her lip. Can I ask what this sexual fantasy entails?
No.
His eyes sparkled with amusement.
Do you accept?
I accept, Persephone said, and as she spoke, she squeezed her thighs together, feeling a jolt of heat pool low in her stomach. She hoped she could focus enough on the game to actually attempt winning. She cut the deck and gave each of them 26 cards. The first card she put down was a 2 of spades. Hades played a queen of clubs. That means I have 3 chances to get another face card, she explained. Her next card was a king. Now you have 4 chances to get a face card.
All right.
His first card was a 5 of diamonds, the next a 3 of clubs, the third a jack of hearts. Then it was Persephone's turn. Luckily, she laid down another face card. Now you have 1 chance to draw a face card, she said. What he drew was a 10 of spades. Lightning fast, Hades' hand came down upon the deck with a loud bang. Persephone flinched and stared at him in surprise. She hadn't expected him to move so fast, or to remember the rules so well.
What?
He asked when he noticed her expression.
You said to slap.
That wasn't a slap, that was more like a collision. He smirked.
I just really want to win.
She raised a brow. I thought you were intrigued by my wager.
Yes, but I can make your wager come true at any point.
And you do not think I can make your fantasy come true at any point? Hades' lips quirked.
Can you?
They stared at one another for a heartbeat, the tension between them gathering rapidly, a storm on the horizon. Part of her wanted to discard the game completely, just to embed his body into hers. Then Hades spoke, his voice low and gruff.
Shall we continue?
Their game progressed, a near-endless exchange of cards. At one point, Hades only had 1 card left. Persephone's victory was at hand. She was so excited she could taste it.
Do not look so smug, darling. I will come back with this card,
he promised. And when he laid the card down, it was a 10. He slapped the deck and claimed the cards. A winner. Persephone glared. You cheated, she accused.
Hades chuckled. A loser's claim.
Careful, my lord. You may have won, but I am responsible for the experience. You want it to be good, don't you? She wasn't even sure what he was going to ask for. A fantasy of some sort. What did he wish for? She thought of the time he'd threatened to take her in his glass office. Perhaps he had darker wishes. Submission or bondage or role-playing. She could barely breathe as she waited for him to speak, to instruct. Then he stood, loosening his tie and cufflinks. Persephone tilted her head back, gaze trailing the planes of his well-muscled physique.
10 seconds, he said.
Persephone's brows furrowed. She'd expected other words to come out of his mouth, like undress or maybe kneel. What? Maybe she'd misheard him. There was no way she'd misread the tension in this room. Her gaze dipped where his erection strained against his slacks. She hadn't.
You have 10 seconds to hide. Then I will seek you out.
Your fantasy is hide and seek? She asked.
No. My fantasy is the chase. I'm going to hunt you, and when I find you, I will bury myself so far inside you the only thing you'll be able to say is my name.
That seemed fair. She feigned considering this proposition and said, Will you use magic? His smile widened.
Oh, this will be much more fun with magic, darling.
She narrowed her eyes. But this is your realm. You will know everywhere I go.
Are you telling me you don't wish to be caught?
It was her turn to smile. Without another word, she teleported and appeared in Hades' garden. She had landed in the open, upon the black stone path that wound through colorful flowers and dark trees. She darted into the foliage, ducking under curtains of wisteria and parting willow branches. She felt Hades appear. He was heat, a flame that warmed her skin, and she was drawn to it like a moth. She pressed herself into the trunk of the willow, watching him through its graceful limbs. He turned in her direction, taking deliberate but careful steps toward her.
I've thought of you all day,
he said, and a thrill went through her. She peeled herself away from the tree and wandered along the garden's edge. Hades continued following and talking.
The way you taste, the feel of my cock slipping inside you, the way you moan as I fuck you.
Persephone came to the garden's wall, heart beating faster. She was trapped. She turned to find Hades blocking her way, his gaze hungry. He stuck one arm out and then the other, caging her between him. His breath caressed her lips as he spoke.
I want to fuck you so hard your screams reach the ears of the living.
Persephone's lips curled and she leaned close, tongue flicking out to taste his lips, before she asked breathlessly, Why don't you? Then she vanished. She appeared in Asphodel, at the center of their crowded streets. It was a market day, which meant the souls were out in droves, trading the goods they made in the comfort of their homes. The yeasty smell of bread, bitter teas, and sweet cinnamon wafted through the air. Lady Persephone!
My lady!
Persephone! The souls called and began to crowd her. The children were especially happy to see her, and squeezed between the older souls to reach her, hugging her legs and grasping her hands. Come play with us, Persephone! I'm so very sorry, everyone. I'm afraid I'm in the middle of a game with Lord Hades. What kind of game? One of the children asked. Can we play too? Another said. She really should have kept her mouth shut. But when Hades arrived, the souls of Asphodel turned their attention to him. Hades! The children cried and bounded toward him. The Lord of the Underworld caught one, the smallest child, Theo, and lifted him into the air. The child giggled, and Hades smiled. It was a breathtaking smile, and it hit her heart like an arrow. Once again, she found herself thinking of Hades as a father. She swallowed. "Hades, play with us!" they cried.
"I'm afraid I have made a promise to Lady Persephone I must keep," he said. "But I will make a promise to you now. Lady Persephone and I will return to play as soon as possible."
He leveled his gaze with hers, and it was clear he was still intent upon his goal. "We shall visit soon," Persephone promised, and vanished. Hades followed. She could feel his magic twining with hers, and when they appeared, it was in the asphodel fields. He kissed her, and for a brief moment Persephone forgot that they were in the middle of a chase. It was rough, and his tongue clashed with hers. He drank deep, as if he wished to consume her essence. Her fingers dug into his muscled arms as she held on, drowning in his power. She managed to come to her senses and pull away. Hades looked surprised, and his eyes darkened. He gripped the front of her dress and drug her against him, tearing the fabric in two so that it exposed her breasts. He took each one in his hand and covered them with his mouth, working her nipples with his hot tongue until they were taut. Then he kissed up her neck, his hands replacing his tongue as they pinched each tight bead. Persephone's head fell back as she gasped, and Hades growled low in his throat.
"Surrender."
Her head spun, surrounded by his scent. He had pulled away enough so she could see his face, and as she met his gaze, she answered, "No." It was one of the most difficult things she'd ever done in her life. Then she vanished. This time she appeared in Hades' cavernous throne room. Despite having multiple windows, much of the room was left in darkness. She ascended to the throne and took a seat. The obsidian was slick and cold against her arms and back, and despite the fact that her dress was torn, she sat with her back straight, breasts exposed. If Hades thought this was his win, he was mistaken. When he materialized and saw her upon his throne, his eyes seemed to darken, and his lips curved into a seductive smile. He was ravenous, and his desire permeated the air. It smelled like spice and smoke, and she leaned toward him, wanting to taste it.
"My queen," he said, and started toward her.
"Halt," she commanded. To her surprise, Hades immediately obeyed, though it was clear he hadn't wanted to. His hands fisted and his jaw tightened, his shoulders tense. Before he could protest, though, she gave another command. "Undress." He watched her a moment, and his lips curled.
"For someone who doesn't like titles, you sure are commanding."
She glared at him. "Must I repeat myself?" Now Hades was smiling. He lifted his hand, and Persephone stopped him. "Not with magic. The mortal way. Slowly."
"As you wish,"
he said. Hades took his time unbuttoning his shirt and pants. He removed his shirt first, showing off his burnished skin and the muscles of his arms and stomach. Next, he slid out of his pants, revealing his thick and heavy erection. By the time he was finished and stood naked before her, she sat on the edge of his throne, her hands gripping the arms. She considered reaching for him, wrapping her fingers around his cock, but refrained. "And your hair," she said. "Take it down." He reached up, massive muscles flexing, as he untied his usually slick-backed hair. The long, dark locks fell around his shoulders in waves, making him look feral and untamed. It thrilled her. But there was one more thing she wanted. "Drop your glamour," she said. The corners of his mouth lifted.
"I will if you will."
She stared at him for a moment, then released her hold on her magic. It was like letting a heavy cloak drop from about her, or shedding skin that had become taut and vaguely uncomfortable. Hades' eyes swept her whole body, from her slender white horns that twisted out from a head of unruly golden hair, to her bare feet, dirty from running through the garden in asphodel. It shouldn't feel so intimate, because the way he looked at her was familiar, but when his dark eyes met hers, she felt like she might implode from the intensity. He dropped his glamour next. Persephone loved watching Hades transform. His magic evaporated like smoke, peeling from his body to reveal the ancient god beneath. Hades wasn't often in his divine form, which was strange considering he encouraged Persephone to remain in hers. His horns were black, lethal, and yet graceful, having the same slender curves as a gazelle's. The dark of his eyes burned away to reveal electric blue irises. She stood then, studying him as intently as he was her, and approached. "Don't move," she whispered. She thought she heard him groan, but she couldn't be sure. She placed her palm on his chest. His body was an inferno beneath her hand, as hot as the river Phlegethon. His skin was smooth and his muscles hard. She explored him, his abs and his sides, moving lower until her hand came into contact with his erection. When her fingers closed around him, Hades inhaled, his hands fisting so tight she was sure he had pierced flesh. She looked up at him, stroking him until a thick bead of cum glistened at the tip of his cock. She removed it with her finger and brought it into her mouth. Hades watched like a predator. She was pushing his limits, but that's what she wanted. She returned to his throne, never taking her eyes off of him, the taste of him upon her lips, and said, "Come." Now Hades grinned.
"Only for you."
She considered vanishing again, but Hades was on her instantly. He shredded the rest of her clothes and picked her up from his throne by the waist. She had no desire to resist him. She melded with him, chest to chest, legs around his waist, soft skin to iron muscle. Hades drove into her, and a guttural cry escaped from deep inside each of them.
"I was beginning to think all you wanted to do was stare,"
he said against her skin. She answered with a moan as he leveraged her weight and started to move in and out. Every slick inch of him filled her to bursting. "I wanted you," she managed. "I wanted to fuck the moment we were alone." Her voice was a whisper now, husky and thick with pleasure. Each time he thrust, she stopped speaking, reveling in the pleasure racking her body.
"And instead of fucking, you asked for a game. Why?"
"I like foreplay," she said, nibbling his ear. Hades' chuckle turned into a growl, and he kissed her hard, slamming into her for a few uncontrolled moments. Persephone's cries filled the throne room, but softened when his momentum slowed. It was sweet torture. He was dragging her to the edge of a cliff, holding her over by a thread. Hades was the ultimate addiction. He was a glorious high, an intoxicating bliss she wanted all the time. "I hate waiting for you," she said.
"Then find me,"
Hades said, kissing down her neck. "You're busy."
"Dreaming about being inside of you,"
he said. She managed a breathy laugh.
"I love that laugh,"
he said, kissing her. "I love you," she said. Something changed when she uttered those words. Hades met her gaze and held it as he seated himself on the edge of his throne. Persephone kept her legs wrapped around his waist.
"Say it again,"
he said. She studied him for a moment and twisted his hair around her fingers. It would be her lifeline, because she knew by Hades' voice and the way he looked at her, she was about to be consumed. "I love you, Hades," she said softly. His smile was breathtaking, and he kissed her, helping her move up and down his shaft.
"I love you. You are perfection,
he said, squeezing her bottom where he still held her.
You are my lover. You are my queen.
He leaned back and slipped his hand between them. A new sensation accosted her as he stroked her cleft. She groaned and took control, riding him harder, faster, feeling him deeper than ever before. Hades responded, meeting her thrusts. The pounding of their bodies was vicious, and they came brutally. Persephone collapsed against him, their bodies slick and hot, as they struggled to catch their breath. After a few moments, she felt Hades kiss her hair. "Why is this the first time I am hearing about your fantasies?" she asked. When he did not immediately respond, she looked at him.
How do I verbalize such a thing?
He asked. She shrugged. "I suppose you just tell me what you want," she said. "Is that not what you would want from me?" A smile pulled at his lips.
Yes,
he answered.
So tell me, what is your fantasy?
Persephone did not expect that question, and despite the fact that she lay in her lover's arms, naked and covered in sweat from lovemaking, she blushed. "I do not think I have one," she said.
You'll forgive me if I do not believe you,
he said. "No," she said, "I won't. It is in your nature to detect lies." Hades offered a small laugh, and then,
"But what will it take to learn of your fantasies?"
Persephone did not respond immediately as she traced her finger along his well-muscled chest. "One day, I want you to restrain me," she said. She noted how hard Hades swallowed, but he did not laugh, and for that she was grateful.
"I will always do as you ask,"
he said. They were silent for a long moment. Then Persephone spoke. "And you?" Her voice was quiet. "What other fantasies live in that head of yours?" Hades chuckled, his arms tightening around her slick body.
"Darling, every time I fuck you, it's a fantasy."
Chapter 17. A Touch of Shadow. Persephone headed to work early Monday morning. She had received an email from Helen late last night asking for a meeting first thing. She had an update on Triad and their leadership, and Persephone was eager to find out what she'd learned. On the way, she opened her tablet to catch up on the news. The first headline that drew her attention was the largest, and it was located under a banner that read, "Breaking News."
An individual identifying themselves as a member of the Rebirth Movement, a sect of impious mortals, claim they have successfully dehorned a goddess.
Dread pooled in Persephone's stomach, but also hope. Hades had suspected this news would come out eventually. This was their chance to track the culprits who had hurt and mutilated Harmonia and possibly murdered Adonis. Upon reading the article, she was a little surprised to find there wasn't much information, and even the author sounded skeptical of the report. It seemed they had received a call from an individual who told them of the incident, but without any details. They'd stated the group had managed to subdue a goddess and cut off her horns.
When asked for proof of the incident, the caller stated, "The world will have proof when we wear the horns of the gods to the battlefield." Whether this report is factual remains to be seen, but one thing is clear. The Rebirth is a violent entity, the worst kind because they believe they are actually fighting for the great good. "We are S.H.I.E.L.D. for those who no longer wish to be ruled by the gods. We will cut the threads that bind us to fate, free those under the spell of their divinity. We are freedom."
It was a promise and a declaration of war.
"My lady?"
Antony's voice was a soft rumble.
She looked up, meeting his gaze in the rearview mirror. "Are you all right?"
"Yes," she answered. "I was just reading something disturbing."
Antony's brow dipped. "Is there anything I can do?"
"No, Antony, but thank you," Persephone said. As she started to store her tablet, Antony moved to exit the vehicle. "Don't, Antony, it's too cold."
"Allow me to help you to the door. The sidewalk and steps are slick."
"Even more reason for you to stay," she answered.
"If you insist," he finally relented. "I will see you this evening."
"Of course. Have a good day, Antony."
"And you, my lady."
Persephone did not know what sort of errands or tasks Antony had outside of taking her to work. Once, when the giant had come to get her, he had come from picking up dry cleaning, though when asked if it was for Hades, he'd said no. Another time, he'd had a case of red wines, which he had explained was an order for Milan. Whatever it was, though, he always seemed perfectly happy to execute. She left the warm comfort of the back seat of the Lexus and entered the frigid daytime air. The sidewalk was slick, but a layer of salt and sand made it easier to stabilize. Once inside, she greeted Ivy, accepted her coffee with a grateful nod, and entered the elevator. On the way up, she held the cup to her cheeks and nose until they were warm, and kept her jacket on even after she entered her office. Was she imagining things? It definitely felt colder in here. Persephone knew this weather could lead to energy and power failures, and she had no doubt Demeter would continue to that point. In fact, she wouldn't be surprised if that was her mother's next method of killing, freezing people to death. There was a knock at her door, and Persephone looked up, meeting Helen's gaze. She was dressed in a black knitted top and a black and white plaid skirt. She wore thick stockings and knee-high boots to keep warm, and her blonde hair was twisted into an updo. A pair of pearl earrings completed the look. Despite the fact that Helen always looked chic, Persephone thought she looked a little more dressed up than usual. "You look very beautiful," Persephone said. "Thank you," Helen said, her cheeks coloring. "I am meeting someone for lunch." "Oh?" Persephone raised a brow. "Anyone I know?" "I don't think so. At least, not yet." Persephone took that to mean Helen hoped to introduce her to this mystery person. Still, she didn't press. Helen had arrived for their meeting, and as much as she enjoyed the company of both her and Laiki, she liked to keep things as professional as possible at work. After a beat of silence, Persephone gestured to the couch in front of her desk. "Have a seat," she said. "I believe you had something to share." "Yes," Helen said, sitting. "I wanted to discuss my article with you. I'm taking it in a new direction." "Go on," Persephone encouraged, curious. She took up her pen, ready to take notes. Helen hesitated. "I did what you suggested," she began. And something about those words made Persephone's stomach turn. "I reached out to members of Triad and managed to land an interview with one of their leaders, a High Lord." "A High Lord?" "They have a kind of hierarchy," she explained. "It's to protect those who cannot protect themselves." "You mean those with power are at the top," Persephone said. "Real power," Helen said, as if Persephone did not know what real power was. "You mean like the gods?" "Yes and no," she said. "They have the power of the gods, but they use it to protect. They answer prayers, Persephone. They listen." "Helen," Persephone said, dropping her pen, "you are misguided." "I'm not. I have seen it." "You've seen it," Persephone stated flatly. "What have you seen? Give me an example." "I have been to their meetings and heard testimony," she said. Persephone made a mental note to come back to what Helen had just disclosed. Meetings? What meetings? The mortal continued. "This man had cancer.
He prayed to Apollo, offered sacrifices, even showed up at one of his performances and begged for his help. No answer, not a word. He came to Triad, and one of the High Lords healed him.
Persephone stiffened hearing this story. It sounded all too familiar. Have you ever stopped to consider why the gods may not have answered those prayers?
Yes, and the answer is always why. Why should we suffer illness and disease and death when the gods exist in perpetual health and immortality?
Persephone did not have an answer for that, because even she did not know, except that, after losing Lexa, she had to believe that every fiber woven into the tapestry of the world served a greater purpose. Perhaps it was that sometimes a friend must die for a goddess to rise. She stared at Helen, wondering what had lured her to the side of Triad so quickly.
Seriously, Persephone, I thought you would understand after what happened to Lexa.
Do not say her name, Persephone said, her voice shaking.
If given the chance, would you not have had her live forever?
What I want does not matter. You speak of things you know nothing of. It is one thing to proclaim the gods should be held accountable for their actions. That certainly is true. It is another thing to actively disturb the balance of the world. And Persephone had learned the consequences of those actions the hard way. Helen rolled her eyes.
You have been brainwashed. Too much time spent on Hades' dick.
That is not appropriate, Persephone snapped and stood. If this is the intended direction of your article, I will not approve it for publication. Helen lifted her chin. Defiance flashed in her eyes.
You don't have to,
she said, a smug tone in her voice.
I'll take it to Dimitri.
Do it, she said, but you will regret it.
Is that a threat?
Helen asked. That depends, Persephone said. Are you afraid? She noted the doubt that flashed in Helen's eyes. Persephone picked up her phone and chose Ivy's direct line.
Lady Persephone?
Ivy, please summon Sophie. As she hung up, Helen spoke.
You're afraid. Afraid you'll lose your status when Hades falls.
Persephone placed her hands flat on the table and leaned forward, ensuring that the glamour that kept the true fire of her eyes hidden melted away as she leveled her gaze with Helen's. Now that felt like a threat, Persephone said, her voice quiet. Was it a threat? Helen's eyes went wide, and before the mortal could speak, there was a knock at the door. Neither of them moved, both held in place by the tension in the room. Persephone recognized it as her magic. It made the air feel heavy and electric. Another knock, and the door opened. Sophie stood in the threshold, her dark hair in her usual braid. She was dressed in a black tunic, pants, and boots. She looked unassuming, not at all the warrior she was raised to be.
My lady, you needed my assistance?
Yes, Sophie. Please escort Helen from the premises. She is to speak to no one as she leaves the building.
I need to pack my office,
Helen argued. Persephone didn't look at her, keeping her gaze on her aegis. Sophie, see that Helen only collects her personal belongings from her office.
As you wish, my lady,
she said, bowing her head. She turned to Helen.
Go.
Helen took a step toward the door, but turned back to Persephone.
A new era is coming, Persephone. I thought you were smart enough to be at the forefront. I guess I was wrong.
Without warning, Sophie pushed Helen out the door, causing her to stumble forward. The mortal caught herself before spinning to face Sophie.
How dare you!
Helen snarled. Sophie drew a dagger from a hidden sheath beneath her tunic. It glinted beneath the fluorescent lights in the waiting area.
Lady Persephone didn't say you had to leave the building walking. Go.
When they were gone, Persephone collapsed into her chair, feeling exhausted. She couldn't quite wrap her mind around the conversation she'd just had with Helen.
She definitely had not expected her to change her perspective on Triad after such a short investigation. Then again, she did not know much about Helen outside of her work ethic, which had always appeared dedicated and enthusiastic. And those qualities she hadn't lost, but applied elsewhere. Perhaps there was something else at work that Persephone could not see, something in Helen's personal life that made siding with Triad the better option. Feeling frustrated, Persephone left her floor for Hades' office. When she arrived, it was empty, and everything looked untouched. The desk was clear, except for a vase of white narcissus and a picture frame. The narcissus were refreshed daily by Ivy, who, being a dryad, had a special talent for keeping flowers alive longer than usual. Even in his absence, being in a space that smelled like him calmed her nerves, so she lingered, walking to the window to stare out at the wintry day. Below, she saw Helen waiting on the icy sidewalk. Her arms were crossed tightly over her chest as she shivered noticeably. After a moment, a black limo arrived. Persephone's brows lowered, wondering who'd sent it for her. Helen usually took public transportation to and from work. Perhaps she was more tangled in Triad than she thought. The driver was no help. He left the comfort of his cabin dressed in a suit and no identifying markings. He opened her door, and she slid inside before the vehicle crept down the road. Suddenly, Hades manifested behind her, standing close. She expected him to place his hands around her waist. Instead, he caged her with them, palms pressed flat to the window. "Careful," Persephone said. "Ivy will scold you for smudging the glass." "Do you think she will have an opinion if I fuck you against it?"
Persephone turned to face him, and the teasing light in Hades' eyes dimmed.
"What's wrong?"
She told him everything, including what she considered to be Helen's threat, when Hades falls. Slowly, he peeled his hands from the window, and they settled at his sides, his brows lowering, his lips twisting into a grimace.
"Are you afraid for me?"
Yes, you idiot! Look at what those people did to Harmonia."
"Persephone."
"Hades," Persephone cut him off. "Do not diminish my fear of losing you. It's just as valid." His features softened.
"I'm sorry."
"I know you are powerful," she said, "but I cannot help thinking that Triad is trying to bring about another Titanomachy." She hated to say it, hated to unearth what had caused such unrest within Hades, but she needed to speak the words, say them aloud. She thought that once they were in the air between them, they would sound ridiculous, completely improbable. But they didn't, because she was certain the Primordials and the Titans had felt untouchable, and they had still fallen. Hades placed his hands on either side of Persephone's face.
"I cannot promise we will not have war 1,000 times over during our lifetime," he said. "But I will promise that I will never leave you willingly."
"Can you promise to never leave at all?" He offered a small, sad smile and then kissed her. His hands twined into her hair and then glided to her back and hips, exploring. She wanted this more than she wanted to think about how he hadn't answered her question, so she rubbed his cock through his pants, eliciting a growl from somewhere deep in his throat. In response, he gripped her hips, grinding into her, but Persephone pushed against his chest and met his gaze. "Let me have this," she said.
"What do you want?"
he asked. She took his hands and led him behind his desk, where she pushed him into his chair and knelt before him. Poised between his thighs, she released the button of his slacks and unzipped them, his jutting sex rising, thick and hard from the fabric. She held his gaze as she wrapped her hand around the base of his cock, stroking him, increasing the pressure as she moved toward his head. If his gaze were fire, she would have burned happily beneath it. She smiled as he ground his teeth, and his fingers turned white as he held onto the arms of his chair. Then she bent, drawing her tongue along his crown. He tasted bitter and warm and smelled like spice. A soft groan escaped his mouth, and then words.
"Yes," he said. "This. I dream of this."
She had questions. What had he dreamed exactly? Her mouth? This act, performed like this? In his open office? But she asked none of them and continued, spurred by his breathing, which pitched unevenly, ragged and labored. "Lord Hades." Ivy's voice entered the fray, and she felt Hades tense, his posture changing as he stiffened and sat up straighter. Her presence didn't keep Persephone from continuing. She worked harder, lavishing every sensitive dip and arch of his cock with her tongue. "Why are you sitting?" She sounded perplexed, and Persephone laughed despite Hades' cock filling her mouth. His reaction was immediate. He twined one of his hands into her hair.
"I'm working,"
he said. "There's nothing on your desk," she said.
"It's coming,"
he said, his fingers dug into her scalp. "Right. Well, when you have a moment..."
"Leave, Ivy. Now."
Persephone heard nothing else from her. She assumed she was gone when Hades placed another hand on her face. For a moment, her eyes met his as he spoke.
"Take all of me,"
he said, and thrust into her mouth. He went deep, and her eyes watered, her throat full of him, but she wanted to be this for him.
"Yes,"
he hissed.
"Like that."
He pumped into her, and she choked, but he stayed there, rigid in her mouth, until he came, her throat thick with his cum. She swallowed hard, feeling the burn of it in her nose. When he pulled out, she took in ragged breaths, her forehead resting against his knee. Hades' hand smoothed her hair.
"Are you well?"
he asked. She looked up at him. Yes, tired. He brushed her lips with the tips of his fingers.
"Tonight, I will make you come just as hard."
"In your mouth or around your cock?" He smiled at her question and replied,
"Both."
Hades restored his appearance and helped Persephone to her feet.
"I know you were having a hard day,"
he said.
"I hate to leave, but I came to tell you I will be meeting with Zeus."
"Why?" She could think of 2 reasons.
"I think you know," he said. "I hope to secure Zeus's approval for our marriage."
"Will you confront him about Lara?"
"Hecate already has," Hades said. "It will take a good 2 years before his balls grow back."
Persephone's eyes widened. "She castrated him?"
"Yes,"
Hades said.
"And if I know Hecate, it was bloody and painful."
"What good is his punishment if he can just regenerate?"
"It is a power that cannot be taken away, I am afraid. But at least for a little while he will be less of a problem."
"Unless he denies our marriage," Persephone said.
"There is that,"
he agreed. She wanted him to reassure her, to say that would not happen, that Zeus would not dare. Hades seemed to sense her unease. He secured his hands behind her neck and brought his forehead against hers.
"Trust, darling. I will let no one, not king or god or mortal, stand in the way of making you my wife."
Persephone returned to her floor and found Sybil, Laocoe, and Zophie at Helen's desk. It was adjacent to Persephone's and decorated simplistically, with marble and gold accents. "What's going on?"
"Zophie filled us in on Helen," Laocoe said. "So I thought I'd go through her things."
Because
she's been hiding things," the nymph said.
"How do you know?"
I have been watching her, she said. She would take phone calls out of the office. I thought it was weird, so I followed her one day.
And?
And she was meeting some guy who kept glorifying Triad and himself, she said. I think they're sleeping together.
What did he look like?
A demigod, she said,
and her lips twisted into a look of disgust.
A son of Poseidon, if I had to guess. It's in the eyes.
Theseus, she thought. When were you going to tell me?
Today, Laiki said. That's why Helen went to you this morning. She wanted to get to you first.
Persephone lowered her gaze to Helen's desk. It was neat and organized. She had varying research stored in file folders and labeled in clean handwriting. Sybil was looking through a small black book.
What's that? Persephone asked. Notes, the oracle said. Just trying to see if she left anything useful.
I say we burn her things, Sophie said. Leave no trace of her treason.
I wouldn't call her a traitor, Persephone said, and searched for the words. Confused, foolish, delusional all came to mind.
She's a climber, Sybil said. She's searching for an opportunity that will get her to the top fast. It's why she left New Athens News with you. She thought she could ride to the top with you.
Did you see that in her colors?
Red, yellow, orange, a touch of green for jealousy.
You knew all of that by looking at her and you didn't warn us?
Laiki countered. Sybil looked up from the black book.
I saw ambition when I looked at her. It can be a positive or negative trait. I didn't know how she was going to use it.
I don't think any of us did, Persephone said.
Sephi, it's lunchtime!
Hermes appeared beside her suddenly, singing. She jumped, not expecting him so soon. But as her eyes darted to the clock, she saw it was almost noon. Time had gotten away from her.
It'll be a few minutes, Hermes.
What are you wearing? It looked like a romper and was army green in color. He shoved his hands in his pockets and twisted.
You don't like it? I call it my lounge suit.
And you're going to lunch in it? Hermes glared.
Just say you don't like it, Sephi. You won't hurt my feelings. And yes, I fully intend to go to lunch in my lounge suit.
Persephone, Sybil said. I think you should take a look at this.
Oh, no, you don't.
Hermes wrapped a hand around her arm to hold her in place.
Hermes, let go of me.
He pursed his lips.
But I'm hungry.
She glared, and he released her, grumbling.
Fine.
The oracle handed over the open book. On one of the pages, Helen had drawn a triangle and then scribbled in a date, address, and time. The date was today. The time 8 this evening.
Laiki, can you look into this?
Wait, let me see,
Hermes said.
I thought you were hungry, Persephone shot back.
Stop reminding me,
Hermes said through his teeth and snatched the black book from her hands. He spent a minute studying the page and then said,
That is the address for Club Aphrodisia.
Does that belong to Aphrodite?
No, a mortal owns it, he said. He calls himself master.
Sybil and Laiki giggled. What kind of club is it? Persephone asked, though she thought she could guess.
A sex club, he said. Not that I have been.
Persephone raised a brow.
You mean to say Helen has a meeting at a sex club?
Laiki asked.
Maybe she's kinky, Hermes said with a shrug. Who are we to judge others' sexual preferences?
Persephone frowned.
I think we should check it out.
Hermes laughed.
You think Hades is going to let you go to a sex club?
I'll make him come.
I'm sure you will, Sephi, but not there.
Persephone gave him a scathing look.
If you aren't going to be helpful, you can eat lunch alone.
I'm just saying Hades would totally kill the vibe. If we're going to go, he can't come.
Then you tell him, she said. I won't go without his knowledge.
No,
He'll make me swear an oath that I'll protect you with my life."
"Won't you?" she asked.
Hermes opened his mouth to speak and then paused, his gaze softening. "Of course I'd protect you." Persephone offered a small smile. "We can go," Laoki suggested. "Sybil and I."
"No," she said. "Not alone, and not without me." This felt personal, not only because it involved Helen, a woman she'd thought as a friend and employee, but because she feared her friends could become targets too. If this meeting was about the future of Triad and their plans, she needed to be there. She looked at Hermes. "Prepare to take that oath, Hermes, and protect me with your life." Hades reluctantly agreed to let Persephone go to Club Aphrodisia, but had done as Hermes predicted and made the god swear an oath to protect her. "What does that even mean?" Persephone had asked when he'd returned later to inform her that he'd gained Hades' permission.
"Don't worry about it, Sephi, I got this," he'd said. "Wear something sexy."
Persephone shook her head and tried not to laugh as the god departed in a hurry. After work, she returned to the underworld. Before getting ready for the night's investigation, she teleported to Elysium. It had been a while since she'd visited Lexa, and she found that what she wanted most after what happened with Helen was her best friend. She took her time wandering through the golden fields, speckled with gloriously lush trees with wild and deep roots. Now and then, poppies shot from the ground, mingling with the grass. Once, before Thanatos had allowed Persephone to approach Lexa, she had asked the god of death about the sporadic poppies.
"They're eternal resting places," he had replied.
"You mean?"
"When a soul no longer wishes to exist in the upper world or the underworld, they are released into the earth."
He went on to explain that the energy from their souls often acted like magic.
From it, poppies and pomegranates spring.
She'd had more questions. When does a soul decide it no longer wants to exist? Of course, she was thinking of Lexa when she had asked, but Thanatos' reply was not what she expected.
"Sometimes they do not get to choose. Sometimes they come to us so broken, to continue would be torture."
It was then Persephone had understood she had been lucky with Lexa. At least she had only had to drink from the Lethe. Apparently there were worse fates. As Persephone crested one of many hills, she paused, looking for the familiar dark curls of Adonis, but did not find him. It was possible she wouldn't even recognize him here. Even Lexa, while familiar, looked different, and it had been months since she'd last laid eyes upon the favorited mortal. Even if she saw him, it wasn't like she could approach. Elysium was for healing. Souls here did not receive visitors. They didn't even socialize amongst themselves. Lexa was the exception. And Persephone had a suspicion Hades had something to do with that, though she'd never asked. She stood a while longer, gaze lingering upon the fields, before continuing on to find Lexa. She took her time, enjoying the peace that came with being in this part of the underworld. Here, it was easy to forget about the threat of her mother, Triad, and Helen's sudden change in behavior. It was like environment forced those thoughts away, making them harder to reach for, and she always had the sense that if she stayed here long enough, she'd forget to leave. There was another hill, and as she descended into a low valley with more trees, where Lexa tended to stay most often, her gaze snagged on a pair of souls sitting beneath one of the trees. They were shoulder to shoulder, heads inclined, and she almost looked away, feeling as though she was intruding upon an intimate moment. Except that she soon realized she was staring at Thanatos and Lexa. Beside one another, they were opposites. Thanatos with his white hair, aflame against Lexa's midnight locks.
The only thing they shared were brilliant blue eyes, and apparently breath and space, Persephone thought mildly. She wondered what she should do. Turn around and come back later? Duck and watch from afar? Approach and force them apart? She didn't get the chance to decide, however, because Thanatos' eyes locked upon her, and he was quick to jump to his feet, putting distance between him and Lexa, who frowned when she saw Persephone. Feeling awkward and uncertain, she ambled down the hill toward them. She hesitated when she saw Thanatos approaching while Lexa remained beneath the tree, head tilted back, her eyes closed.
"You're not here at your usual time," Thanatos observed.
No, she agreed, but did not apologize. Elysium might be watched over by him, but Hades was king. I have somewhere to go tonight. I thought I'd come to see Lexa early.
"She is tired," he said.
She was just talking to you, Persephone pointed out, and narrowed her gaze.
"I understand you miss her," Thanatos said, "but your visits will not produce the results you want."
She reared back, as if he had slapped her. Thanatos' features changed. His eyes widened slightly, and he took a step toward her, as if realizing the pain his words had caused.
"Persephone,
don't," she said, taking a step back. She didn't need to be reminded that Lexa would never be the same. She mourned that fact every day, wrestled with the guilt that this was her fault.
"I didn't mean to hurt you."
"But you did," she said, and vanished. Since she could not visit Lexa in the underworld, Persephone teleported to Ionia Cemetery, to her grave. It was still new, a barren mound with a headstone that read, "Beloved daughter taken too soon." Those words gripped her heart for two reasons. Because it did feel as though Lexa had been taken too soon, but also because Persephone knew they were wrong. In the end, dying was Lexa's choice. "I accomplished what I needed to," she'd said, right before she walked off with Thanatos to drink from the Lethe, and things would never be the same again. It was the first time Persephone had come here since Lexa's funeral. She took a quivering breath as she knelt beside the grave. It was dusted with snow, and as her palm touched the cold earth, a carpet of white anemone sprouted from the dirt. This magic was easy to release because the emotion behind it was so raw, so painful, it practically poured out of her skin. She spent some time brushing snow from the flowers and from the headstone. "You don't know how much I miss you." She spoke to the grave, to the headstone, to the body buried 6 feet below. They were words she could not say to the soul in the underworld, because they were words she would not understand. It was why she was here, to talk to her best friend. She sat on the ground, the cold seeping through her clothes and into her skin. She sighed, resting her head against the stone at her back and looking up at the sky. Flurries of snow melted on her skin. "I'm getting married, Lex," she said. I said yes. She laughed a little. She could practically hear Lexa screaming as she jumped in the air and threw her arms around her neck. And as happy as that thought made her, it also crushed her. "I have never been so happy," she said, "or so sad." She was quiet for a long time, letting silent tears stream down her face.
"Sephi?"
She looked up to find Hermes standing a few feet away, looking like gold fire amid the snow. "Hermes, what are you doing here?"
"I think you can guess,"
he said, running his fingers through his blonde hair as he took a seat beside her. He was dressed casually, in a long-sleeved shirt and dark jeans. "No jumper this time?"
"That is only for very special occasions."
They smiled at one another, and Persephone wiped at her eyes, lashes still damp from crying.
"Did you know that I lost a son?" he said after a long moment.
Persephone gazed at him, only viewing the profile of his beautiful face, but she could tell by the deep gold of his eyes and the set of his jaw this topic of conversation was difficult for him. "No," she whispered. "I'm so sorry."
"You know of him," Hermes said. "His name was Pan, the god of the wild, of shepherds and flocks. He died many years ago, and I still grieve him. Some days it's like it happened yesterday."
She knew what questions others would ask. How did he die? But that was not a question she wanted to ask because it was one she did not like to answer. So instead, she said, "Tell me about him." A smile curved his lips.
"You would have liked him,"
he said, nudging her with his shoulder.
"He is like me, handsome and hilarious. He loved music. Did you know he invented the pipe? He challenged Apollo to a competition once."
Hermes paused to laugh.
"He lost, of course. He was just fun."
He continued, telling stories of Pan, his great and not so great loves, his adventures, and finally his death.
His death was sudden. One moment he existed, and then he didn't. And I heard of his passing upon the wind, through shouts from mortals and mourners. I did not believe it, so I went to Hades, who told me the truth. The fates had cut his thread.
"I am so sorry, Hermes." He smiled, though sad.
"Death is," he said, "even for gods."
At those words, the cold shivered through her, too deep to ignore.
"We should go,"
he said. Rising to his feet, he held out his hand.
"We are due at Club Aphrodisia, and I know you aren't wearing that."
She managed to laugh as he helped her to her feet, and before they vanished to go their separate ways, Hermes met her gaze.
"No one ever said you had to pretend everything was okay,"
Hermes said.
"Grief means we loved fiercely. And if that is all anyone ever has to say about either one of us in the end, I think we lived our best life."
Chapter 8.